Come on, focus. Let me get this right. Hey everyone, what's up? Wait, let me double check that I got the focus here right. Yeah, it's on face. Cool. Hey, welcome to Table Moments Live. I know that was kind of loud, my bad. Hey everyone, what's up? Welcome to Table Moments Live. I'm your host and captain, Ayman. We got it zoomed out a little bit, showing you the setup a little. I think I want to switch up the format of this. I think every week I want to experiment with something. Just switch it up. I know the quality isn't so good because I'm streaming directly from the camera. I think I need to get one of those cam links so that you can actually, because like when I'm seeing it in StreamYard, it actually looks good. But for some reason, when it gets to YouTube and Twitch, it's just like downscaled heavily. And so I got to fix that problem. So I think I might have to upgrade the equipment a little bit. But in the meantime, I kind of want to change the format a little bit, add elements, homage to Kevin Samuels a little bit, where he started his streams with some music or whatever. And so it'll also motivate me to start finishing a lot of the songs that I have in progress. If you didn't know, I like making instrumentals. Specifically, I use Logic Pro. I know a lot of people don't like that DAW, but I like its simplicity, and I have a Mac, and it came with the software bundle for Final Cut Pro. So I've gotten into it, and I've been making a lot of stuff. And I published some music. I don't plug it because I think like the content needs to be... The music needs to be able to get attention on its own. So I won't plug it, but I think I want to open with these. And then if you guys really fuck with it, I'll finish it and then share the links with you guys. But this song here, it's in progress. It's not mixed. It's literally in the DAW itself. It's called Neon Dreams. And I'm not that creative with the names. I just choose like one of the loops that I use as the name that sort of represents the entire composition. And so... yeah, let's start off with that. Let's start off with some music, custom made. So this is Neon Dreams. Enjoy while I continue to set up. Chromeo vibes, by the way. That's what this reminds me of. That's the song, Neon Dreams, in progress. It's at 2 minutes, 25 seconds now. Definitely need to figure out a way to close it. I like to end in a crescendo, something like hype. And so it's a repeating section. Once you start learning about how songs are actually built, you realize they're very predictable and they follow this very strict structure. I like to go in a different direction sometimes, actually pretty much every time, because this is all informal and just trial and error for me. But That's Neon Dreams coming soon. If you guys want me to finish it, just leave it in the comment section and I'll do it for you. Otherwise, it's hard for me to like stay motivated because I enjoy just listening to these as they are, and I do it for me. But if you like this kind of vibe, this one reminds me of Chromeo. If you guys remember back in the day, they were like the big thing, and it's like a mix of funk with like pop and maybe some alternative elements that you wouldn't expect. Like I have this stuff here, the Chinese instruments, and I like mixing. I like breaking the rules or putting together things in new and interesting ways. And so like, and so if you like instrumentals, and the way I build these is to sort of give the feeling. Like it starts off, one, they're catchy, they're great to walk to because I walk a lot and that's what I like listening to. But if you enjoy daydreaming a lot, these I think make really suitable companions for daydreams. And I was gonna call the album, if I ever put it together as an album, I've just been releasing singles, but as an album I was gonna call it the story of your life, or the soundtrack of your life, because basically you can listen to this stuff, and for every event that's going on in your life you can always listen to one of these to like hype you up or like make an event in your life just have more impact, just listening to this in the background or whatever. So this is not something I've tried listening to this stuff. It's not like lo-fi or chill stuff, because it varies a lot. So it's not something you can just listen to while like doing work or something, because it really grabs you in. But it is something you can do when you're doing something passive and you can just feel hyped. This one isn't a hype one. I have some other ones that I've released before, but like but I don't have to share it now. If you guys, but I think every live stream I'm going to open up with a song that I've put together or I've already released, and you guys can give me your opinions on it, like what would be better with it, because I can actually improve it because I make them myself. And a lot of these are just Logic Pro loops. Like I'm not a musician, although I don't like putting labels like that. Like you're not something, you're not this, you're not that. It's like you can be whatever you want to be, and so I don't even like saying that, but I'm not classically trained. I don't know notes or anything like that. And like this instrumental uses C# minor loops a lot. And it turns out C# actually matches, C# minor matches with B's. And you can tell when you've listened to enough music and different loops, what goes together and what doesn't. And that's all I do. And then really, this just comes down to composition. It's rare that there'll always be like 1, 2, maybe 3 elements in here that I actually manually put in that's more organic and played by myself, but most of them are just Logic Pro loops that already come with the software. So if you ever thought about getting into music, I think this is great software. The Apple gives a software bundle that includes Final Cut Pro, Logic Pro, Motion, compressor, all the stuff that you would otherwise have to pay like hundreds of dollars for if you bought them individually, all as like $200 as a package, lifetime license. So that's cool, which is the one thing I really do like about Apple. You know, you can say a lot of things about their hardware, their ecosystem, how they control everything. Yeah, I get you. But like in terms of value, if you think of these machines as creative workstations and the software packages that come with it, it can't be beat. It can't be beat. And so like instead of paying monthly for Adobe and all that stuff, which I hear people really enjoy, but it's not something I've ever gotten behind, like paying monthly for something that I don't want to change. Because like when it's production work, when it's production software, you don't want it to change. You don't want to change because it's like, you know how to do work in a certain way. They can only fuck it up by improving it as they say. But usually it just means they fucked up your workflow. And so this is a reason why I think a lot of people who are in industry, who are so used to getting results a certain way, use old, outdated software because it just works and they know how to work it. So even if you made it easier, it's not necessarily a good thing. Stability is more important than new features, I think. But that's just me. Now I'm getting into the software stuff. I'll talk about, if you guys want to know more about software and my ideas about it and technology and stuff, like I have live access on my business account where I talk about this kind of stuff, tef.tech. You can find it on any social media app. And yeah, I'm working on that stuff too. I got a lot going on and I should focus more, but hey, I am, as people like to describe me, as neurodivergent. I think that's just a copium way of saying you lack focus. And yeah, I would say that's very true. But it's weird how like all the things that I've worked on somehow feed on each other. And I have a theory that like learning all these different disparate things somehow will, in combining them all into one brain, will somehow create this like super megazord of skills, you know? And I'm testing it out with my own life. I'll let you know how it goes. But so far, like, have no concrete results other than the social media stuff. That has been going crazy on Instagram lately. When TikTok's not popping off, Instagram will. This is the merits of being active on multiple social media platforms. Like when one isn't working, you can still get wins on another one. And so that's essentially what's been happening for me. And it's crazy. It's crazy. Like Instagram finally figured out and I'm constantly editing my understanding of what social media is. Like, specifically this week, man, it's been a wild week. Massive following growth on Instagram from like literally a couple of weeks ago, broke 1,000 because I got a video about temperature, difference between Celsius and Fahrenheit and the merits of each. That broke 1 million, 1.4 million at this point on Instagram. And it was like, wow, that's pretty cool. But then I posted another video about microwaves. Yeah, it's fucking wild. Microwaves. And that's at like 5.5 million. But what's crazier is people shared it with each other. This is stupid. And so like now it went from 1,000 followers, I swear to God, 1,000 followers on Instagram to, at this point, I think it's just shy or a little over 23,000. Off one video. It's wild, man. It's wild. It's like, I'm reading this book right now. Oh man, I don't have it on me. It's in the other room. But Anti-Fragile. And what he talks about is optionality and asymmetric situations. So like with social media, you can put all this time and effort making a piece of content, and the downside is it gets no views. But you can't get negative views. There's no such thing as negative views. So there's a limited downside, 0 views. That's the limit. But the upside is unlimited. It's unlimited. So it's one of those situations where it's like optionality. Like the upside is way, way bigger than the downside, that it's worth doing, even if you lose most of the time, because that one time makes all the difference. And that's essentially what's happened. And I'm proving it out. Hey, Abby Jandra, what's up? How's it going? I think you're new here. If you want to know a little bit about this is a podcast page, and I do live streams every week. Usually interact with a bunch of people on TikTok, and also live stream on YouTube too. But I just make short form video, and I try to connect with people online, and I'm experimenting in real time, saying the things that either people know to be true and are unwilling to say, or saying the things that people know to be true but don't have the words to say. And so that's been my whole vibe here, and just pushing the boundaries of things. And yeah, see if you like the vibe. I know Twitch is a little weird because there's really no replay. Like I only do this once a week, so and I haven't made the habit of like keeping up the replay from the previous week, so this is all new. But it's usually more popping on TikTok. But essentially what I'm talking about is like optionality, like finding situations where the upside is way bigger than the downside, that it's a no-brainer to take. And so like when people talk about like, oh, I don't want to waste all this time doing this, blah, blah, blah. Because that's what, I've gotten that feedback on social media. I remember I was living in a house with my brother and a friend of ours, and they would see me every week, every day, actually, just editing videos constantly, just trying to figure this social media content stuff out. And they're like, man, I don't know how you could do it without results, right? Because the downside of this is you're putting all this effort, hours and hours and hours, tens, hundreds of hours into this stuff, not getting results. But then you learn. So this is my idea of like no effort's wasted effort. Just putting in the work will pay off one day. And I guess I was right. And so now I've got a pretty decent following. Honestly, if this growth continues on Instagram, and if somehow by some miracle I can actually get TikTok to improve a little bit on because here's the thing. I'm noticing like if a video does well on an Instagram, like 5 million views, why shouldn't it be able to do at least similar numbers on another platform? Are people really that different across platforms? So we'll find out. If the same video can do the same numbers on TikTok, man, I think I will grow this. The idea of table moments where we talk about anything and everything could actually have an audience of over 100,000 people across platforms. That's crazy. That's crazy. When I started this a few years ago, 2.5 years ago or something like that, it's unimaginable. Like, but whatever, you stick with it, you'll be surprised what you could pull off. So, yeah, doing it. So, all right, let's join on TikTok too. Those people they're going to be surprised because I'm not usually on there this early, but fuck it. Let's do it. Yeah. And if you guys have any ideas on how to improve the live stream, please let me know. It would be cool if this was a brainstorming session. Like we come up with cool ideas, just like the audio version of the podcast, which by the way, there's a audio component. It's not a rip. It's literally an entirely separate conversation that we record and publish as an audio only podcast, which I enjoy podcasts. So it's kind of like a bias towards like the kind of things I like, but whatever. Hey, TikTok. What's up, man? What's up, everyone? How's it going this Sunday night on December 10th? Okay. Just remember my dad's birthday is in a couple days. It's nice that I remembered that. What should I get him? Yo, I have a funny story about a gift I got my dad that flopped hella hard. It's like, all right, here's the thing. When you're giving gifts, you can be bold. You don't have to be boring when you're giving gifts to people, okay? And I've always liked to like push the boundaries a little bit. Like people are like, oh, just get gift cards. It's a safe option, whatever. But to me, if you really care about somebody, you're going to put effort in the gift that you're giving, which I think is perfect. This is actually might be useful for you guys since it's holiday season. You might be wondering what gifts to get people. Like pay attention to the person you're giving the gift to. You don't have to spend a lot of money for a gift to have impact in their life, to like make it hit, to make it emotional for them. So it's like, all right, so right now we're talking about gifts, guys. Holiday season's coming up. And my dad's birthday is coming up in a couple of days. So I have to come up with an idea, but people really suck at giving gifts, but I have a habit of giving really good gifts. But then also sometimes when you're a little bold with the gift, it can flop hella hard. So it's not a dangerous game. It's just like one of those, you either give a really good gift or it's a really bad gift. There is no in between with me. But I do try. So like one of the gifts I've given is my sister is really big anime fan, and there's this one anime she really enjoyed where they have these like humanoid dumplings, right? Dongos they call them, right? And she's still into anime, and I ended up crocheting a giant pillow dumpling for her by hand. It didn't cost much. It was like $5 worth of material, but she still has it to this day and she remembers it. And so this is the thing, like you can get good gifts that aren't expensive, but still have impact in the people's lives. So for the holidays, if you guys have any questions, let me know. Who are you and what do you do? My name is Ayman and I do this shit. Like I do whatever I want, honestly. That's kind of my life. I just figure out whatever I want to work on that day and I work on it. And, it's a pretty liberal life, dude. Not gonna lie. I see you giving a tech kind of gift. I did give a gift. My brother. Okay, so my older brother. You guys remember the Disney Channel with Smart House, the movie, where basically it was like this family who won this contest, and it was by this company who was releasing all this technology for like smart homes. This is before all the smart home stuff we have now. I'm talking like 30 years ago or 25 years ago on Disney Channel, and the floors like vacuum itself, and there's an AI assistant. Now it's a reality, I guess, but back in the day it was a crazy idea, smart house, and it was this whole Disney Channel movie. And my brother, he like as a kid he watched it, he's like, man, that would be so cool to have as an adult one day. And so he eventually bought a house, but he wanted to have a smart home. But like his house at the time it was built, it was like sort of incompatible. The Nest units didn't work. You'd have to call it like an electrician and then all that stuff, whatever. And I was like, you know what? I was living there too at the time, right after COVID. I want to connect with family, so I figured, you know what? Let me turn his house into a smart house. Let me actually make that childhood dream a reality. Which is also a good tip if you're trying to figure out a good gift to get someone. Think about how the things that they wanted as a kid, or at least fantasies that they had as a kid, and see if you can recreate it or fulfill it as an adult. Those might be interesting gift opportunities. So that's what I ended up doing. I ended up like figuring out the electrical diagram for his heating and cooling system, and basically jerry rigged it to work with a Nest unit that would otherwise have been incompatible. And then I rewired his fan, ceiling fan, and a few lamps and the kitchen lights and everything to all work the same way. So it could basically became a smart house, at least on the first floor. And yeah, it's like you could do that. I love the fact that you made your sister a gift. Yeah, I mean, like, type shit. I'm not sure what you mean by type shit, but okay. But yeah, no, because like, I don't know. If you're going to give a gift, you might as well put some effort. I mean, what's the point? What's the point of giving a gift if it's just going to be a basic ass gift card? Like, I have bought electronics before, but this was a gift for someone who was always wanted this thing. They were an artist and they always wanted an iPad to draw. And because they like drawing, and they honestly just couldn't, it just didn't make sense in their budget to buy it for themselves. But because I know Facebook Marketplace and I know how to get really, really, really good deals, I was able to get a really nice iPad with the pencil, and got them even a gift card so they can get Procreate. So those of you who are familiar with iPad, you know what that is. That's the drawing app that everyone raves about on app, and fucking they cried. So it's just like listening to people. All you got to do is listen to people. They'll tell you exactly their passions, what they're interested in. And you don't ask them the overt question like, what do you want for Christmas? What do you want for your birthday? It's like, no. Just pay attention. When they're really passionate about something, put a mental note. Hey, this person really likes this thing. What if I can get them something? Like right now I have an idea for like an ornament. I can't say it because maybe they're watching right now. No, they're not here yet. So I have this idea for an ornament for someone pretty close to me. And it would cost like less than $10 to make, but I think it would really hit. And yeah, I think when you make it, it is more impactful for sure. So consider that. Like, and it doesn't necessarily have to be complicated. But yeah, like I also got a gift for someone. They really love their dog, and so I took like they're really, really like companion, all that stuff. And anytime I would hang out with them, they're constantly talking about their dog and everything. And so like, all right, this is important to them. And so I took some of their pictures on social media that they posted of their dog, cleaned it up a little bit using like photos on Mac, and then got them printed out as photos that they can, and then put them in nice frames that were on clearance, by the way. So, but it looked real nice. And then it's like, all right, so now you have photo frames, professionally edited, and that they can have in their office at work and remind them of something that's important to them. And it would cost like less than $20. Like, it doesn't have to be expensive, guys. Gifts don't have to be expensive. You would be a great husband. Yeah. I mean, okay. I mean, here's the thing. There's certain things that I won't do that I think wives and girlfriends really appreciate, but I just won't do it. Like I don't buy flowers. Unless, yeah, well, here's the thing. There's a caveat. I won't just buy flowers and be like, here, lady, here's some flowers. Like if we're at Costco or whatever, and she wants to include a bouquet of flowers in the purchase of the food that we're buying, then I'm like, all right, fine, whatever, throw it in there. But like, I'm not going to go out of my way to get cut flowers to like give it to a girl. I don't like the idea of killing an organism just to make a girl happy. That's just me, though. That's just me, and I don't give a fuck what anyone thinks. I am different, and so that's the reason. That's why it's just like, okay, I have some good traits, and then there's some things about me that are so dogmatically crazy to most people. They're just like, why? And it's like, I don't care, dude. Like, I just am who I am. I have these pet peeves that don't make any rational sense, and I warn people, just don't do certain things, and we're good. And yet, people want to challenge you on shit because they're fucking assholes. But I'm an asshole too, so it is what it is. Other than Dwight Howard, are there any females that can play in the NBA right now? Dwight Howard, is he in the he is kind of female. I don't know. You feel me? All right. Yeah, that's it. Here's the thing. Like, there's a difference between getting a girl a gift because she wants it and you getting it because you feel generous. There's a difference. Like, and it hits different too. So, like, the latter is more important because you just want to do something nice. Because you're just like, you know what? I'm feeling real good. I got you this chocolate, this dark chocolate I know you like. That's it. I was there in line. I saw it. I got it for you. It's like, that's it. And you don't expect her. And here's the thing. When you're giving stuff, you should not expect a response from people, like an enthusiastic response or graciousness or anything like that. You get it because you want to give it. You give it because you want to give it. I think a lot of people, when they give gifts, especially women sometimes, when they get their dude a gift, it's like, oh, I hope he's really excited. It's like, if you're expecting a certain type of response from someone when you give him a gift, then you shouldn't be giving him a gift at all. Because you're putting now this pressure on them to like deal with your emotions. And it's just like, no one wants that. And so like, even when I give gifts, it's like, I don't care what people think. It's like, I think this would be a good gift for you. I think you're going to really enjoy it. If you decide to throw it away, it is what it is. Like, I'm not tripping about it. And so you do it for its own sake, not for the thing that, how people are going to feel about it. So yeah. So like, if you're going to give a girl, that's why, like, if you want to give girls flowers, then you get her because it's like, you know, I felt really good today. I saw these flowers and it reminded me of you. So I got it for you. That's it. It's that simple. It's like, and if she's, oh, I don't really like those. It's like, all right, throw it away. I don't give a fuck. It just reminded me of you and I got it for you. Now, if she's expecting it, I'm like, fuck, no, we're not doing that shit. That's why I don't celebrate Valentine's Day at this point. I always made it. I've taken a girl out for like a brunch or something on Valentine's. I have a funny story about that too. One time on Valentine's Day, I took a girl I just had gotten into a relationship with. Took her to get some brunch, right? And then after brunch, we go to the car. I open the door, pretending to be all chivalrous or whatever as a joke. And as she steps in, she finds lip gloss. And I was like, oh, she's like, whose lip gloss is this? I was like, it's yours, right? And she's like, no, I don't wear Fenty and I would not wear this shade. I was like, what are you talking about? Stop messing with me. She's like, no, I swear to God, this isn't mine. Whose is this? I was like, are you fucking kidding me? And then I was like, come on, stop it. Stop playing. She's like, no, I'm serious. This isn't mine. I was like, are you? And then I thought about it. I was like, oh my God, this looks so bad. But here's the funny thing. It's like, I didn't cheat. She knows I didn't cheat, but it looks hella bad. And so I was just laughing my ass off the whole time. I'm like, oh my God, this looks so bad. And it's hilarious because anyone seeing this from the outside would automatically assume I'm cheating, but I don't cheat. And she knows that, and I know that. So I just thought the whole thing was funny as shit. And I even made a whole like social media post about it. I was just like, it was a funny story. And so turns out it was years later I found out whose it actually was. A different girl. It didn't work. Well, whatever. It was before we had gotten into a relationship. So that's what it was. Hey, Jamie Boris B. Burnt. What's up? An ugly American? You gotta take that off. Just say an American with a beautiful heart. Unemployed philanthropist, idiot servant. Savant, I think is what you meant. Savant. But yeah, I don't know. Dude, I had some wild stories that it's just like, why the fuck? And so yeah, that's how Valentine's Day that year turned out. Everything was cool. That's the thing, like, it's only serious if you make it serious, guys. Like, if I reacted like, oh my God, I know this looks bad. And like, oh, please. And I start like acting like I'm trying to cover it up. And then it becomes a serious thing. The fact that I laughed it off diffused the whole thing because I know what's true and I didn't. It's like, there's no affair going on here. But it was just hilarious that this was all discovered on Valentine's Day. I don't know. Is that funny to you guys? I feel like that's hilarious, but she wasn't laughing until I started laughing. But That shit was hilarious. And she's like, I can't believe this shit. I find another girl's lip gloss on fucking Valentine's Day. And then the funniest part is I try to do something nice by opening the door for her. If I didn't, she probably would never have seen it. And then it wasn't until years later I found out whose it actually was. Yeah, but that's funny. That's funny. But yeah, gifts, guys. You give it because you want to give it. This is also true for ladies. Give a gift because you want to give it, and if they decide to throw it away, assume they throw it away. Can you be okay with it? If that's true, then give the gift. If not, if not. And then I also saw a TikTok about gift cards. Like, make sure the whole card is there. Sometimes they'll like cut the barcode off, or the code that you use to redeem them off of the card, but leave the barcode on there. So when you add money to that gift card, that can they can basically spend your money. So be careful with that, gift cards. But yeah, that's that. You like expensive gifts? What kind of gifts though? Are you an electronics type of dude, or are you like, woman, buy me a car, or socks? Do you get a lot of socks? I feel like for guys, good gifts are things that we know we should get, but don't have the motivation to buy ourselves. You know, it's like, because like there's always things like, even this microphone, I got it as a gift because I knew I should have gotten a microphone, but it's just like, but this other microphone works just fine. And so for a lot of us guys, jewelry, interesting. What kind of jewelry? Like a Cuban link? Should I get a Cuban link? Or rings? Do guys wear rings or earrings? I don't know. I'm not a jewelry type of person. Cars though, like, would she buy you a car, or would she get you stuff for your car, like or wrap your car? That'd be an interesting gift if you like showed up and your car was wrapped. But I feel like wrapping is like more of a preference thing. So maybe you just get a gift card or you pay for something like that. But I don't know. So it is what it is. So, I have some topics for this week based on videos that I posted. So this week's videos topics are refrigerators, wholesome guys, social strategy, rebel, colorism, and audiences. If any of those catch your interest, put it in the comments. You would love your car wrapped? That would be a cool project, actually. I don't know, how handy are you? Is that something you'd want to do yourself? Because then she could get you a wrapping kit, and that'd be kind of cool. It'd be a yardage for sure, but probably want to double the yardage because you're probably going to mess up. But it's cool because it's like you could just do it yourself whenever you want. But you know what would be hilarious? If you wrapped a Prius with like a dope ass wrap. I don't think people would expect it. Like I have a preference when it comes to cars. Oh, you would want someone to wrap it for you? Okay, that's fair. I have a preference for weird cars, like a coupe that's lifted. Sounds appealing to me. And a hatchback or like a fastback coupe that's lifted sounds really cool to me. And it would be cool to build a car like that one day. I do have a Veloster though, so there's no reason why I can't lift that. And I live in Texas, so I might as well put some fat tires on it. Put some like maybe I'll just do that with the car I have already. But yeah, so as far as topics I have this week, refrigerator. I talk about how a refrigerator works. Here's the reason why I like doing the science videos that I've been posting, because I find science interesting and I like knowing how things work, and I kind of enjoy figuring out how things work. How It's Made was like one of my favorite shows. And so essentially I'm doing the same thing, and it seems to do really well on Instagram, by the way. And this is something I could get behind. Like the audience likes learning apparently on Instagram, and I had no idea. So I get to share things that I know with people who care to hear it, which is good. So I'm doing more of these science videos, and basically I explain how a refrigerator is a heat mover by changing the state of a substance that runs through the refrigerator. And so it's a lot like a compressed air can when you're letting air out and it gets cold in the can. Essentially, that's what's happening in your refrigerator. You need a truck if you live in Texas. Yeah, I don't understand why people drive the way they drive in Texas, man. The following distance is barely anything. Like They're not tailgating, but it feels like it. And then they're going way faster than the speed limit. And then they're reckless with their lane changes, and signals are optional. I don't know. I don't get that shit. Like, and I like riding motorcycles. I have a motorcycle back home, at my parents' house, but I'm not going to ride my motorcycle here in Texas. Fuck no. I would be dead already if that happened. Man, you cannot trust these drivers, dude. I've seen worse drivers though than that in St. Louis. St. Louis drivers are even crazier, bro. Like, red lights are optional in St. Louis. I swear to God, I saw this shit. They just go through the intersection. I swear to God, it was like a scene out of Tokyo Drift. This guy runs through the intersection, goes into the opposing traffic lane, making a left turn. And I was just like, thank God I saw it in time that I braked. And it's just like, and I was like, who is he running from? There's no police behind him. He left stainless steel refrigerators? Yeah. Yeah. Where are you from then? Originally from California. I spent some time in New York, went back to California, now I'm in Texas. Motorcycles are very dangerous. Yeah, they're dangerous because of the people around you. And also people on motorcycles do reckless things like go stupid fast. And then if you have a tank slapper or just one small bump. Here's the thing, like if you're wearing protection, you'll probably survive most motorcycle accidents. If there weren't other cars around you. The other cars are what kill you. Because they'll just run over you, or they'll cause you to crash, or they'll crash into you. That's usually what it is. LOL, I'm from St. Louis. It's really only downtown. I don't know. I guess I was close to downtown. But wherever I was, I don't know. I think it was like the rougher part of St. Louis. I think. I forget what it's called. But, yo, I could not believe the driving habits in St. Louis. It's kind of wild, man. Did you move to Texas for love? Nope. I moved to Texas because it's free. My brother moved to San Antonio, and he was talking about how Texas is cool. And I've been looking for a change in scenery for a while, and so I was like, you know what, fuck it, let me try Texas. I tried Dallas for a bit. It wasn't really my vibe, and now I'm in Austin. I think I like it better. Not that I'm a social person. I'm going out or anything, but I think that just the vibe fits myself better. From Chicago. Spent a lot of time in Chicago this summer too. Chicago is nice. Chicago is really nice in the summer. I don't know what it's like in the winter, and I don't care to find out. I hear really bad things about the winter and the wind chill, but I mean, if you're in the subway system to get to and from the loop, then I think you're fine. You know, been here 29 years. Yeah. Chicago is nice as a city. Of all the big cities I've been to, Chicago might be it. Toronto is clean, but Canadians are weird, and I don't trust them. New York City is dirty as hell, and the people, obviously, I kind of vibe with the hustle mentality, or like that sort of stern, no bullshit kind of attitude that comes from living in New York. I fuck with that energy, but you can see the soullessness in a lot of people moving. Like, I remember I was at a Chick-fil-A in New York City, and I was placing my order. The guy was just looking at me dead, like he was dead. I was just like, man, this is what a city can do to you. I was just like, nah, I'm not fucking with that. So Chicago is nice. Chicago's nicer in the summer. I'm not a fan of their politics and the corruption, but hey, you can't have it everything, can you? Have you heard about Burr Ridge? No, I haven't heard about Burr Ridge. Down there, red lights really are optional. Yeah, because the police are actually working instead of ticketing. Yeah, it was wild, man. I could not believe it. They ran the red light, and oh my God, could have ran into me if I wasn't careful. And I was just like, man, I don't like this. I don't think I can stand living in a place with bad drivers if they're that bad. Because if I was a pedestrian, I like walking a lot too, and I like walking at night too. But there's no way I could do that in a city like St. Louis. They would run me over. Weird fun fact. Tragic fact, more people die from crossing at a crosswalk than from jaywalking. Interesting fact. I don't know what Burr Ridge is. City in Illinois. A very special place. I don't know. I wasn't there. All I know is the loop. I would just take the blue line down to the loop a lot. That's fun. You'll be fine in the country. County. LOL. I don't know. Like, I don't know much about St. Louis, but that's what I experienced. And I was just like, yeah, nah, this ain't. Their Planet Fitness there was nice, though. Like, I don't know, man. Some cities are so weird. Every city has its pros and its cons. And I guess part of my sort of journey these last, like, couple years has been trying to find the place that makes sense for me to settle down in. I don't know if I've quite found that yet, but Texas might be it. Texas in the summer is awful, though. So maybe I need to have two homes, a summer and a winter home. And yeah, I'll just do that. It's just like Airbnb home when I'm not there. I think that might be the hack. Just like, yeah, I feel that. I moved for school recently. It's quite a change. Wait, you moved to St. Louis for school? Do you go to Washington University? Please tell me you do. I actually know someone there. Maybe you two can connect. They'll tell me, yeah, that'd be crazy. If St. Louis is very dangerous. No, away from St. Louis, okay. St. Louis is very dangerous. They have high murder rate, and so does Chicago. Here's the thing. I thought about that when I was walking, because I spent a significant amount of time this summer in Chicago, and I walked everywhere. Anywhere close to the city or the Loop or anything, it's all safe. So I was just thinking, like, all right, everyone talks about criminality and like crime and all that stuff in Chicago and dangerous. It's like, depends on which part of Chicago you're in. The Loop is anywhere near the Loop, anywhere downtown, like any of the affluent areas, they're all safe, highly walkable. People are friendly enough. Stores, convenience, like there's transportation using the train system there. So it's just like, yeah, using crime stats or whatever, but it's weird how like crime and poverty has boundaries. It's crazy to me. Like it doesn't, and I remember seeing this in New York. I used to live in upstate New York, I think Albany area, and they call it the tri-state. I think, what do they call it? Schenectady, Albany, Troy. What do they call that? Capital District. Yeah, they call it the Capital District. So you have Albany, Schenectady, Troy. Those are basically the three little towns. And it's the first time I ever heard the word hamlet, because that's sort of like a mini town sort of thing. But basically, they're all separated by like 15, 20-minute drive. And specifically for Schenectady, it's like the rougher of the three. Troy can be rough too, but Schenectady used to be like this headquarters of General Electric and used to have like hella employment there, and then they left the town, and so everything went to shit. But weirdly enough, literally like 5 blocks away would be this highly affluent neighborhood called Niskayuna, and literally you could walk it. Literally, it's just like a 1.5 2 mile walk from Schenectady, the rough parts where crime is an issue, where police presence is stronger and things are more run down. A lot of the houses are either abandoned or dilapidated. And then literally 2 miles just walking by foot is all these super expensive homes where doctors and lawyers and live and everything, with hella expensive home prices and a really good school district, all separated by 2 miles. It blew my mind because I was living on the edge of Schenectady. I was working as an engineer, and my job was actually in the more affluent part. And so I would literally just drive it. It would be like an 8-minute drive from one to the other to get to work. And I was just like, that's crazy. Like, and then there was almost like a demarcation line. There was one street where things got rough on one side, and then things were super nice on the other side. And I was just like, how's that possible? How's that possible? Poverty does not cross. Affluence doesn't cross. Everyone knows. I don't know, man. That shit blew my mind. So whatever. It's like that because of gentrification happening in St. Louis. Yeah, I could see that. I could see that happening. Yes, in Chicago, you have to pick the areas you go to in. Yeah. All of the major universities place many homeless people. Yeah. Yes, they said you can get a house in Detroit for cheap now. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah. So there's a mix of high cess people with low cess. I'm not sure what cess means, but socioeconomic status. Okay, that's what you mean. High socioeconomic status people with low socioeconomic people, that's coming to a head right now. I don't know. I haven't seen it. All I've ever seen is like one or the other. I know a lot of like cities and towns try to do like affordable housing rules when building apartment buildings and complex luxury apartments and stuff like that. But I don't know if that's going to solve it because like it's only like the requirements are usually, I don't know. It's just weird. I hope you stayed in engineering. It's great money in it. There's a cap for engineering. Here's the thing, like mechanical engineering. Yeah, after 10 years, you will be making as much as like a sort of entry level junior engineer, software engineer. There is a cap. There is absolutely a cap. So it's nice, I guess. But here's the thing: people don't become engineers for the money. Some people do, and they become engineering managers eventually. The people who love engineering for the sake of engineering probably don't get into management because you love engineering. And I've worked with people like that who are really just that. They're that dude who likes reading documentation and enjoys it and does it in his spare time and builds things. I know I ran into a lot of those. Yeah, so like when people talk about engineering, they always think about software like, oh man, these huge compensation packages, and usually they compare it with people like who work for Fang, so one of these big tech companies who can afford paying a junior engineer like six figures. Yeah, no, mechanical engineers don't make that unless you're highly specialized, and even then you'd have to be very experienced, like PhD. You're solving a very, very niche issue for a company and they can't afford to lose you kind of thing. Yeah, then you can make, but no, mechanical engineers don't make money like that. So it's highly limiting. It's highly limiting if you're doing it for the money, which I would say most people should not be doing things for the money. It turns out like, here's the thing, people say don't follow your passions, but I mean, I don't know. It's usually when money people talk about this stuff, it's just like, it's hard to take them seriously because their passion is just making money. But what if your passion isn't money? What if your passion is like making something with your hands or like crafting or something like that? People are like, oh, it doesn't scale. But then you could easily parlay it into some sort of media thing and build an audience. This is why I like media. It's a bit of a grind in the beginning, but it can grow. The upside is limitless. Whereas like a salaried position, the upside is highly limited. And it's also highly fragile because like with software, it's easy. It's more flexible to switch roles between companies and do certain things. Yeah, you have your specialties, but code is code. And so if you know how to write some software, you can figure out another language. That's not too hard. So there's transferable skills there. But with like mechanical engineering, if you have experience in a certain field like energy or nuclear or medical or something like that, it's hard to transfer into another field of engineering. So like moving into a whole different category, that's really hard to do. And you're not going to have any experience in it and no one's going to hire you for that. And so it's like, it's hella limiting. So like typically your first job in like as a mechanical engineer kind of sets your career. And so like, unfortunately, you kind of have to make the right decisions before you even get a chance to enter the workforce. Otherwise, you're kind of stuck with it unless you decide to do your own thing. Now, there are people who are highly flexible because they decide to work on a bunch of things. Or if you happen to get lucky and be in an R&D department, you get to work on a bunch of stuff. But generally, no. The world of atoms is far more constrained. And so it requires people with more expertise and more years of experience, and that limits you as far as optionality goes. So unfortunately, like I would say only ever become a mechanical engineer if you actually love it. Because otherwise there are better opportunities, and maybe you can turn it into something else, but it's still hard. HR people are overpaid. I agree. A lot of people are overpaid. A lot of jobs probably shouldn't even exist, unfortunately. People don't want to hear it, but that's true. It's honestly like daycare or status symbols by companies to have like a large employee base. And then you realize the big fuck up they've made when they start doing layoffs because of an economic downturn. And you're like, oh, so you never really needed those jobs, huh? It's like, yeah, then why'd you hire them in the first place? Because we projected growth into the future. It's like, man, you ruined lives. Like, but whatever. These are fucking Man, I can't stand how companies are run these days. It's very rare I see a company I'm just like, yeah, that's a cool company. SpaceX, cool company. Endural, also a cool company. That's a defense company based out of Orange County, California, and they make drones. But the cool thing is they're not like most defense companies where they secure contracts before they even start the work. They decided, you know what, we're going to take a different approach. We're going to build the things that we think should exist for defense, and then we'll sell it. We'll figure out how to sell it to the government and other people who need that kind of stuff. And so they're taking the risk, which is different because most defense contractors, they don't want to spend any money on R&D or development unless they have a guaranteed contract. And so they're disrupting. Enduro's disrupting the defense industry. You can have your opinions about like, all right, I don't want to build weapons, whatever. It's like, all right, cool. But at least the way they're doing it is better than like fucking Boeing and Raytheon and all them like established players or whatever. And I got a chance to meet with some of the people at Afrotech, and it was cool. It was cool what they're working on. So like if you're a mechanical engineer looking for a job, man, Enduro, they have a few locations across the country too. So you have options if you want to work there. Yeah. HR is overpaid. HR is for sure overpaid. All right. Do you guys have anything you guys want to talk about? I also have other things. Like I've been getting a lot of smoke on TikTok this week. So it's funny. I posted this video about where you can find some wholesome girls. They're at craft stores. That's basically the hook of the video. And a lot of people got triggered by it. They're like, oh my God, I would hate if a guy approached me because at a craft store just to hit on me. And I was just like, you missed the point of the video. I was giving a compliment to these women, by the way, at least the types of women that you could possibly find at a craft store. Because I was there looking, because I craft and shit. I make my own things, by the way. Like, I make my own things. This is my wallet. Like, coming soon, by the way. I haven't posted it on TikTok Shop yet, but this logo's a little too big, but it works. It works. I finally got the design working. But I was there and I noticed like some of the people who were there, they're like people who work with their hands, people who want to create things wholesome. They have a connection with reality. They're not like Instagram thotties or anything like that. And that's basically the message. And like, hey, and you could easily strike up a conversation and talk about what you guys are each working on. Easy pickups, right? And then there's a segment of people who are like, oh my God, obviously, you know, the liberal type woman, whatever, getting triggered by this conversation or the video. Hey, Angel Kai, what's up? But yeah, they were getting triggered by this video where I was just giving women a compliment. Clearly not those women who were getting all irate about this. And they're like, how dare you hit on women, blah, 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 blah. It's just like, how the fuck are people ever supposed... Here's the thing. People hate dating apps, and especially a lot of introverted women hate dating apps, right? They're highly suspicious of this stuff. They've given their own testimony here on live streams just like this, where they told me like, I hate this, I hate that. They're not serious. They don't actually want to go out, and we just talk all this. It's like, all right. So how else is a guy supposed to fucking ask you out? Huh? How else are you supposed to go on a date if a guy isn't fucking... I don't know, man. They completely miss the point. But of course, they take the video out of context, and some people stitch it. And so they were coming into my video, leaving a bunch of smoke. Ratioed apparently, whatever. I mean, I've gotten way more hate from Sam Cedars' audience. I went on his show and debated him. I don't like to call it a debate because it was kind of a mid-conversation by both of us. I stumped him a couple times. He got me a few times, and it was unproductive wholly. But this is Sam Cedar from the Majority Report. I called in. And his fans are weirdos. Like, oh my God. They started stalking me on all these platforms like, oh, you libertarian, blah, blah. I was like, why is everyone calling me a libertarian? And then it turns out the guy actually hung up on me when I was on the call with him. He hung up on me, and then he called me all these things I'm not. And I was just like, oh, this is how the game is played. Understood. Got it. I was just like, and this is a guy with like over 1 million subscribers on YouTube, and he's playing bullshit games like this. I was like, fuck these people. They're all liars, dude. They're all liars. So I got a chance to get that kind of hate, and it was like I felt like Spartan in 300, the Spartans, just me versus an entire army of people, and I was winning. I was just trolling the shit out of everybody on Twitter who's trying to give me smoke for my appearance on Sam Cedars basically explaining like how Social Security is basically broken. And I didn't want to get into the details of it because I knew it's like, yeah, it's too wonky, you know? Like when you have conversations with people, if you get too much in the weeds, you lose people. And so I didn't want to get there. But it turns out Sam Cedar doesn't even know how he doesn't even understand why Social Security is structured the way it is. And I was just like, wow, this guy's even stupider than I thought. But his fans are just as stupid as he is. And they gave me a lot of smoke for it. And so like all this hate I've been getting on TikTok is nothing to me. I've gotten way worse from those people. So to me, it wasn't that big a deal. And so I've just been enjoying just like the comebacks I've been giving people. I'm a bit of a troll myself, and I don't mind the trolling people do to me. So it's all just fun and games, and this is the internet, so it's not real life. Also, part of it, it was easier to deal with because I was getting a bunch of love on Instagram while this all was happening. And so this is the merits, I think, of like being active. If you're going to get into the social media game, be active on multiple platforms. I know it's way more work, and the audiences are actually different from each other. And the things that they like, the things that you can talk about, definitely different. Like if you're going to make stuff for Instagram, you have to have a nice camera. Your lighting's got to be on point. And you got to talk about things that aren't too controversial, because controversy does not spread on Instagram, at least from my experience. It doesn't do that well. So usually informative, fun, facts, feelings, fun. And then, but with TikTok, you can be more controversial, and you can find your audience there. And so it's like different approaches. And I know it's way more work to be active on multiple platforms, but like when one's doing well, the other one could be, or one's hurting, or you're not getting any results because they're constantly fucking switching the rules on you. You can still get wins on another one. And so like you're always making progress no matter what, not stunk in a funk because a platform decides to change their rules, which TikTok has done lately. And so while TikTok hasn't been working that well, Instagram's been popping off for me. So Table Moments and growing a following there. It's fucking wild, dude. On a video about microwaves, guys. It's crazy, bro. It's crazy. I made a video about microwaves and how they work and why there's a turntable. And it's like over 5 million views now. Fucking crazy. I was just like, wow. People actually have a craving to learn how things work. And yeah, it's nice to see. Heard some moss say Biden has just lost the Muslim vote. It may hurt Michigan Dems. Psh, yeah, I'll believe it when the election comes around, dude. No, Muslims, dude, no. Like, yeah, you're gonna convince Muslims. The one time I ever saw Muslims vote for Republicans was George W. Bush's first election, the son, not the father, where he made promises to the Muslim community that weren't met. And so I highly doubt people will trust Republicans ever again because of that. Dems are more pro-Israel than the GOP. They're all pro-Israel, man. They're all pro-Israel. So they have no other options. Here's the thing. Like, if the nominee is 45, I don't know if I can even say his name. If the nominee is 45, he's probably their best chance to get some sort of like peace or fairness out of this. It's not going to be what they like, but it's going to be better than what they can get with anybody else. But of course, they have to put their feelings aside, and which they can't do. So that's not going to happen. But whatever. Like, here's the thing. I grew up in a Muslim family. I know how they think. I have had these conversations. Now, they don't fuck with Dems for sure. They don't. Not anymore. But that doesn't necessarily mean they'll go in the other direction either. 45 will win. Anyone but Nikki Haley. Yeah. Yeah, it's funny. I remember listening to one of these a few weeks ago episodes of the All In podcast, Chamath. I really like Nikki Haley. It's just like, what a dumbass. But here's the thing. I like the All In podcast because they're all super successful venture capitalists or business tycoons, whatever, who've been really successful in software and technology. And yet they have such dumb takes, such stupid takes on the world and opinions. And so it should give you some hope that you don't actually have to be smart to be successful. And they are a lot of the people on that podcast are an example of how stupid you can really be and still be super successful. So listen to those episodes with hope that despite stupidity, you can still win in this world, material world. But yeah, Chamath Palihapitiya. Nikki Haley sounds cool. Now he changed his tune. But man, you can just go back to all these old episodes. It's like Calacanis, TDS is still heavy in him, but it's a lot less because everything's just falling apart for Dems. But I don't know. We don't have to get into politics, but if you guys want to talk politics, I have some opinions, but I don't really keep up with the news like I used to because all of it's just bullshit at this point. It's like I find a lot of it is unproductive. And it's all just negativity and trying to make you care about things that honestly won't affect your life in any significant way. And so it's just a distraction. And it's always like head fakes too. They talk about things that are a distraction from other things that are actually going on that directly affect you. Like, hey, if there's a downturn in the economy or they're about to raise interest rates. Oh, there's this global whatever bullshit happening. Oh, there's fucking UFOs and submarines and shit. And so like, oh, and then they drop it on a Friday evening or Friday afternoon that, hey, we're going to be raising interest rates, the Federal Reserve. Oh, don't freak out, please, everyone, don't freak out. Exactly. Just because someone has more money doesn't mean they're smarter than. Yeah, no. It's like maybe they know their field better, but man, some of the dumb takes I've heard from that fucking podcast, man. It's wild, bro. It's wild. And it's just hilarious to listen to sometimes. I'm just like, this gives me hope. It gives me hope. So yeah, that's politics. I don't know at this point what's going on. And I was thinking about this today. And I know if I continue having this talking about like the Palestine Israel thing, like, you know, they use a lot of propaganda and babies and death a lot to sell this thing. But then when you start thinking about equivalent scenarios in this country that happen every year to the tune of over 800,000 per year, you start realizing, oh, this isn't really about babies, is it? It's not. It's just like, oh, okay, you guys are just bullshitting yourselves. It's just like, all right, whatever. People are just lying to themselves. And then, because I've gotten DMs from even people close to me who were like, which she's cool. I like her. She's this woman who's very supportive of what I've been doing here. But I think propaganda just works too well on people. And unfortunately, those of us who have that sort of third eye where we can see beyond just the surface stuff, we're surrounded by these people who just like eat the bullshit. And so then you're starting from like, you're starting from a place where you have to first inform them of what's actually happening before you can even talk about the details, you know? And so it's just like, it's so much work and people have to be ready to receive that message, which they most certainly aren't. Cause like, even with the whole 45 thing, like him winning again, I voted for the guy in 2016 because I didn't trust Hillary. I just didn't trust her. Turns out I made the right decision. But everyone thought I was fucking crazy. Everybody. And now I'm hearing people just like, you know what? Maybe he wasn't that bad. I was like, you fuckers. This whole time I took so much shit from everybody. And now everyone's like, oh, you know what? Maybe he's not that bad. And it's just like, you can't help these people sometimes, man. Let's see. Gingerbread and peach ice cream with sassafras tea. Hush now. I'm not sure what you mean, CT, but cool. Sounds kind of delicious, maybe. The Arab world is generally pro-45. Are they? Here's the thing. Yeah, I mean, he did secure that peace in the Middle East deal. That was kind of cool. I mean, yeah, that was great. But, you know, that's down the drain now. So, I don't know. Yeah, Saudi, UAE especially. Yeah, exactly. It's like, that's why when people talk about, like, and I remember the conversations people were having in 2020, like, we need to make the position presidential again. We need decorum and someone more serious who, I'm just like, are you guys fucking smoking? What are you smoking? Like, yeah, he pops off on Twitter. So what? What we're talking about is results here. And the guy can deliver, man. The guy can deliver results. You might not like how he does it. You don't like the way the sausage is made, but he gets it. But whatever. People got in their emotions, and now everything's fucked. You know, it's just like, Fucking told you guys. It sucks to be right. I may move to Saudi. They're paying ridiculous money right now for executives tax free. Really interesting. How's the heat though? I don't know. Is the weather worth it? I've heard. I have some relatives and friends of the family who did do that. They went to Saudi and just racked up cash, bro. Like insane amount, and then they bought a bunch of property in the U.S. too. Like it's crazy the opportunities available for Americans and stuff like that. And so yeah, it's an option if you're willing to. Oh, and here's the thing: like if you have a family, because friend of the family, like and a friend of mine growing up, their family moved to Saudi Arabia for some sort of tech position or something. I think he was an engineer. Hired the guy, making crazy bank, and turns out they actually have westernized schools in Saudi Arabia for families who come overseas, for expats. And so the guy, like this friend I was growing up with, ended up like going to this private school and all this shit. And it's just like, and it's all supported by the company that brought him there and everything. It's just crazy opportunity if you're willing to live there. Now you have to have a family who's willing to follow that sort of lifestyle, because there are some downsides. Like at least back in the day, they have the religious police as my friend was describing it. I don't know if they're as strict now, but apparently, like, yeah, certain things are prohibited and it's all underground, and and then, for a while, women couldn't drive there. So if you had a wife who wanted to be more free, that wasn't really an option. Now they can, but whatever. And then the hijab thing and all that. The heat is bad in the summers, but tolerable the rest of the year. Okay. Yeah, they have American schools, British schools, and now they're easing up on restrictions. It'll be like Dubai in a few years. Yeah. So it's definitely an option for sure. I read some stuff about like abundance being the reason why a lot of places can't make progress. And one of the examples they like to give is like Singapore versus like Saudi Arabia or any of these like natural resource wealthy nations. And it turns out like constraints and limitations on resources somehow breeds creativity and innovation. And that's essentially what happened to Singapore. Like they had to become a hub of commerce because they had nothing else. And that's how they won. Whereas Saudi, they're trying, but they have all that oil money. So it kind of prohibits them from like innovating. There's no constraints, and constraints breed creativity, and necessity is the mother of invention. But if you have no necessity to create something new because you have something so abundant and so wealthy there, it's hard to like go in a different direction. They're trying, and I commend the attempts. They're trying to do the entertainment type thing and bring like all these opportunities to like bring executives and technology and stuff like that. But in the end, like if you're using money to bring people over, you're not really bringing inspired people to go create something of the future. And so I commend the attempt, but I don't know if it will be successful. But in the meantime, you guys can get the bag. Get the bag. Get the fucking bag. So that's cool. Good luck. I mean, if you don't have a reason not to, then it would be cool just to even just live overseas for a bit, especially when it's like on the dime of the company that brings you over. It's like you don't have to worry about it too much, and everything is easier. You can have all the creature comforts, and even like in some parts of the Middle East, like when it's so hot during the day, everything shuts down and they live at night. They're nocturnal for a bit, especially during Ramadan. I think they do that where there isn't really much activity during the day when it's hot and where people are just chilling. And then at night, everyone's active and everything just to accommodate for the weather and issues like that. So consider that as an option. I don't want to live overseas, but I want to visit Dubai. Yeah, Dubai looks cool, I guess. I don't know. As far as like, I know a lot of people here's the thing. The Instagram models make it look great, but apparently they do some shady shit. Some weird stuff to be able to, and I think there was some lady on TikTok who explained like how it really is. And a lot of these women are low-key workers, if you know what I mean. Workers. that's how they afford the lifestyle. They don't really afford it. They're brought there. And it looks nice and fancy and all that stuff. But I think as far as like experiencing the world and trying something new, I think South America would be cool. But I think I've always been like a of the people sort of vacationer. I want to live as the locals live, kind of like, yeah, there's certain creature comforts I just need to have. But at the same time, like, I'm not a fan of the opulence, the fancy shit. That might be your vibe, actually, for sure. Because if you like cars, you like jewelry, that might make sense for you. So definitely check out Dubai. But I've always been more of a like, let me see how people actually live. So when I visited Turkey, I did the things I wanted to eat. Yeah, you like fancy stuff. That makes sense. I'm the opposite, actually. I don't like fancy things. Like, I like simple things. I like simple, intuitive things. So like, I don't wear jewelry. And this isn't jewelry, by the way. These are just magnets. It's not like a fancy frame or whatever. I don't own watches. I own an Apple Watch, but I only wear it when I go for a walk, just to track my steps. What up, my guy? Still laughing about you saying a 22 is enough. A 22? Oh, you mean LR? Is that what you're talking about? Yeah, I think that is enough. If that's what you're referring to. I don't remember. You only live once, live good. Yeah, well, to me, it's just like, it's not even, I don't know. For me, jewelry, stuff like that doesn't do anything for me. You know? Yeah, I think a 22 is enough, dude. It's enough. You can scare a person with the 22. If you want to think about it as defense, you can scare someone with the 22. They can't tell. Most people can't tell the difference. Unless you actually have to use it. They will, I guess, feel it. But like, I mean, how good is your aim, Jaden? How good is your aim? You know, a 22 somewhere in this region, you know, can do wonders. And here's the thing. It's just like, here's the thing. There's a YouTuber, 22 Plinker, I think his name is. I don't know. Here's the thing. It all comes down to training. The thing itself, I have to use code words, sorry. But the thing itself, shot placement is the thing. I'll give you that. Yeah. Here's the thing. Like, practice is what's most important. Practice is what's most important. So if you think about the easiest and most accessible way to get rounds downrange, right? Like, you can't get anything more affordable than a 22, man. You can't. And so it's like, if you really want to put practice, like we talk about practice, I mean, yeah, we are. And what did they say? In an emergency situation, you don't rise to the occasion, you fall to your training. So yeah, it's all about training, and the easiest and most accessible way to get the numbers that you need to be good enough, that shot placement is something you can, use it. And then when you're in game situation, you want to use what you practiced with. So you can't just upgrade, you know? So yeah, 22 is enough. And I think it's safer for like home defense, considering it's not going to go through walls and shit. I'm going with a 45 or 9 millimeter. Okay. Yeah, they're cool. I don't know. Here's the thing. As far as like 3D printed versions, I think you can make it really work with the 22. 9, 40, nah, those are harder. Especially considering the do I wax my head? No, I don't. I shave it with a razor. I don't know how waxing would feel. That would be awful. Oh my God. I don't know how women do it in their nether regions. That's awful. I want me a 9. Okay. Yeah. Here's the thing. Like, I kind of want to print mine, if you know what I mean. Ghost. That's cool. But, and I think it is possible. It would probably have to be like a multi-stage manufacturing process. First, you would probably want to print it out of some liquid resin, probably. So one of those like, what do they call them? DLP resin printers. One of those resin printers. You can get like high tolerance and density is what you're looking for. And then you probably have to go through some curing stage to harden the plastic. And then you can make the lower. And then actually build the thing. So There's a guy out there who has this stuff. The 3D models there. You have to stay ready, especially if you live in St. Louis. Yeah, I'm not living in St. Louis, but yeah, like, yeah. But I'm in Texas too. People carry here too. Bro, TikTok is so bad about these things. Bro has to set that communist thought process before. Yeah, I fucking hate it, dude. I hate it. But like, we're enjoying a conversation here. Clearly, like, you got to use code words if you're going to be on their platforms. We're in enemy. We are behind enemy lines, guys. We are. Let's be real. That's what we're doing here. And unfortunately, that's the only way to connect with each other right now. Hopefully, one day I can help solve this problem. I have some ideas. I'd like to dabble in software. So, dude, Matt, you can't say the word. You can't say the word in the chat. You can make most ghosts, but can't sell them. Yeah, but what if you could give them away? That's my thing. And I have to look into this more a little bit. But like, if it's plastic, it's a polymer one, and you figure out the right material, and you can make the molds, and you can ensure safety, and you can get the cost down to like, man, it'd be great if you can make them for like 50 cents a piece. Cause like, you get cheap plastic shit from manufactured, the dollar store, you see that shit. Yeah, what if you could make them 50 cents a piece, and then you could literally give them away? That'd be crazy. And then you sell all the other parts that aren't tracked. And so you can turn that into, I don't know, obviously the ATF would probably have a problem with that. But what if someone independent, like a charity organization that was dedicated to 2A, right? And they just gave away lowers for free to people at like shows or whatever. And then all the other manufacturers get to benefit off of that because they build all the other pieces that go into it. I wouldn't want to do something proprietary, because although that would be better for business, I think it kind of defeats the purpose behind the organization, if you know what I mean. But yeah, give them away because conversation. Yeah, that we give them away conversation we had. Yeah. But that comes with more handouts to teens robbing stores. Yeah, that's unfortunately the cost of freedom, man. I think here's the thing. If they didn't push people to try interesting shit like this, then if they just leave the laws alone as they are, there would not have to be a counterforce like this that needs to exist. But, they can't help themselves. They can't help themselves they got to get in the way. So now there needs to be a counterforce. And yes, that comes with consequences, unfortunately. But that's just the game. And this wouldn't have to it reminds me of like the Dark Knight, the balance between Batman and the Joker. And like, it's like your presence invites challenge. Like, that's what they're doing. And so what do they expect to happen? Like, so far they've been getting away with it, but man, maybe there just needs to be someone out there who's just like, fuck it, we're doing something different. And you have your rules, and in this situation, your rules don't apply. Now what? You really going to legislate technology away? That's what they're trying to do. Legislate technology. A machine. That's wild, bro. That's wild. And so it's just like, I don't know, that offends me as an engineer. I'm just like, really? You're going to tell us we can't build a plastic part? Are you kidding me? That's wild, bro. You're saying I can't take this piece of aluminum or steel and then mill it out with a CNC machine, and now all of a sudden it's a fucking problem as soon as I try to sell it to somebody? It's like, oh, okay. Let's play this fucking game. Let's see what happens now. That's how I feel about it. I don't know. That's the rebellious spirit I got going in me. But I don't know. For a lot of people, it's just like, whatever. But that comes with more handouts to, yeah. Have you heard of the possible 2,000-year defense systems that are protecting the first emperor of China's tomb? No, I haven't heard of that. That's wild. Yeah, no, I never heard of that. Yeah, what? Will have you seen how scary AI is getting, dude? It's not scary to me. It will replace jobs that don't require like actual creativity or thought, for sure. Like, they will replace HR departments for sure. They will replace those like paper pushers for sure. But like, should those jobs have even existed in the first place? As far as creative work, I think that will always be in demand, because like, I've seen like the small little creative decisions a person can make as an editor that makes all the difference in the reception of a piece of content. And I don't think that's something AI can figure out because it's taking massive amounts of data that's already out there. Now you can say, oh, here's all this performing stuff, take all the best stuff that has the most retention, the most reach, the most likes, all that, and analyze it and come up with patterns. But here's the thing, people's tastes change. They change over time. You see this happen on TikTok too, where like the type of content people made, it was dance videos and it was all the trends and TikTok sounds and all that stuff. And now it's moving towards like more informational, more high quality, more longer content. And you see the transitions happening. And that's the thing AI can never keep up with, being able to adapt in real time. Now, maybe it can get pretty close, but never quite there. And I think AI models, local, highly specific AI models will be incredibly useful. Now, this whole general AI stuff, nah. So, I mean, it's a cool thing, but it's also hella expensive right now. And of course, they're going to say they're going to drop the price, but eventually we'll see what it turns into. I could be wrong, and maybe I am wrong, but I've also seen this hype cycle happen with a lot of different things in technology. So, but if you have a startup and you say it's AI related, you will definitely get funding for sure. And so, you know, that's sort of a sign like maybe it's overhyped. Supposed to be protected by rivers of mercury, mechanically set bow and arrows never open. Yeah, I'm having a hard time. It's like Indiana Jones shit. Wish The Dark Knight was rated R. Yeah, it's not rated R? Huh. That would be cool. I really fuck with the Joker in The Dark Knight for sure, though. Obviously without the killing, but honestly, the message and the honesty of the Joker and how he's beyond the things people care about. Like, all you care about is money. You know, that kind of vibe. I'm just like, the world deserves a better class of criminal, and I'm going to give it to them. Yeah, everything burns. Yeah, I fuck with that shit heavy, bro. Everything deserves to burn. In a metaphorical sense, not in a literal sense. Okay, FBI, NSA, I'm not. But they have never opened the tomb, so who knows? Yeah, AI is going to change the future, I would say, in less than 3 years. We'll see. Do you believe in any divine, like Jesus? I can get behind Jesus. Elon is already putting chips in people's heads, man. We're going to be so smart and see things we can't. I don't know. Like, it also, I don't know. Chips in our heads, man. Already they have us addicted to our phones, okay? Now, when they put the phone thing inside of our head, now they're going to have access to our brains. I don't know if that's a good thing. I don't know. Like, will it make super people? Maybe. But there's a difference between wisdom and intelligence. So, yeah, AI. It can tell you all the things, but choosing what the right thing is, that's judgment. That's wisdom. And so, like, you can trust the AI, but I don't know how that's going to work. Like, someone left on one of these comments, they're a teacher, and I posted this stitch of a video about people were talking about AI, all this stuff. And I'm like, AI kind of makes you a shittier person, as in terms of like skill set. Like, if you depend on it too much, your skills will atrophy. You will not be able to speak or write or do anything original anymore. And I'm seeing it happen. Like, my brother uses ChatGPT a lot to send emails to people. And he's just like, hey, make this sound professional to whatever. And then it'll do it for him, which is cool. But then it kind of, that opportunity to learn how to speak better, to speak well, to write correspondence, that's not a skill he's developing because he's not actually doing it. For instance, like even for these videos that I've been posting lately on Instagram and even on TikTok, I've been writing scripts to explain complex topics in simpler ways, like science related stuff, which has been doing better, but I've been writing scripts for like the last few months. And if I just use ChatGPT, I would not have learned what works and being able to speak into a camera using my own words in a more accessible way. So it's just like, you know, be careful how you use it. And the teacher who left the comments like, yeah, I'm telling my students, like, it's making it impossible for you to learn the skill itself, which then when you like actually talk to people in person, they're like, you don't sound like you write. It's like, yeah, because they didn't write it. So Well, I'm definitely gonna wait till it's changeable and replaceable. I want an advanced model. Okay, yeah, you definitely want to. You don't want to be the first one. You know, when it came with these jabs, a lot of people just got in line to be the first one. I don't know if you want to be the first one for any technology. The best way you can think and get the answer easier thinking, and phones won't be needed. Yeah, I don't know. I use it for every simple email. Yeah, be careful, go hard or Dev. Yeah, I'll just call you Dev. Plus that, and nice to see you here again. By the way, I did not order the spice yet. Thanks for the reminder in your username. Plus that ChatGPT, you can talk to it in real time via voice. It replies in real time. Crazy wild. Yeah, that's kind of wild. I think a lot of people might find companionship through AI, which is kind of sad because like humans will not ever be as moldable as AI can be. You know that movie Her? I think it was I forget the actor of it, but basically like he fell in love with the AI. And AI can be anything, but here's the thing: it's like it's manipulating your humanity in a way. And the fact that people are just like looking at this as if it's a positive thing kind of blows my mind. Just like, all right, so this person's not going to be able to connect with anyone anywhere else because their view of a connection of a connection with a person will be molded by their relationship with AI. And no human connection could ever be that good because people are flawed. People are flawed and people have their own interests. And I think part of like life and companionship is finding a person that you can sort of be compatible with and still have your differences and issues, but still get through life and live life together that way. And no one will ever be able to compete with an AI that's tailored to just say the things you want to hear. And so it's just like, man, it's a trap. I feel like it's a trap, but whatever. People make their choices and it is what it is. That's sad. I get your, that's sad. Get your ass up and get some girls, man. Why are people doing that? It's sad. Some people are extra. Here's the thing. It's not just dudes. It's women too. A lot of women struggle to find companionship out here. It really is. I think it is work. That's the thing. And this is also related to the whole writing emails and stuff. It's like people take the easiest path all the time. I think one of my strong suits is that I get bored with easy. So I take the harder path. And that has allowed me to do interesting things. It's been a grind, and in the process, it fucking sucks. But afterwards, when you accomplish something and you learn a new skill because of that journey, it pays off. Not just strictly in a monetary sense, but in a like fulfilling your soul kind of sense. But I don't know. I'm still playing around with these ideas, so I'll let you know how it goes in the next few years. Buckwheat, my man. Sup, buckwheat? Yeah, buckwheat. I'm not sure what you mean. After a while, it will have dolls acting as human companions. Here's the thing. Women already beat us to this, guys. Women already have robot companions that they spend time with. They're called vibrators. They're called, yeah, they use those guys. This is not new. It's just when women do it, people don't think it's a weird thing. But when guys do it, it's like, oh, it's so creepy, whatever. It's just like, okay, why are you guys calling it creepy when here's the funny thing. You ever see like Fresh and Fit and all those guys on the table with those girls and they're talking about, guys, incels, laid, blah, blah, blah. It's just like every one of those girls sitting at that table owns some sort of device to help her get off. Every single one of those girls at the table. So it's like, miss me with that shit. Like they aren't already having intimate relations with robots. They already did it. Now it's just a matter of like when it happens for guys. So it's just like, that's why it's like when people speak so highly of women, sometimes I'm just like, a lot of them are kind of perverted in that, which is kind of, I don't know. I'm not going to make strong opinions about it, but whatever. After a while, they will have dolls acting as human companions. Yeah. What's your Instagram? I have a video that gives a good look on how the world will look. Hang out. I'll put it in the chat here for you. Comment. It's at table.moments. At table.moments, yeah. That's the Instagram. Let me see. But my emails sound rude when I don't use AI. Oh, you gotta fix that, Dev. You gotta fix that. Like, why do they sound rude? Because you're just stern and straightforward with people. Is that why? Dating is hard because people play games. See, a lot of people. Here's the thing. The way I see it is like, all right, so people do play games. That is true. But like, if you are not someone who fucks with that kind of stuff and you don't want to play games and you're looking for something deeper, possibly even spiritual, understand you're dealing with a small segment of like-minded people. Okay. And you unfortunately have to go through the masses to find those people. I've been dealing with the same issue with social media. That's why it's like, it's easy to make generalizations about girls and guys and all this stuff. But if you're looking for something deeper, more unique, that isn't found commonly in the average person, understand there's a bell curve for girls too, as much as there is for guys. Now, we don't see the guys and the type of guys girls have to go through. But imagine, like, there are plenty of dumb, shallow, playing games types of dudes out there too. And so there is a female equivalent of that too. Now, women don't typically get called out for it, but they're there. They're there. And so if you're looking for something a little more unique, something more cerebral, something with like, you have to go through the masses to find those people. We're looking for exceptions is essentially what we're doing, as people who don't like playing games. And so, yeah, you'll be right most of the time, but you will run into that exception every now and then. And hopefully you're the type of person who can be with that person who's also looking for someone just as exceptional. Men have dolls in pockets as well. Yeah. Yeah, I've learned to date later on high school relationships. High school relationship BS, yeah. Exactly, bro. You're definitely right about it. They also do same things we do as guys for sure. Dude, girls are freaks, man. Girls are so... But here's the thing, you got to take them out of that because they get in their head about it, bro. They get in their head. So if you can be that kind of dude who can let them relax and not feel judged, don't judge a girl. Don't judge a girl. You'll be surprised what she will share with you, first off, in terms of information, but then also how fun she can be when you're not coming from a place of judgment. Like, this is why I like to think like, any girl that you're dating or run into, just assume she's been ran through. And it doesn't have to be true. It's a good mindset to have, because then you just accept whatever you can hear from her. And then she doesn't have that feeling of judgment. And then when she doesn't have that feeling, you'd be surprised how freaky these girls are, man. Oh my God. Like, it's so much fun for both of you. And so it's like you can have this mutual understanding and just like, and then she'll reveal all the things she's done before that maybe you might not want to wife up, but at least she will have told you. Otherwise, if you come from a place of judgment, she'll keep it a secret. And then you'll find out years later, your girl who you married and you have some kids with, you're like, you did what? It's like, no, it's better to know now. And you know now because you don't judge her. So stop judging women. You can judge them privately in your head if you want to, but don't give her the feeling of judgment. And they get really neurotic about it and they care about how people perceive them. So, and if you're a woman in here, please correct me if I'm wrong, but I know it to be true. We have, okay, more things I want to see in the future. The future is going to be crazy in 3 years. Girls tell you too much info in relationships in the first week. You get pictures the first week. You need to back out. I don't know. Like, she might just be doing that with you. If a girl really fucks with you, she will do things that she doesn't do with other dudes. Like, yeah, I know my lane. My lane works for me, and like, yes, it's not productive for any dude to judge a girl on anything related to sexuality, because it is bad for you as a dude. It does not work in your favor. Now, in the end, you can use it to make judgments about whether or not this is a long-term or short-term thing. But, I mean, just don't make her feel that way, and you'll be surprised how much fun and easier your life becomes. And I think a lot of women would agree. Like, I have this one video that I posted, like, earlier this year where I talk about BJs are for them, they're not for you. And, yeah, basically I explain, like, look, if you frame BJs as for you and you're begging for them, she doesn't want to do it because you're putting an obligation on her. Women, just as much as, I don't know, guys don't mind obligation so much, but women, I've noticed, seem to have more issues with obligation. So if you don't put it on her and you treat it like something that's for her, something she gets enjoyment out of, which is actually true for a lot of women. You'd be surprised. They actually really enjoy it. If you're the type of dude she really vibes with, a lot of women, and we had an OF model, male OF model, come on the podcast, and he made a really good point about how a lot of women really get a lot of enjoyment out of seeing their partner really enjoy the experience. And so that's where they get the enjoyment from, by seeing you enjoy it. And so, like, when you don't put the pressure on her, and in fact, it's sort of like for her pleasure, you find it'll happen way more often than you even realize. And then someone in the comments was like, bro, you capping, you don't know what you're talking about. And then I was like, and he was like, girls aren't that freaky. I was like, yes, they are. And then if you look at the like ratios, mine has like over 80 likes, and it's just like as a response, because women were in there like, yes, we are fucking freaky. We are freaky. And it's just like, yeah. And you get to see that side of women when you aren't judgy. So that's, I've had 2 girlfriends this year, and they were mental and freaky. Okay, yeah, the mental ones are always the funnest. I've noticed, man, like, it sucks. I wish the crazy ones weren't so much fun, man, but they are. So I get it, but then it's also dangerous too, because you can find yourself in a situation, which I've been in. We all make mistakes, man. We all do, but it is what it is. I'll be waiting till college. I can't find a girl that is fully there mentally. They're all crazy. I don't know if you're going to find non-crazy in college, but go out on a lot of first dates is what I would recommend. Like, it doesn't have to turn into anything more than that if you realize she's unstable. And it's funny, girls are kind of honest with how they are these days. So I appreciate the honesty, ladies. Please let out the crazy, because 1, it's fun, and 2, we get to know. You can't date a girl that's unstable if you're unstable. You need someone that supports you and isn't in the same mood. Okay. Hey, from Arizona, what's your passion in life? Pushing the world in a direction that it refuses to move. I think that's what I want to do. Challenging everything everyone accepts to be true, and seeing if I can push it in a different direction. That's my passion. I know it's very cryptic and like woo-woo kind of shit, but I'm still trying to figure out how to define this. Bro said the funniest. Yeah, I might go back into that loophole. Yeah. Glad I met my wife in college. Feel bad for people dating today because it's so hard right now. Yeah. You'd think it'd be easier, though. That's the funny thing, right? Technology is like, oh, we can connect people, the internet, all that stuff. And the opposite has happened. So it's just like, when people talk about AI too, I'm just like, all these predictions about like the future, they might not turn out as you expect. So, it is what it is. It is really hard. It's too much. Yeah, it can be. It's unfortunate, but here's the thing. It's hard for you guys. It's hard for them too, because women have to do the selection. So it seems like the easier position to be in, because it's like, oh, you don't have to do any work. You just have to but then when you understand they are coming from a more vulnerable position, and then also having to make decisions is rough because you are in control of your destiny, which this is why I think a lot of women tend to adopt the whole zodiac thing to explain how they are, and the things that happen in their life, and then rationalize bad things away, because they are in control of their life, at least in terms of romantically, because they are making the selection. And so imagine being in that position where you have to make a decision about somebody and then live with the consequences for that decision. A lot of guys, we're just taking what we can get. And then if you work on yourself, you get to have options. And then when you have options, then now the decision's on your court. But usually you get the options later in life. So you have wisdom on your side. You've had life experience. You know what it's like to not get attention. You know what it's like when people passed you up, when they didn't really fuck with you, when the girl cheated on you with that other dude. You know all that shit. So as an adult, you don't tolerate bullshit. You're more secure in who you are. You are secure in all the other aspects of your life outside of women. And so you're coming from a position of stability where you can actually make a rational, good decision. Whereas a lot of these girls, they're 20. do you think you could have made good decisions when you were 20 years old? Like, so it's no wonder. And then finally, when they get the wisdom, when they're like pushing 30 or a little older, then it's just like, man, now I know what I'm looking for, but it's sometimes too late. And that sucks, man. That sucks. So I feel for these women, but at the same time, I don't know. It sucks. So it's like we can show some empathy. I wouldn't be jealous of these women. I would feel sorry for them. That's what I would say. And it's tough to hear, I know, ladies, sometimes, but I mean, the world hasn't cared, to be honest with you. So I figured maybe I can be the one person who can actually be honest with you. And maybe you can find like-minded men here who fuck with your energy. So, but yeah, good for you, Matt Carpenter, finding your wife early. And that's a funny thing. That could have easily been me. If I found someone right after college, I would already be married, bro. I already would be. It's really hard. It's not too much. The girls that purposely try to twist you, think they're doing a good job. What are they teaching? Yeah, I don't know. What's good, Kaylin? What's good? Your bio is, this is my bio. I think you could change it to something more fire, bro. What do you think of Trump going back into office? I'm excited. Yeah, that'd be dope. I mean, I kind of miss all the drama. Because then he gets the POTUS handle, guys. He gets the POTUS handle on Twitter, or I guess X, and all the other. What are they going to do? They're going to ban the POTUS handle? I don't think they can. So that would be hilarious. And the fucking fire tweets and content that would come out. Honestly, I've been doing content long enough that I think I can make some really good campaign material if I really wanted to. Should I? I think it would be funny to make some campaign material for the team. But I would never work for the guy because he has an issue with like staffing. I don't fuck with that. But it would be exciting. Just all the drama, because it's better than House of Cards, guys. It's way better. Like all the stuff that happened. Like if you dig deeper than the superficial stuff that you see on like the New York Times or CNN or whatever, and you start like going into like the niche communities and you start seeing what's actually happening. Like that one time where he had a beef with Congress and he's like, oh, you guys want this congressional bus to take you to this whatever trip? Yeah, fuck that. I control all this shit in Washington, D.C. You don't get that anymore. And it's just like, yo, who does that? Trump does that. As you get older in life, the selection of pool gets even smaller. As a dude, it actually grows. As a dude, if you take care of yourself as a dude, it actually grows. Which is, I mean, yeah. Will the goat say hi? I'm not sure what you mean. Honestly, man, you start to get that attractive group that you look for. Yeah, that's what I think too. These women can be very brutal when it comes to dating. Maybe. User, no, please don't. Hey, user. Oh, you got the flag in there? Oh, man. You're really into it, huh? That's how you know when someone's serious, when they put the flag in their bio. It's nice to see you here, though. How's everything been? I know you just graduated, so how's everything going, by the way? Too bad they're trying, or you graduated in June. Too bad they're trying to put him in jail, keep him out of office. They can come to the thought of killing him if it comes to it. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, people have attempted to attack politicians. That's wild. You guys remember the whole Republican baseball team kind of thing? And Steve Scalise, I think, was the guy who got hit. But man, yeah, some people are just too radical and too into this stuff. But it'd be cool. He gets taken to jail, he has a mugshot already, and then he becomes president, and then he gets to pardon himself, and then gets to enter the White House. Oh my God, what a script, guys. You know, people say like life turns out in the way that would make for the best script, like the best movie, or and man, that would be amazing to see. Just for the idea that could happen. I mean, you can have your opinions about the guy one way or the other, but I don't know. Oh, dude, that flag is a little too much. No, it's she, though. It's not a dude. Sad to see people like Palestine justice for Israel. See, man, we really don't got to get into this, guys. Come on. What a main character plot. Dude, oh my God. Like, here's the thing. If Hollywood was honest, there were so many movie opportunities to come out of the Trump administration. So many cool movies that could come out of it, man, if they were honest. But, no one wants to talk about that kind of stuff or make media because it would make them look good. Which is why I think it'd be cool to start a media production. Well, I mean, this is media production, but it'd be cool if you did cool things like that. Like a game show, maybe a movie branch and TV shows. Hey, Jessica Wilson. Nice to see you here again. I'm good. How are you? Is a badass? I don't know if he's a badass. He's just willing to push in ways that no one else is. And that's the thing I appreciate about him. Hey, you two. Always good. Awesome. WSP. What does that mean? Even DeSantis wouldn't mind if he won. DeSantis, I think, is a good operator. You have founders, visionary founders like Steve Jobs, and then you have people who make really good operators who can run the business part. And I think DeSantis is a good. That's why it'd be cool to have DeSantis as the VP with a more active role, who played like a Dick Cheney type, and ran the stuff that needed to be ran. But I don't know. He's also sort of establishment, so I'm kind of worried about that. But it would be nice to have an operator type, so Trump can just worry about messaging and sentiment and pushing the country and making the statements and the visions, and then having someone who can just execute in the back end, who understands how the monster of Washington, D.C. actually works. Funny thing is, I will be in Washington, D.C. on January 6th. Not for that event, but someone close to me is getting married, and they're getting married in Washington, D.C. So I actually reserved some time to go see the Capitol on that day. I think it'd be funny. Hope you have a good night. Yeah. You too, Jessica. You're an independent, huh? It's hard to put me in a category, man. Because if you can't tell, you're calling me an independent, but some people call me right wing. Some people call me. I also have some sympathies for socialists. Their grievances are correct, but their implementation is wrong. And so when Republicans talk about free market capitalism, this ain't free, man. This ain't free. And they always defend big corporations who are established players who protect their position through lobbyists and regulation. And so they have some grievances that are correct. So it's I don't think you can put me in a category, which I know is the cop-out answer. Independent, it's actually funny because honestly, I'm actually still a registered Democrat. I just think it's funny. I don't change my party affiliation just because I don't care to go through the effort, because it doesn't matter. Your affiliation doesn't matter. You can vote for whoever you want when you're in the voting booth. So to me, it's just it's funny that I can say I'm a Democrat on paper, but in reality, I vote how I want. And I just think that's funny. It's also more persuasive too. Trump is in the lead. Yeah. Jan 6th. Yeah, Jan 6th. I think it's hilarious. It's Jan-teenth, by the way. Shout out to the Hoteps. They came up with that. Jan-teenth. It'd be cool to wear a hat that said Jan-teenth or that wrote J6 on the hat or something, and then walk into the Capitol getting a tour. It's is this what a insurrection looks like? Is that funny or not? I don't know. I think it's funny, but my sense of humor is always in question, because what I find funny is not what other people find funny. But whatever. As long as I get a chuckle out of it, that's all I care about. Yeah, you're welcome, Jessica. I'm an independent. I vote who has a brain. I don't think any of them have a brain at this point. Trump more than others, though. At this point, Biden doesn't know he is Biden. Yeah, it's funny. It's tragic because I remember how people talked about him. They're like, oh man, we need some decorum and seriousness, and Biden's going to bring unity and all this stuff. And I'm just this ain't aging well at all. And then you realize everyone just shuts the fuck up. But I like pointing out the stupid decision people made. It's all right, you voted for Biden. And so I get to give shit now. I took all the shit back in the day. Now I get to give shit. And I'm going to milk the hell out of it. And so whenever people complain about something, Just, oh, this sucks. Gas prices, the economy, what the hell, Middle East, Palestine. Now the Palestine stuff, it's easy to just say, you voted for this. You voted for this. It's so easy to say it. And so that's why, like, I encourage you to say it to all your friends and family who gave you so much shit for liking what you like. Biden is incompetent. He just doesn't have it in him. I don't think he's running the country. I think it's just whoever else is his handlers. And his handlers suck at it, apparently. So it is what it is. Leave the World Behind on Netflix wasn't a movie. It was The Last Warning. I'm going to have to check that out. Leave the World Behind. Let me write that down. Leave the World Behind. Film on Netflix, 2023 American apocalyptic psychological thriller film produced and written and directed by Sam Ismail, based on a 2000 novel. Film stars Julia Roberts, Mahershala Ali. Ooh, he's cool. Ethan Hawke. Ooh, Training Day. And then I don't know who this other person is. Kevin Bacon. Oh man, Kevin Bacon's in the movie. As they attempt to make sense of the gradual breakdown in phones, television technology, which points to a potential cataclysm. Yeah, I'll check it out. I like that point of view, man. Yeah. Definitely gonna have to check that movie out. Cool. I'll check it out. Barack and Michelle produced. Oh, for real? Did they? Is it a documentary or is it a movie? It's a movie, right? And did they really produce? I don't imagine. It's always weird how these politicians, after they leave office, they get super wealthy. This is a late bribe, guys. This is a late bribe, a delayed bribe. So what the hell, man? I can't believe people look at this shit and just like, how's Nancy Pelosi worth hundreds of millions of dollars? And all she's ever done is work in government. No one sees this as a problem. And everyone just looks the other way. I don't know, man. This shit bothers the hell out of me. No one's innocent. Yeah, no one is. That's the one thing about Trump. It's like he was wealthy before he became a politician. That, at least, you can trust better than someone who makes their money after they leave office. It's like, come on, man. How did you get producer roles? How did you get a #1 selling book? How did you get a podcast produced by I don't know. All this shit is so shady. Insider trading queen. Yeah. Nancy Pelosi, the insider trading queen, whose husband works in finance. Oh, that's not a problem at all. You know, your wife makes decisions that influence finance, and then you make the trades, and then we're all supposed to just like, ha 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 ha. It's fucking, man. We're surrounded by corruption, guys. Barack isn't his real name. They're all actors. It's not his real name. What's his real name? Put it in the chat, unless it's going to get this banned by the NSA. Barack Obama, real name. Why would you choose Barack as your name? What's his real name? Yeah, why wouldn't it be Barack? Are you going to say birth certificate shit? Is this a birth certificate joke? Yeah, but he isn't innocent, but it isn't, and he's just good and bad at both sides. I love him. You're talking about Trump? Thoughts on GTA 6 trailer? Didn't watch it. What's Barack's Finsta? What's a Finsta? I don't know what you guys are using. All these words I don't know. We explain confusing Instagram trend. What is a Finsta? Let's see. When asked, she said Finsta is a fake Instagram or a Finstagram, shortened. What? What? Finsta worthy? But why? Why do you need a fake Instagram account? Isn't one enough? I asked her. She showed me. Oh, so it's like an anonymous account. Is that what it is, Dev? My Instagram is kind of fake, like only pictures of my best life. My cousin explained. I use my Finsta to share funny inside jokes with my closest friends. My real Instagram has 400 followers. My fake one only has like 8. Yeah, it's just a anonymous. All right. Okay, cool. Finstas. Celebrities' fake IG accounts they message people from. Oh, okay. Thank you for the description. I appreciate it. Oh, okay. I don't know. People had Finstas. Thank you for edifying us. We appreciate it. GTA 6 is a new generation of gaming. Is it? Is it any different from the old 5-star police coming after you, all that stuff, or 6-star? Your thoughts on gaming and what's your favorite genre? I like racing simulators. I know I'm weird, but I can get lost in the sauce doing time trials of a one track, like hours. I can do that just trying to shave tenths of a second and get my turns and riding the curbs perfect, dude. Like dude, I'm glad I don't own one. I made, also related to gifts, when we started this conversation, I actually bought one of those Logitech steering wheels for my brother. He's big into Formula One. And so I was like, yo, what if I gave him the Formula One game on PlayStation? And then I got him a steering wheel, one of those Logitech steering wheels. But then I know it's F1 themed. So what I did was I took that standard circular steering wheel, took that off and 3D printed a Formula One wheel. And I put that on. And so it feels like Formula One. And since I made it for him, I 3D printed it. And then I wanted to test it out and play with it to see why he really enjoyed Formula One. And I got real deep into it. Bro, I got so good at it. Not like as good as these streamers or whatever, but I was playing with that shit so much. And I gave it to for his birthday. He seemed to enjoy it. So yeah, I made that gift. So like gifts can, for the holiday seasons, if you're thinking about it, just like find what they're interested or passionate about and see if you can parlay that into some sort of gift. Your thoughts on gaming? Okay. Sent 5x roses. Thank you. Why do girls say, "Oh my God, I'm not," when I tell them they're beautiful? It's fake. I don't know. One, you shouldn't be telling girls that they're beautiful. If they are beautiful, they know it. Yeah, it's just that sort of fake thing that people do. Is like, "Oh my God, stop it." But, they enjoy the feeling. For me, I deflect because I don't take compliments well. Because the way I always thought about it was like, look, if you don't care what people say negatively about you, you can choose one or two paths. You either care what people say or you don't care what people say. And that means for good and bad things that they say. For me, the position I've always took and lean towards is not caring what people think when you really don't give a fuck. That means when they say bad things, when they lie about you, speak bad on your name, you don't even care to correct them because you don't give a fuck. But not giving a fuck also means you don't care about the positive things that you hear too. And so it's consistent. And so you either care or you don't. And that's always been my attitude. But in this case, I think it's like a feigning, like, oh, yeah, I'm not. But they're just trying to, it's fake humble is what I would say. Mish, it's fake humble. I'm 25 at that age now where a new GTA isn't as exciting anymore. I don't know. I was never into GTA. I was like, what's the point of this? I never got into the missions. I was like, all right, so this is just a free world where I do all this random stuff to people or to characters and fly planes, whatever. The flying the plane stuff was cool because, again, I like simulators. So that was cool. But outside of that, I was never into that kind of gaming. Pro Evolution Soccer is also fire when you're with friends. I don't care to do it solo. But when you're with your boys and you guys are like getting heated, talking so much shit to each other, it's like, bro, you fucking suck. I will. Yeah, man. Pro Evolution Soccer. It's better than FIFA. And I don't care what you guys say. It is better than FIFA because they think they're quirky and want you to compliment them. Yeah. VR is getting wild. I don't know. I have a VR headset. I haven't used it in months. Chrome Dome. Yep. Bro did not send you roses, by the way. Oh, it wasn't? Whatever. Low-key annoying. It is low-key annoying. Lying, big bro. Nah, bro, it was obviously fake roses message. I don't even care. It doesn't matter. XL American Pitbull pups available if interested. Oh, okay. Bred to defend. Let me know. Eesh. Okay. In GTA 6, we better be able to enter every house. That wasn't true in the old games. I guess that's like computationally intensive. It would be hard to design for, but maybe offer them to a Korean restaurant. Oh, that's come on, man. Bro promoted. That's dude. I kind of. Oh man, I don't know how to feel about it. On the one hand, it's uncalled for. On the other hand, I like that you shot that shot. I respect people who say shit out of pocket. So you get that from me. Bro promoted and dipped. Benito, don't do things like that. It's whatever. He's still here. Yeah. Attention viewers, are you bored? Send me $25. Cash app, trash man. Literally, bro, use your head. How else am I going to feed my kids? Yeah, I don't know if this is the best way to get sales, but you tried. Bro, are you getting spam? People don't think. No. He's not spamming, so I don't mind it. Like, if you guys have anything to plug, feel free to use the chat for this. Now, if you get spammy, that's a problem. And then because then it's hard to keep up with the comments. But Benito's it's straightforward. I don't mind it. You're good, bro. You're good. He says what it is in clear terms. XL, American Pitbull pups available if needed. Fire emoji. Give his number. Bred to defend. Let me know. It's very simple. I appreciate it. I respect the game, bro. I respect the game. So I don't know. And plus the idea behind Table Moments for me is like we can all eat off of this. So please, like, if this is an opportunity to like put yourself out there and share something, please use the chat. As long as you're not spamming, it's good for me. It's good by me. So bro, are you even getting spam? People don't think. Get a job. Just plug in my stuff. Yeah, it's all good. There should be a basketball court where the basketballs just automatically pop out from machines. What do you mean? So how would the game work? Actually, weirdly enough, I know someone who played college ball, women's college ball, my girl, and I was looking at the NBA. Apparently there was this like new tournament format or something with the NBA. I don't know. I don't watch the NBA. I feel like it's one of the softest sports these days because of all the like social shit they're trying to get into, whatever. But I was thinking like, yo, how can you improve the WNBA so it's more watchable? Which I know sounds kind of offensive if you're a lady, but think about it. Like, it's a subsidized league at this point. They don't make as much as they cost. So honestly, they don't get respect from even the organization that funds them. So I'm thinking like, how can you modify the game so it's more interesting to watch and is different? Because like you can't try to be like the NBA because you don't have the physical size, you don't have the stature, you don't have the athleticism of dudes. So like that's why the game doesn't seem as exciting. And so you're asking people to either go watch an NBA game and then go watch a WNBA game. And here's the thing, tennis has figured this out. Like, it's a different type of game when women are playing versus when men are playing. With men, it's more like a lot of power, and it's probably less watchable than it is with like women, where it's actually more strategy because they don't have the power to win the point on the serve. Except Serena, she can kill it. But yeah, so it's like, how can you modify the game so it's more interesting to watch? And I was thinking like, what if you got rid of the out of bounds and you made it like, have you guys ever played arena soccer where the walls there is no out of bounds? It's just walls and the ball can bounce off the walls and you guys just keep playing. I was thinking like, what if basketball was like that? Where it's the same format of basketball, except there is no out of bounds and the wall becomes a part of the play. You can dribble to yourself off the wall. You can pass off the wall, and then if you can take elements from hockey where people can sub in and sub out real quick, so it's just constant action. It's a different type of game. And she was explaining to me like, no, don't change the game. She's more of a purist. She's a Kobe type where she's like, nah, fuck that. No, the game is the game. Don't change the game. Love of the game kind of person. But at the same time, I think it would also be really cool to try out. So maybe a league, arena basketball league, instead of like, what did Ice Cube try to do with like the big three? Instead, what if you just turned it into arena basketball? And then, man, like you see arena soccer, that is interesting to watch, or like futsal or something like that, where they have out of bounds though. But like when you don't have out of bounds, then you can turn it into sort of like hockey. And I think it would just be, your conditioning would have to be on point, but I think it would be interesting. But I'm not sure what you mean by basketballs would just pop out of machines. That will be a thing. The only way I could do that was if you wanted me to. I could come and pick it out and then I can go. I don't know if I can get a hold of you, but I have a question for you about the car that I have for bodybuilding, the best sport. Okay. I'm not sure what you're talking about now, but okay. Things will be good in 3 years or less. Okay. It's at the floor and it appears like a Pokemon out of a Pokeball for basketball. Okay. Like if the ball goes out of bounds, a new ball automatically pops out from the machines. I guess, yeah. Like randomly, or does it go to the team with the possession? Mish, yeah, that will be a thing. The future will look like the pictures and make it surreal. Maybe. I'm pretty sure it's already a thing. Could be tripping. How old are you? If you're a minor, you will see things old people won't see than others. Yeah. They're called basketball dispensers. Okay. Yeah. I don't know. I think that would be an interesting way to switch up the game of basketball, make it more interesting. Conditioning, and it's a more fast-paced game, so it's like a different style. And plus, you can add that sort of flair and watchability of like you incorporating the wall into your gameplay. Sort of like, what do you call it? Rocket League sort of vibes. I think that'd be cool. Rocket Leagues. Or if you could get a bunch of street ballers and it's like, hey, here's a new dimension of the game where you can incorporate the wall. Let's see what you guys can come up with. And then the creativity that could come up with that. Oh man. Like what if you can like bounce it off the wall, get it to another player, or like an alley-oop where you bounce it off the ground, bounces off the wall behind the hoop over, and then someone dunks it. Oh my God, that is obviously women aren't going to be able to dunk it like that, but I mean, imagine some dudes playing. It's just like, yo, that's like NBA Street Volume 2 type shit. That would be so cool. Which, by the way, is one of the best soundtracks of a video game I've ever listened to. Which is funny because like I used Facebook's music splitter library, Python library, to analyze songs to see how they're put together. So like Just Blaze was a really prominent producer on that soundtrack. And so if you guys want to hear some of the breakdowns of that song, like the percussions are actually really interesting. I didn't realize how involved they are. But if you guys want to listen to it, put it in the chat. I can play it. Well, AI will make things like that. Japan already has things like that. Machines make your food for you. Yeah, that would be cool, actually. Machines making food. Dude, it already exists. What are you talking about? I'm not sure. Wait. Okay, cool. You were the one questioning it. Jeez. All right. Is this a real rose, guys? Appreciate it, G, if it's a real rose. If not, I mean, I appreciate whatever. You guys just even being here is enough for me. But yeah, man, I don't know. It's wild. We'll see what the future holds for us, but I don't know. I have all these ideas of what should exist. I was actually having a conversation with somebody. I'm like, maybe the future, people are worried about AI and all that stuff. It's like, no. I think the future that we want to live in is not going to happen unless there are people out there who want to make it happen. And the kind of future I think that would be really good for most people is an abundant future, one in which resources were not a limitation for living a good life. What do I mean? Well, think about everything that you need to live. And I think we've had this conversation before. But like housing, food, education, fulfillment, purpose, all those things. Now imagine all the resources, all the things you need to live as they cost right now, which seem expensive, largely due to inflation and wage stagnation. But what if all these things in the future cost 10 times less? 10 times less. Imagine a $300,000 house costs $30,000. Imagine that. Without the currency also inflating, which is a big caveat here. Imagine your utility bill is so cheap, it's so abundant, like your electricity bill, that they don't even, it's actually costs them more money to measure how much you use. So it becomes a flat fee, like a Netflix subscription. You pay $10 a month for unlimited water, electricity, heat, all that stuff. What if we could live in a world like that? Now that sounds crazy, but There's no technological reason why that can't be possible if we take society in the direction of that. Largely, it's unfortunate that regulation keeps a lot of this from even happening. But it's like, how could that ever happen? Are there any examples of anything like that happening? Well, there are. Like, look at information technology. Think about communication. Remember when there were limits on bandwidth for your internet? Remember when there was limits on text messages and how much data you can send, or how long you can have internet for when you're doing dial-up internet? Now it's all flat fees because it's so abundant. It's just a flat fee. And that's essentially what's happened with phones, with home internet, so what if we could do that for everything else? Now, the world of atoms, the world of the physical is much harder to do, but we can still create those futures if people are willing to work on those things. And the people who get in the way don't get in the way. And then we can essentially have what all the people who are asking for UBI are asking for, which is an affordable life. You can have that without necessarily having to give people money, because what if a minimum wage job could pay for all those things? Then what if a part-time minimum wage job can pay for all those things that you need to live comfortably? Then the worries of the world are just going to be things that we just invent out of nowhere. We're not going to have these problems of that we currently have. So that would be cool. What should exist? What do you want to see? I want to see things like hand-directed holographic vision. I don't know about technology. I just want everything to be so affordable that people don't, like, retirements don't even matter when everything is so affordable. It's like Social Security won't matter. You won't need it because, like, you can work 10 hours a week and it'll pay for a very abundant life. And, as people age, when they hit that age of retirement, people need some sort of purpose. So it's just like, then human, like Naval Ravikant talks about this on his one of his podcast episodes, where he's like, look, if everyone was trained in some sort of form of engineering or science or something to create new things in the world that create abundance, then everyone could live a hella abundant lifestyle and never have to worry about food, shelter, never have to worry about resources and their future in retirement or anything like that. But it's literally, and information is not the limitation because we have the internet. Anyone could learn this stuff if they really wanted to. It's just about doing the work and being motivated enough to do the work. And then the people who get in the way, which is largely government, who get in the way of people actually making progress in this world. It's like, can we do those things? Those are the things that I find interesting. As far as like technology, like, VR, AR, it's like, I don't give a fuck about any of that. I care about creating the kind of life that everyone says they want and making it a reality. And then people will obviously still complain because people just always compare to other people. So other people will have bigger houses, better food and all that stuff. But in the end, like, if you can address all those things, I'll call this life a win. And so if I can help be a part of that, creating that would be great. Drone delivery, we just need to start bringing things we see in these movies. Yeah, I think that's where cinema really does come in and inspires others, the next generation, to create those things. Unfortunately, you don't see those types of stuff in movies these days. A lot of it's like dystopian, like, oh, this is going to be bad, this is going to be bad. Back in the day, man, like, movies were more uplifting, so pessimism is a toxic ideology. Right? It's not an ideology, it's just an attitude. Well, if low paid jobs make you not worry about money won't matter. We'll have to become a fake currency. Yeah, I mean, like, money will not matter. That's why it's like, I don't know, like, people's obsession with money kind of blows my mind because, government prints more of it whenever they need it. It inflates every year. Like, why are you guys hedging? It's like, it just seems like people are measuring themselves against a metric that's constantly changing and devaluing itself. And it's just like, no, think about like what you're creating out here. And maybe that's more important. And then money won't matter. And then you realize, like, all these arguments that people are having about UBI and socialism and paying for all these things, like, it won't matter because it's all so abundant. And so that's why it's like, I try to have this conversation with Sam Cedar on the Majority Report. He wasn't getting it. He was like, oh, we need to reform Social Security by raising the cap. And I'm just like, if you raise the cap, you have to also raise the man. There's a lot of nuance into it, but it's like you have to fundamentally change the law, change it from an retirement program into a wealth redistribution program. And then when you start looking into Social Security and the Social Security fund and excess contributions, you realize all of it's just fantasy money. It's not real because they spent it already. And then you just like unfunded liabilities, and you've heard those terms. That's where that comes from. And it's just like people have no idea how fucked government finances are. They have no clue. If you knew, man, you'd be seeing the end of the world. It's just like, how the hell are we functioning at all? And you realize it all comes down to sentiment, how people feel. And because people don't know how it actually is working, people feel fine. It turns out that's all that really matters, people feeling fine. So, state like communist states do. Yeah, maybe, but it's not. It wouldn't be state. It would be private enterprise that runs all this. I heard a theory saying that we are just an infinite universe of simulations. Yeah, I've heard that theory too. Like a point system. Let me see. TikTok gave me a warning for conversations we're having. For real? About Social Security? I love you in Queer Eye. I don't know what that is, but pretty sure your profile picture is a meme. You need a call-in podcast. You could make a living on speaking on people's questions like YouTube. You're a good speaker. Oh, that's an interesting idea. We do have a podcast. This is sort of kind of like it, but call in. Would people want to call in? I don't know, because that's the thing. I've noticed, unfortunately, like the average person is not a good speaker, so I don't know how interesting it would be. And I don't like how a lot of people. I don't know if this is true for a lot of call-in shows, but it just seems like with Sam Cedar, he likes bringing people on who disagree with him, but he just likes to attack them. And I'm just like, this is some fucking weak sauce, bro. You've been doing this content shit for like decades, and then you bring some average person out there who has no experience usually, and then you're just gonna like try to stump them for fucking entertainment. This is like Borat level type entertainment. I'm just like, fuck that. I went on his show, and I realized as soon as the conversation started, the game he was playing. So then I was like, all right, now I got to be combative, which is fucking stupid. And it was a dumb conversation by the both of us, by the way. I stumped him a few times. He stumps me a few times because he was like citing government reports or whatever, which is like asking the government to report on itself, which is stupid. And then I basically show his lack of understanding of Social Security as a system. And it was wild that he admitted that publicly, but his own fans think he won. So it is what it is. And I was just like, that's so dumb. And I'm not trying to make people, and plus I've edited enough podcasts with people who aren't good speakers that I know like it's better when I can edit it because I can make people sound better. Because yeah, it is what it is. But yeah, I mean, if you guys are interested, I wouldn't mind like an informal type of thing that isn't lasting. So we can just like, this is what commenting is, essentially what your comments are. I'm reading your comments and then responding to it. I appreciate the compliment though, Jaden. Bro, what does that mean? Yeah, I don't like. You already do on TikTok, but making a call-in podcast is trying to get to different platforms. I am actually streaming on YouTube and Twitch at the same time, by the way. I have another camera here the quality isn't, I don't know, for whatever reason, if you plug in the camera directly into the PC, for some reason it gets downscaled. I'm not sure why. I'm going to experiment to see if I can get some high, because it looks great in StreamYard. It's just, I wish I don't know, man. I believe you would do well. Yeah, I'm constantly experimenting, so I'll take note of that, Jaden. I appreciate the input, though. Hey, at least you said it's a good idea. I love calling podcasts. Oh, yeah. Yeah, here's the thing. I like using these. It would be cool to use these as a brainstorming session, because I think podcasting as just a format needs expansion. You know, it's cool to do podcasting, but I like the idea that this can grow into something beyond just like, hey, talking heads type shit. Like, one, it would be cool if it was educational. Two, it'd be cool if we actually enriched people literally and mentally. So like actually come up with cool, interesting ideas of things that should exist in the world. And because of the money this makes, we can fund those projects. And so what these types of conversations could spawn, like this idea that we're like, you should start a call-in. It's like, okay, now, you know, this makes enough money that it can sustain. We can experiment with ideas like that. Or even better, like whatever opportunities or things that should exist, or experiments, actual social experiments, not the bullshit where people ask like stupid questions, but like, hey, does skin tone matter on social media? Let's go experiment. And I think it does. Lightness actually helps with content. It's a theory of mine. That's the hypothesis. We could be very formal and do like a whole study. And then also like with like, obviously there's a lot of things you can do in the dating realm where you can verify or nullify a lot of truths or untruths that people believe. And so like, if guys have an issue with having bad pictures on dating apps, what would happen? What would the swipeability, how much would the swipeability of this person improve by having a better photo? And so it'd be cool to test that out in the streets. So like going up to guys and be like, yo, show me what your dating profile looks like. All right, I'll trade you a photo. I have this nice camera, so I could take a good picture of you with angles, whatever. And then we can then take those their photos and the ones I take of them and compare them and take them out to the streets, which we've done street interviews before. And try it out and see like, hey girls, swipe through these images and then actually show numerically how much of an improvement. And I think for a lot of you guys, you will be surprised how big of a difference a good picture will make in the swipeability of your profiles. Like you have no idea. Like, man, it's insane. So I think those are cool projects to like do that are actually will educate you, will teach you something true about the world, and then possibly even become a business opportunity for either you guys to get involved with or to help pad other people's pockets who want to get involved in the project too. And so it's like, it's beyond just podcasting. It's like podcasting as like a hub to come up with interesting ideas where we're all honest and free to think without judgment from each other. And you know how like, you know how like a lot of these creators, like, they're like holding back some personal thoughts because they don't want to jeopardize I don't give a fuck. I know my time on these platforms is numbered because I'm just too ruthless with the honesty. At least I try to be. And so we can have those cool, deep, interesting conversations, come up with ideas, try them out in the world, and maybe put some money in your guys' pockets too at the same time. And then I also talked about this idea of starting businesses and giving you guys shares of it. I think would be really cool because I don't give a shit about money. So I think that would be cool. But I don't know. Maybe, and I think that's the direction I want to take Table Moments in, but I'm still percolating with the idea. Yeah, both sides of the podcast, it's always an intense battle and entertaining. I don't like the battling because I find it very unproductive. Not because I love arguing. Like when I'm hanging out with friends, whatever, like we're constantly arguing and I enjoy that, but it has to be arguing from a genuine place. For a lot of these podcasters, it's all like, I don't want to look bad in front of my audience. And it's just like, all right, so they're all just doing it for the show. I've been here for almost 2 hours. Yeah, I know. That's the one thing about this live. There are not a lot of people watching, but the people who watch for a really long time. And that's what I like. Steam Labs is what I use. Yeah, maybe I should convert. I've been using StreamYard, but I think I should use Stream directly from my PC. Yeah, maybe a podcast with vote polls and food tastings, challenges, a podcast with... That's actually a really good idea. I should experiment because I like always experimenting with food too sometimes. I see you. Yeah. Damn, has anyone talked and do activities on podcasts, reviews, gaming, science experiments? Dude, that would be like, man, that's such a great idea. Here's the thing, the content I've been making is all over the place. I've done science related videos. I've done food stuff because turkey burgers, easy way to like cut and get plenty of protein. I haven't done gaming, but it would be cool to like turn some stuff into games, and experiments would actually be really cool. But yeah, I think that's the next evolution of podcasting. Like it's beyond just talking on couches, guys. It's actually like coming up, using the podcast platform as a hub for brainstorming to go do real interesting shit or make video essays about something of an idea that came out of the podcast, or maybe even a live stream. So yeah, that would be so cool. And then get people involved in it so they can be a part of it. Cause like I actually got a chance to meet a couple people off of doing these live streams and stuff, and it's cool because they got ideas too, and it would be cool if this could be a hub that can let those ideas become a reality. What's up, Unc? What does Unc mean? He's just calling me uncle. It's a term of respect. Yeah, I'm the whitest Republican, so I don't know these terms. Yeah, that's okay. I don't know a lot of these terms, like what Dev said about Finstagram. Is it like that because BS saying your cousins but aren't? Yeah, I guess it doesn't make sense to me, honest. Beyond talking on couches, I like that. Yeah, dude. The couch talking is honestly fucking boring to me at this point. Unless, here's the thing, you even find like people on these couches aren't even saying interesting shit or aren't saying anything challenging either. Like, or saying something honest. You realize it's all performative. Like even with all the NBA players who have podcasts, it's interesting seeing the other side, their side of the story. But at the same time, it's just like, I feel like it's just a starting point. And I think it's a theory of mine that the next evolution is beyond just sitting on couches. So I'm living it and we'll see how it goes. I don't know if it'll work, but I'll try my best, man. And if you guys want to be a part of it, let me know. Kawhi Leonard, I love basketball. Oh, for real? You do? Kawhi, though? The Claw? Interesting. How'd you feel about the whole tournament format that they've had that just finished? I don't really watch basketball like that, but I don't really understand it, but I guess. Yeah, there was a tournament thing. It's like an in-season tournament that they just did. I'm not going to ruin it for you. Maybe you can watch it on replay, but it's like to make the regular season more interesting. They decided to have some sort of tournament. It's weird. I don't know. All right, guys. You guys have anything on your mind? Been on here for 2 hours, 25 minutes. At least on the stream here. Probably closer to 2 hours on TikTok. We could talk about colorism. That's a little hot and testy for some people. We could talk about Instagram. I got some learnings from that. If you're looking for a following, please learn from my mistakes. We can talk about rebellion, which is interesting because I have that rebellious spirit in me. I don't know, for whatever reason, when people tell me this is how things are, this is how you should be, you have to be, I'm just like, fuck that. Yo, King Covey, what's up, man? What's good? Yeah, colorism. Yeah, so colorism on social media. Like I recently got a light bar from Harbor Freight, which is why my skin looks lighter, but and it's looking great on the stream here through StreamYard. But like, man, it's weird how this stuff really matters. And you know, people think like you can rationalize people out of their biases. It's not true. You can't. And it was funny because I made a video because one lady. No, it's an unrelated video, but basically, I'm sorry, I'm not engaging much. I'm in doing skincare. No worries. Listening is enough, Dev. Take care of your skin. Yeah, it's enough. It's enough. You don't have to engage. But if you have any opinions, feel free to share it. But please raise your hand before you speak. No, I'm just joking, but maybe not. You need permission. But yeah, so colorism. It's interesting how, that colorism stuff actually matters. Unfortunately, I'm a little stereotypical. I'm not the brightest on the whole racial AI stuff. It's not even racial AI. It's just people's biases, natural biases. Like Pinky Doll. She is the pinnacle of the NPC meme. The girl who goes, the girl I'm talking about, the NPC meme. And turns out in reality, her skin's much, can you say, yeah, I'd say it's racial. And it turns out she uses a filter to get her skin look lighter, which is unfortunate because she understands people at least better than I do. Because it never even occurred to me that might be a thing people have a bias against. Now, I'm not going to go that far and like turn myself into a yellow bone for this. I'm not going to. I will improve the lighting because it just makes the content better and more receptive to people. Unfortunately, it matters, man. Those small things matter. And I know this to be true because it's been giving me results on Instagram. Instagram is a more superficial platform for sure. So unfortunately it is what it is. So, I mean, I meant to kind of space it out so TikTok can't see it. I don't mean, oh, okay. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, all right. Got it. Yeah, I missed that. But it just sucks because like dark skinned creators, and apparently someone who works in social media left a comment. I can't verify their claim, but apparently according to the analytics, according to them, that a dark skinned creator has about 30% the engagement and retention and all the metrics than a lighter skinned black creator, which I mean, it sucks because it's not something you can control. And so, but at the same time, people are people. And I know that's how people are. So it's just like, and then people don't want to accept these things, even though the analytics, the data knows it to be true. And that's my problem with it all. People want to censor these things. And so how does that serve the people who don't know that there are certain things that will play against them? When you tell someone that the world isn't how it actually is, they're moving in a different way, in a wrong way, because that's not how the world responds. And so when they're wondering like, why the hell is my shit not working? Why is this not? Why is this not? And they go on, you waste their time because they've accepted something that people told them was true that just isn't. We like to think people can be rationalized out of their biases, but they can't. Most people don't care to analyze their biases. And this extends beyond just race and skin or anything like that. This is generally anything people believe. And usually people have a strong in-group preference. Like they prefer people who look like them, which also works against just black creators in general. Because you have to understand, like in Western countries, it's mostly going to be white people. Like even America, you can say immigration, all that stuff, but it's still like over 60% white. And so that's the audience you're going through. And being a white creator is an advantage in a country that's mostly white because all they see is someone who looks like them. It's not racism. It's just tribal, and it's inherent in our biology. So that's what I think it is. And so it doesn't bother me. It's nice knowing these things that are going against you so you know how to play the game in a different way. Damn, I didn't hear everything. So what you're saying is that life isn't fair and won't be? Yeah, life isn't fair and it won't be. Disparate treatment, true. Yeah, it won't be fair. And that's the tough truth that a lot of people don't want to accept. It's hard to accept, but it's better to know that so that you can move in a different way. You can find your lanes. It's going to be harder for some people. Here's another truth that I think will be more obvious is that being attractive really fucking helps on social media. It really helps. It's dramatic. Oh my God. Like social media is a game for the beautiful and the disfigured. Two, on either side of the spectrum. When you're beautiful, people want to look at you because you can say whatever the motivations are behind it. That seems obvious to me. But the disfigured part is also interesting because you can be disfigured and people want to watch you because it's almost like a circus to them. It's wild how people are, man. And that's why like you can go through the TikTok live and you're like, all right, person shirtless, oh, cleavage, got it. And then you see someone like with some physical disability and then, oh, they're running on a treadmill with no legs, got it. And then you're like, how the fuck does any of this make sense? And then you realize it's like, oh, maybe people like watching disfigured people because it makes them feel better about themselves because they don't have it down that bad. And then they like seeing beautiful people because this is just attraction to beauty that people have. You could say biology or whatever, but I don't know. Yeah, TikTok flag both of my comments. Yeah, TikTok flags comments. I typed 3 things and I think they didn't show up on your side. Yeah, TikTok is, yeah. You got to operate with precision. Exactly. That's a great way to put it. And in order to operate with precision, you have to know how things actually are instead of what you wish them to be. Now, I don't mind people having dreams for the future and trying to create it, but the world is what it is. And so like expecting people, which is why I like what we're doing here. We're actually attracting people who questions the system, has a rebellious spirit, who like interesting long form conversations, who are probably more intellectual, who have a free spirit about them. I think that's essentially what we're attracting here. People like that. And thanks to your interactions and you guys engaging with this stuff, I think that's what we're building here. I still haven't quite narrowed down exactly like to define it in like one word, exactly what it is. But I think the more I do this stuff and see what it turns into, the more I can define it. Aren't we supposed to work to eliminate those disparities? What if you can't eliminate them? Because it's biology. And people have to have the desire. Here's the thing, you can't rationalize your way out of these things. If they're driven by biology, like in-group preference, people's tribal instincts, how are you going to rationalize someone into not thinking that way? Now, it'd be great, but that requires self-work, in which case then you're asking people to change, have the desire to change. And that's not something you can inspire. You can try to inspire in people, but I don't know. I don't know if that's possible with most people. I think maybe for a small segment of the population you can, but it's like, as far as supposed to, there's really nothing you're supposed to do. So this topic won't let messages go through. Yeah, unfortunately. True. Who is? On this topic, I was born to be ignorant. I am not always the nicest in these comments. I have a mouth. No, that's actually, you're in the right place, dude. Is this your first night here? Because I am that way too, dude. I don't know about born to be ignorant. I mean, are you just trolling? I don't mind trolls. If you're just saying things to be mean, I don't mind those either. I miss the old internet where people were just ruthless with each other. So this might actually be the best place for you. No other creator would support this kind of stuff, but I do. You don't need to know how many times I've said the hard word. Oh, come on, man. Dude, don't lose your account just to test. I don't know. That's up to you, man. But that's on you, bro. The road to 300 subscribers. Yeah, you don't want to lose your account for saying. Because TikTok, I've had an account warning on this account before for 6 months. Because this was during the whole Tate issue, when Tate was blowing up. I made some comments related to him that weren't actually mean or anything. I just mentioned him. But TikTok had sort of PTSD from him being all over the place, all over their platform, that any mention, even just using mentioning him in secret, like using code words and stuff, got your video banned. And so I had an account warning for 6 months off that shit. It was wild, bro. And then TikTok earlier this year was a fucking wild time. And then the algorithm, man, for some reason, those videos were doing numbers too, bro. Doing numbers. And it was definitely easier before February of 2023 to get views. And I was racking up views, and then they fucking switched up the algorithm, and then I had to figure out more things, but whatever. TikTok knows what that means. Man, I'm trying to be discreet. Sorry, TikTok, you heard nothing. Yeah, I'll just drop it, dude. It's not worth losing your account, especially on your road to 300. But I have a theory about the people you attract, how you attract people, and the people you attract are probably more important than the number itself. Now, the number is useful because you have social proof. Because people do take you more seriously when you have a large number as that following, especially on Instagram. Because I'm noticing I had a video go stupid viral this week or these last couple of weeks. Went from 1,000 followers on Instagram to over 23,000 on one video. It's fucking wild. But here's also another trick for you, Jaden, if you're actually trying to grow on social media. People will hit that follow button based on your catalog. So you reel them in with one video. One video will go viral. With enough practice, you'll get it. But then they'll judge you based on the rest of the stuff. And that's where you get the followership on the catalog. So make sure you have a catalog there. I just posted a video that got 30,000 views on TikTok. Good for you, man. Yeah. So yeah, that's how it goes. And social media is a weird game. And I know my time on here is going to be limited, but I think we can build an interesting community where we do interesting stuff and uplift all of us. All of us. We can all win off of this, not just me or Table Moments. I do YouTube, got 256 subs. Most recent video on there has 1.1 views. Good for you, man. What's the video about? What's your channel? What's your channel? I'll give it a sub. Yeah, let's do it. And next step for me is focusing on YouTube. I want to make some really good long form content. Rusty Nugget. Okay, let's see. So you have 2 YouTube channels? Rusty Nugget JJ. Okay, let's check it out. Rusty Nuggets. It's not giving me. Let's see, channels. Rusty Nuggets. I don't see anyone here. Any one of these. Sweaty Nuggets? No, I changed my name recently, so I don't know if we're registered. Oh, okay, let me check Sweaty Nuggets. Why'd you change it to Sweaty? That's interesting. Yep, I see you here. Gave you a sub. All right, cool. Oh, you do video games? Yeah, you do video games. Great. Rust, not so great. Eco Raid. Cool. I'll definitely check it out. I don't watch these types of videos, but I'll check yours out. I accept that mine just isn't good enough. I'll get like 10 views. Yeah, I mean, part of this is just getting enough reps so that you start understanding, like, some people stumble into a content machine where there's a certain type of content that they can make and all they have to do is just rinse and repeat, and that's the content machine if you're lucky enough to find something like that. But I think if you have thoughts that need to be said, it's worth saying. And the view count honestly doesn't matter. Obviously it matters, but I don't think it should matter in the beginning. Because like I remember when I started this like social media shit like 2.5 years ago, it was 12 followers on Instagram was all it was, and it were like people I knew. And yeah, it was a grind. Like just trying to figure out. And I remember people seeing me just editing this video and just like, I don't know how you do it, man. It's just like, I have faith. I will figure this out. I will figure this thing out. And then eventually you'll learn all this stuff. You just post Rust content. Okay. Yeah. No, Brianna, it's consistent. You have to be consistent. Yeah, unfortunately. The consistency leads to becoming better. So it's not about like the consistency itself. It's actually you improve because of the consistency. And then the feedback is also important. So it's like consistency and doing it in public, because you get the results, you get feedback, because you can't just like make a bunch of videos and then just not publish them, because you're not going to get the real world feedback of what works, what doesn't, where you can actually look at the analytics and see where you drop off. For me, for instance, I know like for a lot of these videos I post on TikTok, people leave after the first couple seconds. So that's how I know. And that's even before I can even recite the hook. The hook is the most important thing, because if you can't keep them on the first 5 seconds, first 3 seconds, they're not going to watch the rest of your video. So the hook is really important. But for my stuff, sometimes even the first second, people swipe. So it's my face. It's my face people don't fuck with. And that's a hard thing to accept, but it's like, all right, whatever. But here's the funny thing. Like, sometimes your older content can also have staying power. So that's the one thing I noticed about the stuff I posted on TikTok. It'll start off with a few views in the beginning, but then it'll trail up. So one of the patterns I noticed, retention above 25% by the end of the video is what you're targeting. If you can get over 25% retention by the end of the video, it has a high likelihood of going viral. And it's funny too, videos that get straight to the point. Yeah. Here's the thing, Dev. When you're editing your own video, you think everything's important. And that's the problem. It's like you don't know what to cut out. But other people, most of it's a waste. And so one of the skills you learn by editing enough content for yourself is that you start to see your content the way other people see your content. And that's what I've gotten to the point where I'm just like, oh, that's extra. It doesn't need to be there. Oh, that was long. Oh, there needs to be a change here because it's too much of similarity. Oh, I need to add captions because I know whatever. Oh, there's a filler word here. Let me cut it out. You start seeing all those things, but you don't see it until you get the practice. So it's like, yeah, you're right. Get to the point, but you don't see how to make your stuff get to the point unless you get the practice. So if I post 2 videos a day, the second gets 0, LOL. Yeah, definitely making improvements. And the hook is the most important thing. If you're going to put any effort into anything, that first line matters so much. That first line, that first visual element, that first sound they hear is the most important thing. Because if they swipe on the first time, then on the first second, they're literally not going to watch the. How could they watch the rest of the video if they've already swiped? And so that's how it works on TikTok, unfortunately. Now, what I've noticed is obviously 25% retention by the end of the video is what you're looking for. And once it gets to that metric, it can start going viral. And so that's what happens to my videos. They don't do well initially, because the algorithm sends it to the wrong cohort of people, because that's essentially what these platforms do. They test your content with smaller groups of people to see if it's worthy for larger and larger audiences. And so for my content, usually, because it's all over the place, there is no topic for table moments, so it's all just a guess. But then it turns out, like, over time, it'll slowly rack up views. And then once it starts sharing it to the right type of audience, through trial and error, the retention actually goes up because it's finding the right audience for it. And then once it reaches that 25% retention by the end of the video, then it starts doing fucking numbers. And so it could be months of that shit before it starts doing numbers for my content specifically, because I don't have a niche. And so, like, videos that I posted back in January, February are doing numbers now in the hundreds of thousands. But when I first posted it, they were stuck at like a couple hundred something. So this is just the nature of it, unfortunately. And that's the game. Instagram is different though. Instagram shares are what really count. At least that's what I'm learning. So if you guys have any other questions, let me know. Like, please learn from, I'll give the game for free. There's no gatekeeping here. I started being consistent on TikTok. I get 3K views per video. And just today I got 30K, gained 23. Yeah. Especially you have a niche, especially if it's a game that's popular. Yeah. Plus also, like, I don't know if they still have this role for live streaming, but they have a client that you can use to live stream games off of your PC if you're not doing that. I think you need to have, like, they might have lowered the threshold. It used to be you needed 1,000 followers to do live streaming on TikTok. Now I think it's a little lower. I don't know what the threshold is, but if you don't have access to it, maybe consider make content Rust games, videos that get straight to the point. Yeah. Relevancy matters too. Yep. Exactly. Everything feels important. Yeah. Everything does feel important. I know that pain, Brianna. And so it's like, you have to kill your own darlings, essentially. Like, that's what they say as editors. Like, everything feels important and you have to, like, really learn to cut it down. TikTok is really fun. It has its moments. I'm kind of sad, not gonna lie. Why is that, Tyler Meese? I aim to be consistent on here. Yeah, that's a good strategy. Everyone's sad this generation. I was born in the 80s. Damn. What's the thresh? 25%. You can look at it in the analytics. Like, for me, the graph ends up looking like a huge drop off in like the first few seconds, and then it tapers off. So the people I keep for a long time, but it's not a large percentage. A lot like these live streams where you guys have been on here for over 2 hours. It's not a lot of people. It's only 9 people watching, but you guys have been here for a long ass time. And this is what I prefer, by the way. I prefer this because it's a deeper connection you're building with people. And that's what I care to do. For a lot of people, they just want numbers. They want brand deals and all that bullshit. I'm realizing I pop off way too much on social media to ever get like a consistent brand deal. So I have to end up selling my own shit. So the first product was a wallet. This one I haven't released yet, but thin wallet. That's coming soon to the TikTok shop. I make it myself, but yeah. Yeah, you're welcome, Brianna. I'm sad, but just deal with it. I have schizophrenia, for crying out loud. Oh, do you? Oh, that's unfortunate. That's unfortunate. Oh, man. Social media is wild. Oh, it's scary. Let me look that up. Okay. Schizophrenia. Serious mental illness that affects how a person thinks, feels, and behaves. Yeah, that's tough. People with schizophrenia may seem like they have lost touch with reality, which can be distressing for them and their families and friends. Damn, that sucks. Hallucinations, delusions, negative, difficulty. Damn. Yeah, it's scary, but I make the most of it. Okay, that's good. Yeah. That's good. I know that's a tough thing to deal with, though. How have relationships been with you, though, for you, because of this? I hear a little girl talk to me throughout the days. Really? A friend or foe? That would be interesting if it, huh? It's good. I'm all there. Okay, that's cool. Interesting. It's like, huh? Yeah. I don't know. Like, nah, I don't know if I want to get into the whole psychology thing. I don't think I'm versed enough in to talk about that kind of stuff. But thank you for sharing, though. I know a lot of people might be a little guarded about things like that, but hey, man, I think I don't know. I like this approach of like radical honesty. You know, not here's the thing. I've also heard the argument like not everyone deserves honesty, which is true. Like sometimes being too honest can put you in a vulnerable position with a lot of people. But like if you're around people who are genuine and aren't looking to exploit you, then honesty is actually a favor for you. Because one, you get to be honest, so you're not like constantly juggling lies and deceit and or feel like you're not sharing yourself. But then also two, people who don't fuck with it can screen themselves out of your life, which I think is actually a blessing. People don't seem to take that approach in life, but I've been taking that approach in my life heavy lately. Just like, here's how I am. Here's how I'm going to be. Here's the things I believe. You either fuck with it or you don't. And that's also the approach I've been taking with social media. Like, I know, Dev, I say things that maybe, I don't know if they trigger you. You seem like a down girl, you know? But maybe you might be offended that I call you a girl and be like, I'm a woman with a Y, you know? And some people do that. It is what it is. And it's just like, I'm just trying to be honest. I am being honest as best as I can. And I just call it like I see it. So, yeah. It happened when I had that trauma a month ago. All that trauma. Damn. I had an Uber driver who was schizophrenic. He was cool. Here's the thing. I don't want to, I don't know. It's easy. You're probably going through some stuff, Jaden, right now. So, but I think it might be actually, I don't know. I don't know if I can have a strong opinion about whether it's one way or the other. She says things that worry me. Sounds like she has problems with her dad. Damn. It's after 10 p.m. You can go to bed if you want, or you can stay up. Completely your decision. Who are you talking to? Me? Jaden, when were you diagnosed? Not diagnosed. I'm keeping it on the low. Okay. How do you keep it on the low? You think you have it? Well, I mean, if he's hearing voices, which is, I think, the big one, hallucinations and delusions. Negative. Well, it's listed as a positive symptom. I don't know why they called it positive. I don't know. Yeah, but that's interesting. Symptoms and causes. Delusions, these are false beliefs that are not based in reality. Bro, everybody has delusions. That's a shitty symptom. Do you know how many people, oh man, especially in the politics world, so many people have delusions. Like about Trump. Oh my God, so many delusions. So that's a shitty symptom. Hallucinations, these are usually involve seeing or hearing things that don't exist. So I think this is what Jaden is referring to. Yet for the person with the schizophrenia, they have the full force and impact of a normal experience. Hallucinations can be in any of the senses, but hearing voices is the most common hallucination. Yeah, okay. If you're hearing voices of a little girl, probably what's going on there. Yeah. Let's see. Right now, I have a girl talking to me. She seems in distress and says phrases, I don't need to tell anyone, and be put in a facility again. Yeah, I wouldn't trust facilities either, but I mean, I don't want to give any advice online. I don't know your situation. Do you have any interest in agents of change? I'm not sure what that is. You haven't offended me yet. Maybe you're not as edgy as you think. Ah, damn. See, now you're challenging me, Def. You're challenging me. Oh, man. I wonder what it would take to offend you, because I kind of want to. You know those kids who can't help but touch the stove. I'm that dude. I'm like, what is too edgy for people? Let me see if I can push. And sometimes when I'm editing these videos that I think are going to be a little too spicy, I always think to myself, do not. I can't say the word because the TikTok obviously is censoring, but it starts with a P. I'm like, don't you know. And I'm just like, all right, I gotta post it, and it never turns out as I expect. A running joke on the podcast is that I've been trying to get canceled. Here's the thing: everyone's so afraid of getting canceled. I'm taking the opposite approach. I'm going to show you how useful cancellations can be, because it's sort of a blessing in the sense that you get to see who your friends really are. The people who are going to call you up and be like, bro, this is so fucked up. People are getting this all wrong. I got your back. Let me know if you need anything. They don't even have to say anything publicly. They just need to like be that person who's there for you when they know something is being lied on about you. And they're like that, and it's like, okay, that's a friend. And then you get to see the people who are like, yeah, I have no association with the guy. And they try to distance themselves. They start talking shit about you publicly because they don't want to be caught up in the cancellation. And that's a friend that you thought you had that was never a friend. So cancellations are actually useful. It just comes at a heavy price of material stuff, which, I mean, I don't care about that shit. So I've been trying to get canceled to show people how free you can really be. And I think that's sort of the vibe that you guys fuck with too. You probably yourselves have some sort of interest in that if this is why you guys are here and you enjoy this stuff. Holier than thou? Okay. Your thoughts are well balanced, even the ones I disagree with. Yeah, that's a cool thing about what this is becoming. Like I've even met people in person who disagree with me completely on so many different things, yet we can all have honest and open conversations where we can see where everyone else is coming from. And it's not combative where it's just like, oh, we can't associate with each other type of thing that you find in like most circles. And I like that. I like the diversity that we get to have here because we're all just honest, you know. Crowd of talking people, anxiety meds. Giving Kanye? I'm not sure what you mean by giving Kanye, but crowd of talking people. Wait, let me see. Holier than thou, crowd of talking people. I don't know. Did you leave other comments here? I'm not sure if I'm following either one of these. Giving Kanye? What does that mean? My mental health this month is giving Kanye. I don't know what that means. What does that mean? You, Ayman, or you're giving Kanye. I don't know what that means. I see the TikTok meme here, but I don't know. I don't know what that means. So I think you might not. Oh, want to be canceled? Oh, okay. Got it. All right. When I go to bed, my room gets smaller. Oh, damn. Yeah. Kanye, I don't know if he wants to be canceled. He's just willing to push to be free. And the price of freedom. What is Malcolm X said it best, I think. I don't know. You know what? I'm not going to say it without actually confirming the quote. But the price of freedom is a heavy price that most people aren't willing to pay. But I think it's the price to pay for a better, freer life if you really fuck with that kind of thing. Like, for instance, you, Dev, you live your life on your own terms. See, that's a good commonality whenever... Because there's a few people who fuck with this stuff, who likes these live streams, who also really enjoy Kanye. Kirko, it reminds me of Kirko, who is a student, software engineering student, who has this idea for a Kanye collective. He's into fashion and stuff. Really cool guy. He's probably studying for finals right now, or midterms. Yeah, Kanye is awesome. Good evening, baby boy. 49ers #1 seed, homie. I don't watch football, sorry. Kanye the GOAT, yeah, he's up there. Giving Kanye, it's hilarious. Yeah. Here's the thing, like, I'm actually 2 years ahead of Kanye. Like, all the stuff he was saying publicly, like when with the Trump hat and then all the direction it's like, I know where he's coming from because I went through it myself. But, you know, I don't have the reach so it's like, people talk shit. It's just like, whatever, dude. It's like, I know this is why I can sympathize with what Kanye is going through. Because, like, I was there. I went through that mental transition too. So, yeah, everything I type about mental health gets flagged. Yeah, I think it's a sensitive topic for these social platforms. New album underway. Is it? Okay. How old are you? If you're referring to me, I am 33. Going on 34 actually next month. Tricoco. Tricoco? Yeah, I'm confused about that one. I'm not sure what you mean by that. B Audi. Audi A4. The A4. Is that the car I think it is? No, it's not. What's the car? The BMW Z, I think? Z4? Coupe? I think, yeah, that's the car I fuck with. The Coupe, bro. It's only in Europe, unfortunately. It's hard to find in the US, the Coupe, the BMW Z4 Coupe. But it would be so cool to get one of those and then lift it, put some fat tires on it. Man, that is a car, bro. BMW Z4 Coupe. Not the Roadster. The Roadster sucks. I hate convertibles. They look dumb. My dream car is the Dodge Demon. They call the car a Demon. Demon. Okay. Like, you want to get into drag racing? I don't know if it's much of a race car, though. It's just fast. Can you shout out my friend Derek Chauvin on his retirement from Minneapolis PD? Yo, I have some opinions on that maybe you guys wouldn't agree with, but there's more to the story than you guys even know on that stuff. The guy got railroaded by the system, unfortunately. But maybe fortunately, because that's what the result people wanted. And then now there's news coming out that possibly there was corruption in the whole case because people were afraid of backlash that could happen if he got a not guilty verdict. Which, I mean, when you watch the all other angles of that video, you realize there's more to the story. You realize there's way more to the story. It's a fastest production car. Okay, that's cool. He got a free 1-bedroom apartment from the federal government for his dedicated service. Yeah. No, he got a free 1-bedroom apartment from the federal government because they were afraid of how people would react if they didn't give him one. The other angles of the video show a different story, but people don't bother to do their own research. So railroad a guy. Not saying he's a good guy, but it's a shady conviction is what I'm saying. There's all the things you guys think you know. There's way more to the stories than you guys know. Way more. And I think eventually I want to make those videos where I get to challenge what people know. That'd be cool. That'd be really cool. Dodge Demon 2023, 2025 horsepower. 2025 horsepower? No way. HP. It's 800. What are you talking about? Oh, that's 2018. 2023. 2023. 2,000 horsepower? No, I think it's 1,025 horsepower. Did you type that wrong? Is McDonald's a good first date? I have feelings for her and I want to pay for our first date. It can be if you play it well. So tell her a story about a Happy Meal that your parents used to take you, and it's like, and then you open up with like, one day I want to be able to take our kids to McDonald's and have the same sort of Happy Meal memories that I had with my family with ours. And then she's like, oh, that's so cute. And you guys get Happy Meals, obviously, to sell the story. I think it could work. That would definitely work on a girl like Dev for sure. She could fuck with that, I think. Oprah. Hey, Doc, nice to see you. Hey, did you ever get... Oh, shit. Okay. Hey, Oprah, did you ever get your symptoms checked? I do feel you, playa. Oh, goodbye. No, it's good morning. Yo, you know how Happy Meals... I don't know. All right, that's enough. That's bad. But I think that could work. I don't know. Tell me that wouldn't be cute as hell. Ladies, come on. A guy is like... Or he gets a couple of Happy Meals. He's like, hey, let's go to McDonald's and get some Happy Meals and take it to the park and have a picnic, a mini picnic. You can do that, guys. I think that could work for certain types of girls who are just like, oh, here's a cool toy, whatever. And then you can give her your toy and be like, here, this is shit. Use this as a reminder of me. And you can put it on your in your van, on the dashboard of your van. And it'd just be like, oh, that was so cute. And yeah, technically he took you to McDonald's, but in a cute way. If your teens, yeah, don't make a girl in your teens make you bring you to expensive restaurant. I always did Starbucks when I was on the market. The Starbucks is a great first date, I think, just because it's an interview for both of you. Yes, it turns out I'm sleep deprived. Oh shit. Okay. Oh, you don't know what sleep deprived means? Yes, I do. I have a 6-month-old baby. Yeah. Anything is cool when the person has good vibes. Yeah. Like, great point, Dev. Great point. And I think, guys, you get too hung up on like, you need to do this, you need to do that. It's just like, no, you don't. You just need to have good energy and make it fun. It doesn't have to be expensive. And this relates to what I was talking about earlier at the beginning of this live stream, where I was talking about gifts. Gifts don't have to be expensive as long as they're fun, they're interesting, and they're thoughtful. And I think thoughtfulness comes from paying attention to how people are, and when they speak to you, you actually listen. So yeah, I think Happy Meals could work. Just avoid the fish fillet though. You don't want that running through you before you guys. You can take her to McDonald's. Just don't, for the love of God, take her to Olive Garden. What's wrong with Olive Garden? I've never been to Olive Garden, but endless breadsticks, right? But Red Lobster has the better biscuits. So I don't know if they have meaning. Yeah. What's the word on Smile Direct? I don't have any opinions on that. I didn't use them, but I got compliments from my dentist the other day. They're like, wow, you ever had braces before? I'm like, no. And it's like, wow, your teeth are really straight. By the way, these two here, they're fake. They're crowns. When I was a kid, I fell face first into the ice while ice skating and chipped both teeth. And if you look at some of the older videos on this account, I had my old crowns from when I was a kid, and then those needed to be replaced, so I got them replaced, and the dentist I went to did a fucking great job. Look at this shit. It looks real. And when I went to the dentist this last week, they're like, hold up, those are crowns? When another dentist compliments the work, when a dentist compliments the work of another dentist, you got a good job done. Like, that's crazy. It's like, oh my God, they match your teeth perfectly. It's like, yeah, you did a great job. And so no more ice skating for you. It's funny because I bought my own skates and got into playing hockey and everything. So I didn't let that stop me from, it was just an unfortunate event. It sucks, but whatever. Olive Garden is a good date spot. Hey, brother, can you stop messaging my girl? Okay. Okay. No more ice skating. Seamless tooth job. Yeah. Great job. And funny thing is, I hate that this might be true, but it's probably improved people's perception of me. Because I didn't think people were that so. Here's the funny thing. This shit is not obvious to me. I didn't think people were that superficial, but turns out they are. And yeah, fixing the teeth is a big deal to people. Sucks, man. Because like, what do you tell people who have a gap or who were born with teeth that are misaligned? Like, go get it fixed, and then over time they'll reorient back to where they originally were. So it just sucks, man. Some people just don't have the luck of the draw, and it's just my bad. I was just trying to highlight the effects of having a beard. Really? I don't know what you're. Okay. I didn't get that, but okay. Girls want to go somewhere a dude hasn't already taken a girl to, and guys always take girls to Olive Garden. Really? I had no idea. That seems kind of expensive. Yeah. Okay. Cheesecake Factory. And we go bowling after. Yeah, here multi-venue dates I think work better if you're trying to close, fellas. Like and better is like bowling's cool because especially if you live in a smaller town, those are pretty affordable. Especially if it's within walking distance from like a Starbucks or a coffee shop. You can start off with coffee, then you guys can go maybe to like a museum or something if it's within reasonable distance. Because you have to understand, after a first date, how well can she know you? Unless you guys get like really vibe with each other, she's not going to know you that well. So safety is always a concern, but you take her to another venue and then maybe one venue after that, and then you can invite her over, or you can invite yourself over. Bro, people care about teeth. Yeah, but like the appearance of it, like when the physical alignment of the stuff is not something people can control generally. So it's like, okay, is that good? Yeah, I think that's good. The bowling stuff, if only if you don't take care of them. Well, some people just have bad. It's like a bacterial thing with their mouth and saliva or the food, whatever. It's just a bad thing. I don't know, man. Yeah, you take care of them, whatever. I recently got one of these like water pick things with the flossing, whatever. I don't know. Like, no, take her somewhere you both haven't been and make memories. Here's the thing. I wouldn't recommend guys take a girl somewhere he hasn't been, because he doesn't know the environment. Like those feelings that girls get when you girls go on a date and everything just goes magically and smooth, and it was like out of a rom-com Lifetime movie type dates. That is planned. That is orchestrated. That guy knew exactly where to take you. He knew what time to go so it wouldn't be crowded with a bunch of people and you could actually hear conversations you have. He chose the right spot to sit at where it's not right underneath the speaker, so you guys can have a decent conversation. He knew it was going to be a good vibe because he's been there before. Like, that's why it works, because the guy has tested it out. Now, so to you, it's some place you've never been to, but he's been there before plenty of times with girls before you. Sorry. Hate to burst that bubble for you, but it's the honest truth. Tell me I'm wrong, fellas. Tell me I'm wrong. Yo, I remember I went on a date with a girl. We went to the museum. We went to this art gallery sort of thing. And then I had already bought hockey tickets. Yeah, it was a college game. It was affordable. And I wanted to go to the game anyway, so I just bought an extra ticket. I was like, fuck it. And we were vibing. And so I was like, so we do the museum, spend like an hour there, do the art stuff, and then the game. And I chose what time to go to the museum, knowing that by the time we walked through the art place that the game would start. And so it's like, it's all orchestrated. And then I remember, like, near the end of the game, I excused myself to go use the restroom. Not because I actually needed to use the restroom. I didn't. I went there to put a fresh piece of gum in my mouth because I knew we were going to make out at the end of the night. I knew it. And so when that moment came after the game, we're walking, fucking made out. And then you know what she says? Your breath is so minty. Yeah, because I made it happen. I fucking knew it. It's orchestration, ladies. Sorry, but that's the truth. That's the fucking truth. Let me catch up with these comments, though. Oh, thanks. That sounds exciting. Yeah, she expects too much. What do you mean, bro? Break. Oh, never mind. I just thought the context you gave. Whatever. LOL. What about taking her to church and making see me read the Bible? Maybe. This is some girls that could work, actually. Just invite her to your church. A dude tried to take me hiking once. He didn't know there were black bears until I told him. See, you got to know the venue. I'm a jealous girl. Let's see. Wait, let me catch up. I'm a jealous girl, and I'll be thinking about how many other girls he took there. Yeah, Messi or Ronaldo. Jealousy is actually, I think, a healthy thing in a female, because I don't know. I think it's kind of cool. It's kind of healthy, I think, a little bit. So I disagree with you, Iceland. Not gonna lie, that's toxic. No, a girl who's fanatical about the dude she's with is a healthy relationship. A guy who's too needy and jealous is unattractive. A girl who's needy, or at least coming on strong and feels jealousy, is kind of hot. For guys, at least. You guys tell me if I'm wrong. Tell me if I'm wrong. If that's not kind of attractive, it's like, oh, she really wants me and she cares about, yeah, it's kind of cool. You're not going to get a guy with that attitude. Well, I think she's taken any girls, to be honest, but it was a fun idea just for her. But I go quite often. I have a husband and a baby, yeah. Okay, I'm pretty okay, but I'm that context. Sounds like a lot of work, honestly. It is a lot of work, unfortunately. But that's dating. Guys have to do the work so that girls don't have to. Someone has to do the work. Our first date was to a gay bar. I like that kind of energy. The guy is confident. Good for him. That's scary. LMAO. I got to go to bed. Okay. It was nice seeing you here, bro. What are we talking about? We're talking about, I know, relationships, actually first dates and ideas for first dates. Animatrix, Garnett. I might just, we were talking about a lot of things this stream. I might just take her to McDonald's, never mind. Oh yeah, we were talking about how you can do a McDonald's date. See you, man. Thanks for being cool and supporting. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I guess I'll see your content as you make more of it. Wow, it's been a while. It has been. I don't know. Brick. Toxic and hot should never be in the same sentence. Unfortunately, they come together a lot of the time in a lot of women. Toxic and hot. You guys know. You guys know. Being outwardly jealous is so embarrassing. I don't know. LOL. No, not outwardly embarrassing. Sort of like yeah, for some reason, women, they do have a sort of like possessiveness about mating, which I think guys do too. But I think for women specifically, like there's a element of attraction that comes with that with women. For guys, I don't think that's true. For guys, if we're seeing, oh, I'm at 4%, guys, on my phone. Do you guys want me to continue? The quality of the audio will drop for sure because I have to disconnect the wireless. But if you guys want me to continue, put a 1 in the chat. I got my charger here. Yeah, toxic, unfortunately, for women, that kind of works for them a little bit. So it is what it is. Let me just, okay, I'll continue. Let me put the charger in. So the quality isn't going to be there on audio, but it is what it is. And I guess I'll continue live streaming on YouTube and Twitch at the same time. Being outwardly jealous is so embarrassing. Yeah. Jealousy and possessiveness are different. Good point. Good point. Right. And shows insecurity, which is fine, but that leads to emotional immaturity. I don't know. Like girls, other women being attracted to your dude is kind of, for a lot of women, sort of like an indication that the guy you have is a quality dude. Unfortunately, like it's very communal in the way women experience the world. And so like this is where clout plays a big role in dating, unfortunately, which I hate, but it's just how people are. And so like other women being attracted to your dude is lightweight to turn on for a lot of girls. And so, but I don't think that's true for guys. Like, well, guys like to show off with like arm candy and shit like that, but I don't know. I don't understand that one either, though. It's just 3, please. No, it just shows how you choose to date. Toxic and hot do not come together. You haven't been with someone toxic and hot. I mean, hot in the way like, no, I don't care to explain it. You either know or you don't. I'm married and it worked for me. Yeah. Thanks. A lot of people aren't emotionally nor mentally equipped to have this discussion. Okay. Love equals restraining orders. No, that's extreme. Although I can't even imagine. Well, I got close. Would I have had to get it? I don't think I would have had to get a restraining order, but not gonna lie, man. Like, yo, I don't know how many women you women have dated, but if you've dated enough, you'll know, like, for some reason, the crazy ones are the most fun. So maybe not hot is the word. Maybe hot I'm using as a general term for like attraction. Y'all have a good night. Okay. Yeah. Have a good night. I see you, Lynn. Love equals restraining orders. Hilarious, Doberman. That's hilarious. You a rapper? Of course, because I'm black and I have a beard. So obviously I'm a rapper. I straight up told my man, I don't like this. And if you do it, I'm going to. All right. So I don't fuck with that. I don't fuck with that kind of style ultimatum shit. It's like, if you do this, I'm gone. It's like, here's the thing. I guess that could work for some people, but that wouldn't work for me. But, you know, I guess you're married. I hope that works for you. Sing something blood. No, I'm not going to. And when are reviews coming back? Reviews of what? What are you talking about? Hey, down with the thickness. Oh yeah, I think you were here on before, right? Let me double check. Yeah, it has been a while. It has been a long while. So yeah, I don't know. Women are weird in their own unique way. It is what it is. And I accept you guys as you are. I don't expect you to change either. Although women do expect men to change a lot of the time, which is crazy. Men are men, women are women. And there's not much more to say on this, actually. So, yeah. We can talk about other things, though. The relationship stuff it's easy and it gets views, but I don't know if there's much more to say on that. But how's the skincare going, though? Dev, do you have your mask on yet? Or share it with the chat if you want to put people on game. My skincare routine consists of using a facial scrub. Not a facial scrub, I think a facial scrub in the shower, and that's pretty much it. I don't even use lotion either, if you can believe it. I know the skin looking glossy, but yeah, skin mask. Yeah, Dev or Goat Horn here is in the middle of a skincare routine. Finished. I just switched to an all Korean 10-step routine. What is an all Korean 10-step routine? Well, let me Google that. What is that? All Korean 10-step routine. Is it a workout or something? Oh, that's what you're talking about. Your skincare routine. Yo, check this out. All right, I got it pulled up, so I'll educate the chat. Maybe this could be useful for you guys. I know we don't care to do the skincare shit, but as you get older, you kind of have to. You can't use bar soap for your face anymore at some point. Maybe you don't have to do 10 steps, but maybe you could do 2. Or even 1 might be enough. Learned it on TikTok, LOL. Please share. So here's the 10-step. Let me know if this is correct, Dev. First step, oil cleanser, then a foam cleanser, step 2. Step 3, exfoliant. Okay. Step 4, toner. Toner for what? What is toner? Step 5, essence. What the fuck is essence? Step 6, a serum. Of what? 7, a sheet mask. 8, eye cream. Number 9, moisturizer. Number 10, SPF or night cream. What the hell? Wow. That's wild. Balance the skin pH. That's wild. You do all that? That's like 10 different products you got to use. Man, that's how they sell you guys. Oh, man. I use CeraVe face wash, moisturizer, SPF. That's it. SPF as in like sun protection factor? Is that really protect your face from the sun? Wow. Harmful UV rays, a broad spectrum sunscreen. You're putting on sunscreen before you go to bed? What? Where is the UVA and UVB rays coming from? You're sleeping. If you have a oily skin, is this a nighttime routine or a daytime routine? I can understand if it's a daytime routine. It's recommended you use a physical sunblock or mineral sunscreen to avoid clogged pores. Sunscreens come in various forms to suit your skin type and other preferences. Interesting. Very, very interesting. Man, guys. CeraVe face wash. Maybe that's a good recommendation for you guys out here. CeraVe face wash. Let's look at the ingredients list of this. What do they say? If you can't pronounce half the things on the ingredient list, don't put it on yourself. I don't know. This is funny though. I don't do a nighttime routine unless I wear makeup. Oh. I don't know. Makeup, man, I don't envy you guys at all when it comes to this whole skincare, facial. Yeah. Wow. Wow. That's very interesting. I don't know if I could ever do it. I already struggled to good for you guys. Guys could do just a face wash, toner, moisturizer, maybe. SPF for everyone. What is toner, though? I don't know what toner is. Is that for like skin tone or what? What does toner do for your face? Remove dirt, bacteria, makeup, pollution, and dust that your cleanser may have left behind. So you use a cleanser and then you have to clean up the cleanser? Come on. Oh yeah. SPF, your skin looks great. I think it's the lighting, but I don't know. I got some stuff. Yeah. It removes residue. Okay. Yeah. Maybe, you know what? It'd be funny. I think it would be a funny video to make too, where Kevin Samuels actually talked about this a lot, the skincare routine for guys. So maybe it would be cool to like go do it. I actually did do it. I actually have some of his stuff or some of the stuff he recommended, but I just don't keep up the habit. Just don't. I don't use it because it makes my skin dry. Yeah. I think all of this is just adaptation to what works for you and what doesn't. I think I don't know. Like this whole like, that's the thing. I know me. I like simple. And you've already mentioned a 3-step process. So that's 3 steps longer than simple. Maybe I should just hire somebody to do it. Or maybe I can get my girl to do it for me. Just like, hey, lady, come here. Clean my face and trim my beard while you're at it. That'd be cool. I could get behind that. If all I have to do is just sit there and she wants to talk about whatever she wants, be like, yeah, let's have a conversation while you clean my face, lady. Yeah, I could totally do that. What about lymphatic drainage massage? Whoa. That sounds lymphatic drainage massage. Is that a pun? Is that manual lymphatic drainage is a type of manual manipulation of the skin, not to be confused with massage, based on the hypothesis that it will encourage the natural drainage of the lymph, which carries waste products away from the tissues back towards the heart. Why would it take waste towards the heart? Wouldn't it take it to the liver? All right, now I'm already questioning it. Liver is the filter system for the body. So why would it take it towards the heart? All right. But, all right. There you go. Yeah, maybe I should just get her to do that. Hi, brother. Do you identify as a black man or are you racially non-binary? I am a black man to white people and a white man to black people. Unfortunately, it's weird how that works, but it's because of the way I sound and the way I look. Tough position to be in because I have no home. This is interesting though. Lymphatic drainage massage. You are special, Dev. I definitely the hips. I don't know if hipster is the right word, but I think you asked to categorize you or what type of girl you are. I know the type of girl you are. It has its place in this world. Where are you seeing these comments? Oh no, I'm just looking it up on my computer right now. This is lymphatic drainage massage. Also, yeah. Lymph. Aren't the lymph nodes like some on the like neck or something? Gentle form of massage used to relieve pain from some. Oh man, I could totally make a happy ending joke. Yeah, could you take care of my lymphatic? Yo, guys, go to your girl and ask her to give you a lymphatic drainage massage somewhere in your nether regions. Yeah, that's just funny. For the record, I never asked you to categorize me. Oh, okay, you never asked. Okay. My bad then. My bad. Yes. Do you know you have a single gray hair on your mustache? Yeah. I actually have another one here and one here. I have 3 gray hairs. The salt and pepper is coming, guys. It's coming, and I'm enjoying every minute of it. I can't wait till there's enough here where it's just like, man, Professor Ayman, what's up? It's like I'm not a professor. I'm only 34. And but I think it's cool. I don't know. A lot of people don't want to grow into their age. I don't mind it. I actually enjoy it. I welcome it. So, I don't know. It's just how I am. Lymphatic drainage keeps us healthy. I don't mind. LOL. Just thought it was funny. Yeah. I don't know. I'm going to have to look into this lymphatic massage. Maybe there is a reason. This is on Cleveland Clinic. Interesting. Happens when your tissues retain fluid left behind after your cardiovascular system sends blood to your tissue and organs. Oh, that's why it goes back to the heart. Remaining fluid is called a lymph. Oh, interesting. Okay. Normally, your lymphatic system collects your lymphs and returns it to your heart via a network of lymph vessels and lymph nodes. When something disrupts your lymphatic system's process, lymph collects in your arms and legs, making them swell. A massage therapist uses lymphatic drainage massage techniques to move lymph from your tissues to your lymph nodes, which eases the swelling in your tissues. Interesting. Healthcare providers are still studying whether they actually work and make a difference. Interesting. It's worth trying, I guess. Have you guys heard of bloodletting? Like, so that kind of gives me that vibe. I don't mind. I just thought it was lymphatic drainage equal our secondary waste system. Interesting. I started gray at 21. It took me a while to embrace it. Yeah. I don't know. I think people can look good with gray hairs. Like, we can look our age, or even like me. I don't know if someone in the 30s has gray hairs, but I welcome it. I think that's cool. I think maybe it's better for guys, but I don't know. A woman with gray hair, I think, wouldn't bother me. But if a girl had gray hair, I wouldn't mind. Why would that? I don't know, man. People, I think, care too much about perceptions and attitudes about certain things. You know how old you are, so why should it matter? But that's interesting. Okay, lymphatic. Very interesting. Guys really love it. I find it weird. LOL. Oh, really? Interesting. Interesting. Guys like the gray hair. Yeah, is it because you give Storm vibes from X-Men? That's kind of cool. If it's like a streak or something. Or like, what's her name? Mystique? No. Who's the X-Men, X-Woman? No, I'm going to call her X-Men. X-Men who couldn't touch people. Rogue. Yeah. Grace, LOL. Yeah. It could look cool. And then plus you can color it any color you want. So you can upgrade your hair. Essentially, because like with dark hair, you can't put any color in it without bleaching it first. But with these gray hairs, oh my God. You know, I could remake. I don't know if I would do any colors. But I would do like henna. And so they would be like fire, red, grays, or red hairs. Any tips on dealing with anxiety or depression? I'm not sure about depression. Anxiety, though, I think I'm in the camp of like exposure therapy. So like addressing it by putting yourself in that situation so you become accustomed. You build a tolerance for it. Like social anxiety was a problem for me in high school. It's very tough for me to even to have social interaction. Always get those like sweats that happen, if you know what I mean. I don't know if this is the same type of anxiety you're going through, but for me, I can't give you any advice on how to deal with it, but I can tell you what I did. It's just over the years, just exposing myself to more and more situations that made me anxious, sort of desensitized me to stuff. So now, like social interactions that I honestly, in high school, could not imagine going through or dealing with, I just breeze through ease now. Like even doing live streams like this, like it's a wild idea considering the person I was back in high school. So what if it's about your future, like being too focused on what happens in the future? I've heard people talk about like living in the present. So appreciating the moments you're in right now. So, and I kind of feel you on the living in the future thing. I don't know if I have the anxiety part, but especially thinking about the future too much keeps you from appreciating the days of today. And so like living in the present might be the hack. I'm not sure how to pull that off because I still struggle with it, but definitely look into that. Some people give advice on this, but try that out, Manny. Can't imagine you having social anxiety. Yeah, man, it's wild. I used to be. It's crazy what I've become. Because like anyone I grew up with, high school kids, like I was always shy. When meeting strangers, I always like isolated and stayed away from them and all that stuff. And like as an adult now, like I talk to strangers on the internet. I do live streams. I talk to people in the streets, doing street interviews and stuff. Like I'm probably the most publicly social person at least in terms of like putting yourself out there. But outside of this, I'm actually very reserved. I'm very introverted. I like spending time alone a lot of the time. But that social part, social anxiety, yeah, I know what that was like because I had it. Yeah, I was shy when I was a kid, and even like into early adulthood. So like dating, I know the issues guys deal with when you're like going out on a date and you're nervous and all that. I know it because I was it. Now it doesn't faze me at all. I could easily just like, I'm so, because reps is what gets you through it. And this is the other side of the thing that you girls never can, you guys can't imagine a guy having to deal with. But yeah, it's like some guys are built for this. Some guys have to learn it. And then some guys never learn it. And so that's the only choices you get to make as a dude. If you're not built for this naturally, or you aren't put in situations or taught by someone who can, like a father figure or uncle or something like that, then you just have to figure it out yourself. So that's why I have way more sympathy for guys when it comes to dating. Because like there's so much a lot of men have to figure out with no mentorship. And we're expected to just know. And so I know where they're coming from. Now, I don't think it's worthy of complaining about it because honestly, a lot of you women just can't empathize with it because you don't know what it's like to have to sell yourself when you have social anxiety or you get nervous meeting a stranger and you know the girl you're dealing with is like, oh my gosh, she's so beautiful, blah, blah, blah. It's like guys get in their head so easy. And practice is what can help them overcome those things so that when they meet you and you're like, man, you're so confident and suave and the date's so great and you make me feel so safe and special. Took a while for him to get there. It probably took him a while to get there. And this is where I think the red pill really comes in. It helps guys become those guys that you want to be with. And so like when women just dismiss this thing, like one, you don't understand it. And two, it's actually helped guys find women to have families with, to good marriages, and actually saved marriages too. And so this is all the side people never get to see. And most people don't even talk about it because the rule is you don't talk about it. But I care to be honest with you guys. So I'm gonna call it like I see it. I didn't need the red pill because I sort of had a lot of this mentality, like a lot of dudes put women on pedestals and like, oh my God, you guys are so great and flawless creatures. And so it's like, you guys are people. Okay. I don't think you guys even being put on a pedestal where you're expected to be this type of person who's flawless, you know? And for me, it's like, I saw you guys as people this whole time where a lot of guys, especially when they get a little too thirsty, you know, oh my God, women, they're like, you guys are, and they just want to be in your presence. And I saw this shit growing up with like my peers. I'm just like, you guys would not be acting like you guys are if you guys weren't thirsty as hell. It's like, do you even listen to these girls and what they're saying? They're not that impressive. And it's just like, man, it is what it is. But this is just the other side of the story that you guys never get to see. But yeah, social anxiety was just a general thing for me beyond just dating. It was just people in general. I was a loner in high school by choice, by the way. Like when people imagine loner, they think someone who was like neglected by everyone else. It's like, no, people wanted to be my friend. And I joke with my sister all the time because she's the same way. She's like, dude, people just won't leave you alone. And I'm like, yeah, I get that. It's like when you're doing your own thing, you're living life on your own terms and you're not really like trying to fuck with people like that. And you're introverted, like one of those like more extreme introverts. And I think people are just like, oh man, I think he could be cool, blah, 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 and whatever. And it's just like, not really that interested. You guys are cool though, because I think a lot of you guys are like me. So yeah, man, you seem charismatic. I couldn't believe you'd be anxious. Yeah, see, this should be a testament. Like, you can be like this too. You can be. It just requires practice. And I know it's tough, man. And you're not going to get the same sympathy that your female counterpart will get. You just won't. And life is unfair like that. And it's okay. Creed Blasian, shy, not you? Yep, I was shy. I was shy as a kid. That's literally how I was. But I guess as you age, you start caring less and less. Yes, that's the cool thing about age. So this is why I don't understand why people try to fight becoming older. It's actually better for you because you start moving in a world more free and living life on your own terms if you do it right. So that's what I would say. How black is it? Very black, actually. It's blacker than my facial skin. It's more purplish. It has a purplish hue. Swerves a little to the left. Not a fan of the red pill rhetoric, but because it removes free thinking and guys start to think there's a manual that applies to every woman. If you see the mainstream stuff on social media, it seems like that, but honestly, the actual useful stuff is in the reading, in the field reports, and the stories that people have shared. It's more like a heuristic rules. Basically, here are some things that men have tried, men before you have tried, and here's what worked and here's what didn't. And here are some patterns you'll notice. And then you'll realize this is beyond just dating. It's about the way you live. And finally, men starting to understand to start valuing themselves, which I know this might be hard to imagine, ladies, but a lot of men do not value themselves. The way you are confident about you and what you could bring to the world and people in your life, a lot of men do not have those feelings about themselves. And then the red pill is a way for a man to apply this in the dating space. And it turns out it just impacts the rest of his life too, in work, in personal relationships with other men and everything. And so it's beyond dating, but it all centers around sexual strategy for dudes because that's the primary function of human beings. That applies to every woman. Oh yeah, that's what you're... Okay. Wow. Now I see why people don't like being put on a pedestal. They don't like to keep up with the expectations. Yeah. Are you reading two different chats? No, I'm not. I'm just speaking off the top of my head and I'm not keeping up with the comments. Any advice you'd give to your younger self? Man, that's a good question. I'm gonna have to think about that one. What would you give to your younger self? Ladies or anyone else in the chat, what would you give to yourself while I think about it a little bit and catch up with these comments from different platforms? There's no one else leaving. There's someone watching on one of these other platforms, but they're not leaving any comments. So I don't know. No, if there were comments, I would be reading them off of StreamYard. Oh, I know. And it shows. I used to not value myself. Yeah, it's a thing. Because like we're surrounded by society that tells us like men ain't shit. Which I know it's going to be hard for women to believe, but it's true. Like, especially if you're raised by women, particularly, who've been hurt by dudes, man, it's toxic, man. This negativity that men have of themselves. Fortunately, I didn't have this as a problem for me because I've always had this rebellious spirit and I feel like I can bring value to all the people in my life. Not necessarily for the sake of just giving value, but I just know where I am and what I can do. Which I also really believe people have no clue what I'm capable of. And I've learned to accept that people will not get it until I prove it out. And it is what it is. Advice I give to myself is practice mathematics more. Had I done that, I would have been a STEM major. That's a good one. I might have told myself to really learn how to code. I love physics in the world of atoms, the physical world, but software is just too useful. So learning it as an adult is harder, although I did learn it, but, and then I would have told myself to be more social in college, just so I can shorten the development cycle. Oh, and then I probably would have told myself, after college, you should just accept any job out of state, move out of the house immediately. For me, it took me like a year and a half to get a job. Part of it was like security clearance took way longer than I expected, but and I ended up having to move across the country to get that job, but I could have shortened that time for sure. I think that's what I would have told my younger self. I wasn't bad at math, but extremely slow at learning math, that I couldn't keep it. That's the thing, like I wouldn't say I'm a fast learner either. Like, I don't know, I know I give this impression that I'm smart or whatever, but if you measure intelligence as a function of how quickly you grasp things and how quickly you can come up with solutions to specific problems like math question stuff, I'm not a fast guy. I'm not, but I think I understand things deeply, and I think that's the advantage I have. And I'm stubborn. I think that's my strength. Honestly, it's a weakness and a strength. Stubbornness is the reason why I can just bash my head in a wall again and again until I figure it out. But it's also the reason why I can be hard to get along with sometimes, because I'm stubborn as hell when have a position on something, I am stuck. And and I'm also stubborn in the fact that I don't trust other people. And so I have to learn it myself, which is the longer way of doing it. But I don't know. The way I've been coping about it is by saying I get deeper insight. But I don't know if that's true. Damn, man, I've been looking for a job for almost a year, graduated in May. It took you 1.5 years. Yeah, it took me a year to get the job offer, but then it took like another 6 months for security clearance. It was a government contractor job in a government laboratory as an engineer, and security clearance took way longer. There was a government shutdown in the process, which they run the department that ran the security clearance process, which is very intensive, by the way. They were temporarily on furlough, so it wasn't until like nearly 6 months later, after I got the job offer, that I actually got a chance to start working, which sucked, but whatever. So it is what it is. It sucks sometimes out here, and you have to be willing to move. That's the one thing I did not want to do. So if I had to tell myself, my younger self, be willing to move immediately, because I wanted jobs locally. The idea was I was trying to do that rational thing where like, oh, I can live with my parents and I can help them pay off their mortgage and also be able to save a lot of money too, do all that rational shit. But as a dude, and I learned this from experience, that you really learn how to take on life through experience. And so you have to leave the house, even though it's not financially prudent, but it's better for your development, which will pay off in the long run. So that's what I would say. Leave the house immediately. So if you're just looking for jobs locally, dude, increase that radius. There are people who are looking to hire. Did you need a TCI or TSCI clearance or whatever it's called? No, mine was a Department of Energy security clearance, DOE. I don't know what those are, but this one's through the Department of Energy, because it was a laboratory supporting the U.S. Navy's nuclear fleet. So it's a different thing. It's different from DOD. But that took, and it's an extensive process, man. Like the form is hella long and you have to fill it out in one pass, essentially. I think they had save points, but it was a long ass form, and you got to give them references and like even people they can interview, and they do the interviews and everything. It's a serious thing. And so the process itself takes months. And then on top of that, with the government shutdown, it took even more, because they had to, all of them were on hold. So that's the struggle. If I had known that they would, that it would have taken that long, I would have continued looking for a job. But so don't rely on, if it's a government job, don't rely on security clearance taking a short time. Continue. Are you a stud? I don't know what that means, Kelly. The ones that I mentioned allow the employer to collect a lot of personal data. In this case, it was a government organization. I forget what they're called, but I submitted it directly to the government, and they do a whole background check. I think they go through the FBI or something, some heavy shit, but it's a very intensive process. And then you got to like share addresses you've lived at for the last 10 years. And so I had to like go and find where I lived throughout college, because the dorms were different, and get all the addresses. And then I had to like list friends of friends, some people they can interview, and they'll actually even send agents to go interview people in person too. They'll even, and then you have to send all the details of your family also. So all the people in my immediate family, I had to submit all their information, social security numbers, all this shit. It was wild, bro. It's a very intensive process for background checks, for sure. And then they'll issue, once you get issued, then you can start the job. It's a tough, I don't know. It was just weird. I did not expect all that. Thoughts on who would be the best presidential candidate? Trump, obviously. Trump, easy. Easy. Yeah, we're all in agreement here. I know some people might not like that, but he's easily, like, 4 years of Trump was magical. Which I didn't expect, by the way. Like, people think I was a Trump supporter before when I voted for him, I wasn't. I was angry that I had to cast the vote for Trump because I believed a lot of the bullshit too. It's not that I believe the bullshit. It's just like I did not know how fake the news really was. I didn't know. I'd never watched a rally or anything like that. I remember I was because we would, with my coworkers at the laboratory, we would always get lunch together, and we'd get a conference room and just eat lunch together, and we would talk politics sometimes. And then I remember just after July 4th weekend when James Comey went up there and told America, hey, here's all the ways Hillary Clinton violated national security and compromised secure information, confidential information, right? And here, keep in mind, I am working in a laboratory where I have security clearance and access to confidential information. Literally, it says the fucking word confidential on the documents that I open up. Like, it's that serious, where when you print those things out, you have to have them on your person at all times. Even when you go to the bathroom, you take those papers with you. That's how serious this stuff is. I know it because I was living it. And yet, James Comey goes up there, FBI director, goes up there and says, here are all these instances of classified information that we found in her private server in her home. And she was Secretary of State at the time. And here's all the instances. And yet we don't recommend the Justice Department indict her. I was just like, yo, they're really about to hide this corruption right now. Anyone I know working where I was working, like, I heard stories of people who got caught by trying to like hide that they were accidentally lost some information or whatever. People got fired. People go to jail for that kind of shit for like decades. And yet they were going to let her slide. I was like, I can't stand for that kind of corruption, especially when it's so blatant. So that was the moment I decided I had to vote for Trump. And I remember I was pissed. I was so angry because I was just like, I can't believe I have to do this shit. I have to vote for the guy, Orange Man. Because I didn't know. I'd never watched this was July 2016. And so I figured, all right, since I have to vote for the guy out of principle, let me check out what the guy is actually saying. And so I gave him a shot, and I started watching the rallies and stuff. And I'm like, hold up. This is not what the news is saying it is. And I'm like, this is actually a fucking party. It's like, wait, 60, 70, 80,000 people show up. And then on top of that, the live stream has like another 120,000 people watching. I'm like, holy shit, something's going on here. And then I started enjoying it. I'm like, damn, this dude kind of cool. And then by the time the election came around, I remember I went to the gym. And because I was angry because I was like, oh my God, she's gonna win because everyone is saying she's gonna win, right? So I was like, man, I was like, let me just let off some steam. I can't believe we're about to let this corrupt politician become our president. And then 10 p.m. rolled around, and then things started flipping. A state went red when everyone thought it was gonna go blue. I'm like, uh-oh. I was like, holy shit, what's happening here? What's happening? And then you see 538, the political statistician guys, their predictions start like narrowing. First, it was like almost 85% Hillary percentage of winning. And then it started shrinking, 70, 65, all that stuff. And then Trump started increasing. I'm like, oh my God, what is happening here? And then I stayed up all night just watching this. By 3 a.m., finally, they had to admit the truth that the man had won. And then you could see them basically crying on TV. All the people who were supposed to be objective reporters, not have an opinion one way or the other, crying that the guy won. I was just like, oh, these guys are fucking fake. All right, let me catch up with comments though. But I'll never forget it. I do think Vivek might be close, but then again, some of his policies seem messed up. What did Trump say? Vivek won the debate because he likes me. He's the only one who's right. It's like that in the military too. I'm like him too. He supports Trump also. My mom had clearance when 9/11 happened. Agents came to the house interviewing my dad and I. Yeah. It seems like his values align with Trump, but I doubt he'll win. Yeah, it's going to be hard. It's going to be a hard win. He's so real. Yeah. He doesn't stand a chance, LOL, but good guy. Yeah, unfortunate, but I'll never forget that win. That was like a moment in history, man. And I got a chance to be a part of it, and I cast the vote in that direction. That's crazy. I get to tell that story, bro. I also get to tell the story of how I voted for Kanye in 2020. Because I did. I wrote him in. Yes. So when you guys say Kanye vibes, that Kanye energy, yep. I saw it. And everyone thought I was crazy at the time. But I think, yeah, I did. I know. I even have a picture of it, the write-in. Yes. I'm always early, guys. I'm always early, but I'm never wrong. No, I'm wrong a lot, but I'm not wrong on this. Oh yeah, Van Jones white lashing. I remember he said that this is a white lashing. Oh my god, Mr. Nothing Burger over here, Van Jones. Oh yeah, Van Jones was crying about Trump being against Muslims, and then he goes and says stuff against. Yeah, Van Jones is. And then you realize like all these people are so full of shit. He's just like, I can't believe these are the people who get paid handsomely to lie to us. I'm just like. And that's the thing. I know some of you might still have your feelings about Trump. I'm not saying vote that way or whatever. You decide what makes sense for you. But I just think it's funny. What did he say? Is that a question to Manny about what did Van Jones say about Muslim? I wouldn't be surprised if Van Jones aligns with the Israelis. He seems like that's sort of the CNN line if he still works there. Yeah. I wouldn't, because you realize like all these people just align with whatever network they're on. Like Tucker Carlson was a CNN guy. Did you know that? He was a CNN guy back in the day. And people change. And then he became a Fox guy, and now he's his own guy. And so you realize like, oh, all these people are just transformers. They're all shapeshifters, especially in media. And they're not willing to stand up for anything and pay the price in the form of their careers. He said stuff about Muslims are, oh damn, yeah, I don't know. Van Jones. I remember the Nothing Burger when he said that. Do you guys remember that Project Veritas when they? Man, I like the work that they do. I guess not anymore because they kicked out O'Keefe, but like when. Remember when they were saying Russiagate, all that stuff, and then they recorded Van Jones on camera, secretly recorded him saying, "Yeah, this whole thing's a nothing burger, but it's just what we have to say because this is what our audience is expecting." And then you realize the news is no different than social media. You realize they're just telling people what they want to hear. Because no one has a spine to just have an opinion and are willing to lose followers and brand deals and sponsorships for it. And you see a lot of content creators doing that exact same thing, telling people what they want to hear or saying the feel good bullshit or all that stuff. And I've taken a wildly different approach, an opposite approach of like, I'm telling it as I see it, as I know it to be true. And you either fuck with it or you don't. And if you don't, this isn't a place for you. If you do, then you have a home here. And it's about, my theory is it's about attracting the right people. It's not just about getting the following. It's about how you get the following and the people you're attracting, which is why I like all of you who are here and probably why you guys fuck with me too, which is why, like, I've been on here coming up on 4 hours of live streaming and you guys are still here because this is something special. We don't need to have a large following. And I think I see other other creators who go on live and they want to get the numbers up. It's just like, no. Wrong approach. Find your people. Find the people who fuck with your energy. Find those. Those are way more satisfying and far more lasting. And yeah, it's a slower path, but I think it's more a robust path. Especially if the whole point of this is to be social. It's social media. You want to be social with these people and not lie and fucking manipulate people just so you can get fucking money out of this shit. It blows my mind that this is the way people move, but I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong, but I have a hunch I'm right. Or at least I have a hunch this is possible. Which, whatever. It is what it is. But yeah, coming up on 4 hours, guys. That's wild. But I appreciate all of you guys being here. Do you guys have anything on your mind? I know we have a no politics rule, but this was cool. It let me let off a little steam on this stuff. Politics. This is why I don't even keep up with the politics anymore because I realize how stupid it gets. And then Trump's the only interesting character aside from Hunter Biden. Hunter Biden is my spirit animal. I'm not going to lie. The guy is so transparent in his self-interest and corruption. I kind of respect it a little bit. Like, yeah, he's I don't know. He is a dirty dude, a dirty ass dude. Sorry, I didn't mean no worries, man. If it wasn't okay, I would have told you, but no, you're good. Hunter Biden, though, is wild, guys. Man, those pictures coming out of those laptops, guy living a life, bro. How do you mess with your brother's widow? That's crazy, bro. I don't know if I got it in me to do that. I don't. He's like, bro, that's your brother's widow. Why would you sleep with your brother's widow? And then also prostitute. I don't know. It's yeah, dude. Search Hunter Biden laptop, dude. The guy also is lightweight. He's kind of funny with the racial comments he makes too, because I swear to God, one of the best lines. So for those of you who don't know, his laptop, whatever, the guy had a drug problem, and I don't know. I guess you would expect someone with a drug problem to eventually like lose track of their own possessions. And he had sent his laptop, his Apple, his MacBook to a repair shop to have it fixed. I guess there was something wrong, but he never went and picked it up. And so it became the possession of the repair shop owner. And the repair shop owner saw what was on the laptop. And of course, if you know, these laptops, these MacBooks really integrate with iPhones, and iMessages is on there. So all the messages, the emails, all that stuff is all synced. And yo, man, I know Trump's gone, but Hunter Biden is the entertainment, at least these last 4 years. That's what it's been. It's wild. Yeah, I'm lost. I don't know what the Hunter Biden tea is. Dude, it's hilarious. It's hilarious. It would make for a great TV show like The Office version, except for politics and real life. So basically, like, there's pictures of him with workers, if you know what I mean. Russian. I don't know if they're Russian, but, you know, the type of workers. I have to be careful about what I say because, you know, the algorithm, whatever. But pictures of him with, like, pipes in his mouth and, like, smoking, and it's wild. And you're like, this is the president's son? Like, imagine if it were Hunter Biden, bro. Everyone would. And then here's the fucked up thing about it, because turns out all this came out in October of 2020. All right, all this was leaked October 2020. The October surprise. This is all strategy, by the way. They had possession of the laptop, so this went through Giuliani. I can't. Let me know if this is boring. I could explain it all. But let me know if this is boring and I don't have to go into detail. But I think it's fascinating and it's hilarious. But it's October surprise, and all this was known. And it was decided that they were going to leak all this in October, essentially. And so they do. All this stuff coming out of the laptops, all the corruption, because there were always ideas that Hunter Biden was a liability for the Biden family, and that he was doing shady shit, especially with like Burisma and the oil companies in Ukraine, by the way. Yeah, Ukraine plays a role in all this too. It's just a weave of mess. So much of it. And this is when I was like really deep into it, and I was just like, yo, this shit's so fucking wild. It's better than House of Cards, man. Let me know. I don't really have to get into it if it's too much. He's keeping it in the family. What kind of father is Joe to let his son turn out garbage and think he runs the country? I don't know. That's actually so terrifying. No, it's hilarious. It's hilarious. What happened to your other mic? Now the man's got a rapper. No, this one's for YouTube and Twitch. I'm also streaming on there, but nice to see you here, Jose. You love House of Cards. Here's the thing. It's better than House of Cards. The drama with the Hunter Biden saga is a beautiful story, a beautiful entertainment. It's beautiful entertainment because you could not write this because no one would believe it. Like, the president's son is messing around with those types of intimate workers, and there's pictures of it, and then he has pipes in his mouth where he's smoking illicit stuff, and they're all pictures, and then text messages between him and his lawyer where he talks about, yo, the way he talks to his lawyer is kind of hilarious. I think he would really fit in with this community here, but at some point he tells his lawyer to stop charging him Hennessy rates. He said fucking NSC rates. I don't have to explain that one, but let me see if I can find this for you. It's just fascinating. You should definitely look into it, and it would make for such a great TV show. The corruption of Hunter Biden, and then also like sleeping with his brother's widow, and he's a dirty dude. And then corruption with Burisma, the oil company in Ukraine. And then you realize, like, why is the Biden administration so involved with Ukraine? It's because his son probably has some illegitimate ties with people in power in Ukraine. And so you realize it's all just a cover-up job. And so that's what's actually happening. But yeah, he is living his best life. So that's what it is. And then the funny thing is, like, this came out in October of 2020. And then this was making the rounds on social media, and they were trying to discredit it. And then it was shared. It was leaked to the New York Post. So that's like the more conservative outlet of New York media. And formerly Twitter saw this and suppressed the reach of that content. They suppressed the reach and disabled. I think they even disabled the New York Post's Twitter account when they were sharing that story. And so you could not share the link at all to the main article with all the cited sources and the evidence and everything in the pictures. And so they literally did a cover-up job in real time, saying, oh, this is fake news, this is fake news, it has to be fake news. That's what they were calling it. They were calling it fake news, and this is uncorroborated, this is unsubstantiated, and we can't let this influence the election and all that stuff. And then, of course, a year later, when it's irrelevant and won't affect the outcome of the election anymore, turns out all the shit was verified to be true, which everyone knew at the time was, because there's fucking pictures. There's fucking pictures, but whatever. And so that's what happened. So social media played a role in suppressing all of this. It's corruption, guys, on a level you can't, unless you've seen this enough times, you guys have no clue. This is why I say everything on this stuff is fake. All of it is fake. Even these content creators who, I don't know, even check me on shit. When I post a video and it's like something sounds suspect to you, go ahead and check me. People have done that. Like I posted one video where I talk about, like, when you lose weight, you're feeding trees. It's a crazy claim, but it's actually true because of respiration, and that's how fat leaves your body essentially. And so in the form of CO2, and that's where the weight is actually the carbon atoms. And so you are feeding trees, and someone was like, yo, I checked it out and confirmed it's actually true. It's like, yeah, that's what you guys should be doing. Don't trust anything you see here. Let's see. Doesn't he have business in China as well? Yeah, I heard something like that. Yep. I always knew there's a reason, even when I know what the reason is. Yeah. Are you on Trump's social media platform? I'm not. I don't even follow politics anymore because I realize, like, man, so much of this, it's like, it's all this nuance. I think it would be awesome, and I have the perfect guy who could write the script if he could be open-minded to turning this into a series. But I think it would make a great Netflix series, the Hunter Biden saga. Man, that would be such a great Netflix movie, or series. Series would be more interesting, like House of Cards. Truth Social. LOL. How much could a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck went on a labor strike? 0, I presume. Musk restored his Twitter account too, and he still doesn't use it. I get it. Yeah. Like, why would you, especially when you have obligations with your own platform, why would you bother using another person's platform? But I mean, if he becomes POTUS again, president of the United States, then it would probably just be broadcasted on any platform, because I think that's sort of the requirement of being president. You have to be able to reach everybody on every. So yeah, it would be a great Netflix series. It'd be cool to make it one day, actually. Because I don't expect Hollywood to go do it. You know, they have their biases, so it'd be cool to do it and then just release it to the world for free. And just like, yeah, well acted, like great writing, hella factual with all the things. You should do it here on TikTok. I don't know if TikTok. Here's the thing with these social platforms. I don't know if they would allow full-length TV. It would be interesting. That's an interesting idea, Dev. Like, could you do a series, a TV show as vertical format? Could that be a thing? Would that, or would it still have to be horizontal? Because here's the thing, like I've looked into this a little bit, like filmography and like how people make movies and stuff, and generally with people, when you're capturing people on camera, vertical is better because we are long. People as characters are long, visually long, and so that's why, like, if you look at the Justice League movie that was made by what's his name, they chose a different format that was more vertical. It's more squarish, like 4:3 instead of 16:9, so that you can show the height of superheroes and stuff like that. But whatever happened to Mike Pence, he turned against Trump. Yeah, eventually they all do. That's the disloyalty, I think, that he misunderstands about people. Use different names. Yeah, I think it'd be funny if like you flip the story, because I think you can do also a whole Netflix series on Hillary Clinton and the whole journey behind that, because there's a lot of rumors about her too. So that's what. But then you switch the characters. Maybe you turn her character into a dude, and then maybe you make him Republican, just so people can be more receptive to it. And then when they do the director interviews and production interviews, whatever, you'd be like, yeah, it's just based on Hillary Clinton. I knew, yeah. So that's what I think. It would be cool. Man, drama about politicians is so interesting, Loki. It is. I actually find it fascinating. But it's also, you have to be careful though that you don't let it, because it's honestly a lot of it's negative unless you have like a more take it as a more entertainment approach. Just like, man, this stuff is just it's just interesting to watch the drama, the palace intrigue. But you can also get wrapped up in the sauce a little bit with the negativity and the just like yelling and just, oh my God, they're doing this, they're doing that. And you see a lot of Republicans fall into this fucking trap, which I can't stand them either, where they're just like, we need to save our country, blah, blah, blah. It's just like, chill, man. First of all, you're not serious, because a lot of people, they want to talk big, but they're not willing to do things. And then two, it's just like all you're spreading is negativity. If you're trying to win hearts and minds, bring people over to your side. Do you think this is the way to speak? So that's the part I'm just like, come on, guys. Like, your messaging could be better. Republicans are stupid with messaging. They're just so dumb with it. And I hate it, which is why I don't like to associate myself with the party at all. That's why that's why I think it's funny. I'm still a registered Democrat. Let's see. It is a soap opera. It absolutely is. Great comment, Greg. It's a soap opera. So if you take that approach with politics and you don't let it get into your like negative emotions and feed like that part of you, I think it'd be very entertaining. Very entertaining. But it's also kind of a trap, because then you get sucked into the daily ongoings of stuff. So if you have the bandwidth for that and you just like it as a form of entertainment, I'm not judging. I was there for a bit, but now I've decided to like focus myself on like connecting with people online like you guys. So better than keeping up with the Kardashians. Yeah, for sure. And then the cool thing is, like, when you're really in it, you get to see things before everybody else does. Like, you see things happening. So like, for instance, I knew what, I don't know, that's why I get to brag about, like, voted for Trump in 2016, voted for Kanye in 2020. I get to say things like that. I can also tell people, like, you voted for this. This is what we were trying to do. All you guys who call me crazy, like, this is the approach I was trying to take. So you get bragging rights, because you're more informed than anyone who thinks they're informed. There's a difference between consuming news and actually being informed. And I think that's where people miss the mark. It's sad, though, at the same time, because these people run our country. Yeah, that is, yeah. You sort of have to like be at peace with, like, this is why I think Christianity has been really helping me. I've been reading stuff from the Bible and having conversations with people, and just like, yeah, you know, the Bible does predict most people are not going to get it. Most people are going to be corrupted. Most people cannot be saved. And that gives me a level of peace, just understanding this is just, it's ordained that this is how people are going to be. You're going to try to improve things. You're going to try to share the message. You're going to try to awaken people. And most people cannot be saved. And that's just the way it's going to go. And there's a level of peace to that I've been really resonating with. So yeah, that's my journey so far. $13. Okay. I wish we were like other countries that don't even know or would need to know who their president is. Yeah, that would be cool. I mean, do you like Candace Owens? Not really. No, I don't like Candace Owens. Grifter. She won the Grifties last year. Do you guys know what the Grifties are? All right, so if you guys like this content, you might like Hotep's Been Told You. It's a Hotep Jesus on YouTube. He's a guy who makes content, but every Thursday nights at, I think, 8 p.m. Eastern time, it's basically a podcast of two guys. You have Uncle Hotep and Hotep Jesus, two guys. And they just have conversations about the daily ongoings, but in a different perspective, from the Hotep perspective and from the Black perspective. And so it's way more interesting and funny and entertaining because like they're giving you the real from a perspective that's more common than all these people who are like more elevated and more established, like the fucking Candace Owens types. And Candace Owens is a grifter, and you can see it, how she can transform positions. And it's all just like, I don't know, man. Like you see what she used to be and then see what she's becoming. I get she's a good entry point for a lot of people. Here's the thing. She's not moving votes. And that's my problem with it. She's not moving votes. She is a good figure for people who already think like she does, especially if they're Black, but she's not moving votes. So but she gets a lot of clout anyways and a lot of attention, which is unfortunate because she's not moving votes. It's such a waste of all the attention she gets, which is why I like the Hoteps. I'm not a Hotep, but I fuck with their energy. At least Hotep's Been Told You, the show that they run. And they call it Hotep's Been Told You because they've been told you. It's a great show, man. Man, they need the editor to like clean up their audio and like cut it down so it's more accessible. Maybe I'll offer it one day if I have the bandwidth to do it for them. But man, their takes on stuff is really cool. And it applies to anyone. You don't have to be Black to listen to it because and the cool thing about their podcast is they're giving it the real as honest, with an interesting take, entertaining takes. And then also they move votes. They don't have a large audience, but I can see in the comment section, they're winning hearts and minds. And that's how you win this. That's how you win this. Rock the vote for sure. Thomas Sowell, 2024. Yeah. Tucker Carlson for president. Maybe. Don't save her. She don't want to be saved. J. Cole. Yeah, I agree. Why not? Yeah. I think I just explained that. What are a few things that sitting in your mind, for example, economy, tribalism, election? I've been thinking about what the future could look like and how to make that happen. Specifically for social media, I see some of the flaws, the major flaws in social media, that they're not even social anymore. And it'd be cool to fix that. I imagine a world beyond social platforms. And like I talked about here, for those of you who've been on here for a while, where I talk about podcasting being beyond the couch. Like we can come up with new interesting ideas. So that's for the niche itself, but then also beyond social platforms that become basically utilities, and we can connect with people unencumbered by the politics of the people who run these platforms. That would be a beautiful thing. And I would love to be a part of bringing that to fruition. And then also like the general ways all the things people want, and what if we can provide that? And so that's just about creating the abundance in the future through technology. That's where my mind's been. Like as far as the doom and gloom stuff, I try to not think about that kind of stuff because I really believe like if we all care to bring a better future, we can do it. But it requires effort, a lot more effort than just thinking about how everything's just going to fall apart. You'll be vice for Trump? No, I would never. The guy is, I don't know. He talks about hiring the best. That's one of his biggest flaws. He does not hire. What? Live will end in 50. What the fuck? Wow. Okay. That's crazy. First time I ever got a live notification that there was inactivity or something, but whatever. She's one of those few Republicans who use social media to reach younger people through, in my opinion. Yeah. She reminds me of a Ben Shapiro. It's just like you're arguing with college kids who don't know anything about anything, you know? It's just like Ben, that's all he does. Here's the thing, the Daily Wire and the organization, so that's the organization she's part of, the Daily Wire. They like to think they're pushing the culture. They're not. This right here, I think I'm helping pushing the culture. Yeah, it's only fucking 9 viewers, but I think the people who weren't warm to Trump or aren't warm to new ways of thinking, at least being exposed to content like this, get a chance to think about the world in a different way or hear about things that otherwise aren't talked about, like the Hunter Biden saga and all that stuff. Hoteps, I think, do the same thing too, where they're actually exposing people to things that they otherwise would not have any exposure to. The problem with like the Daily Wire and organizations that Candace Owens and Ben Shapiro, all those people are part of, is people have decided who disagree with them, who are on the other side of the aisle, have decided they're not fucking with that shit at all. So you're not getting those votes at all because no exposure. The hook's not there. And then on top of that, so you realize these organizations are not a get out the vote. They're not a move the vote organization. They are a get out the vote organization. They're there to rally the people who already agree with them. And so when you understand that, you're like, okay, so they're not actually pushing the ball. They are just making sure the ball stays where it's at so it doesn't move backwards. But then even that they managed to fuck up. Even that, if you listen, you can go back to see the old content from 2016, how Ben Shapiro and I don't know where Candace was, because I think she's gotten warm to Trump after Trump became president. I don't think she was this way before, but correct me if I'm wrong. So again, grifter problems, possibly. So they're a get out the vote operation, and they managed to fuck that up by not actually getting out the vote in the way that it needs to be got out and in the direction that it needs to go. And so you realize like all they are is just this huge vacuum that gets all this attention and money and support from not only people on that side of the political aisle, all the donors on that side of the political aisle, all the established politicians who feed off of all this. And then you realize they're just part of the system. And then when you realize how they play along with like the social platforms and the established organizations and all that stuff, you realize they're controlled opposition. And so you're like, oh, this is all fucking rigged game. And then you realize the people who are actually pushing the vote, who are actually convincing, winning hearts and minds, are people on the fringes, the people who are solo personalities on social media who have a big following because they're willing to say the things. You see the people making the memes, on Reddit, spreading it on the internet. The fucking meme army is the one that's convincing people, showing and making fun of all the things that you're not supposed to say. Then, or people like the Hoteps who are calling it like they see it. Like Uncle Hotep was possibly the first black man to wear a MAGA hat, but he doesn't get the credit for it. But he was out there before everybody. But it's just like, but that moves votes. And so like, that's my whole problem with it. So it's a little niche and wonky, but whatever. Greg Too Old. It would need to be mutual, like insurance companies. Wait, let me catch up with these. Owned by the users, possibly. Like I have an idea for an insurance type of thing related. I ran some ads, some X ads on it, and there seemed to be strong interest. I just have to go build it. Owned by the users, yeah, I like that idea. At least give users and content creators the optionality. Give them the option to move. And this is what no platform has an interest in giving any of these content creators or users. Like once you're stuck, people get sticky on platforms. And I know because I have this experience. And then content creators like myself, we're stuck too. Like 62,000 people following me on TikTok. I can't take you guys to YouTube. There's no way to do that other than telling you guys. But I know unless you already use YouTube, you're not going to really be using that and whatever. It's just, I know what it is. The users make the big decision. Yeah. But you have to make it easy for users because coordinating users is a tough thing, but I think there might be a way to do it. Can I ask a question? Yeah, go for it. Do you know who Destiny is? Yeah. Yeah, I know he's going through some drama. I know a lot of people are like dancing on his downfall right now because it's like, haha, all the shit you said. But I don't know. I don't like to hear any story of someone getting left in their relationship, you know? Thoughts on overemployed? I don't know. If they're doing the job, I guess it's okay. Overemployment, for those of you who don't know, is like getting multiple jobs, remote jobs, all of them assuming that's the only job you're doing, which, yeah. I mean, if you're doing the job honestly and you're pulling it off, then whatever, it's all good. Okay, I see what you're saying. That's a nice hoodie, bro. It's not a hoodie. I know it looks like a hoodie. I wish it was a hoodie, but it's not a hoodie. Haircut tutorial? Yeah, just use a razor. Like the live by tapping the screen, guys. Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. I enjoyed listening to Destiny's debates despite him being liberal. His perspectives were well balanced. But you realize he's just talking from theory, because all the stuff he was like talking shit about the red pill, now his marriage is falling apart. It's just like, bro, like that's the thing. All the red pill guys were just talking about like practicality. Here's how it is when you actually date women. You know, they say they want you to open up, but there's a lot of nuance to that question. They want you to open up in the feelings that let them feel like women can be valuable in your life, where you can show some vulnerability so she doesn't feel like the only vulnerable person in the relationship. But a girl honestly does not want to hear the dark thoughts that a dude has in his head going on about like anxiety and worry about his fucking future and how to support a family, because that worries her too. You see, there's nuance in all these things. And this is what the red pill guys were trying to explain. But, you know, Tate saying all the shit he says is always taken out of context. And, you know, it is what it is. People don't want to do the reading. And there's plenty of reading. There's good books on this, too. I feel so terrible for him. I don't. The guy is talking so much shit about, like, red pill this, red pill that, relationships, logic, reason. And then now his fucking marriage falls apart. And it's just like, I don't know. I don't have sympathy for the guy, but I'm not going to be dancing on it either. That's how I feel about it. But hey, it is what it is. But you know, all the insults he was throwing around, it's just like karma, maybe. I don't know. So that's my position on it. So, yeah. All right. How are you guys still on here, though? That's crazy. I've been on here for 4 hours and 26 minutes. Guys, man, I know my voice is going to pay for this tomorrow. And I have a dentist appointment tomorrow, too. Whatever. And plus, wages don't increase. Yeah. Yeah. What's the week like for you? More content. I have some ideas. I've been experimenting with product design. This is the new version of the wallet that I think I've talked about before on the stream. Logo's a little too big, but I've been experimenting with that. More content, video ideas, and software. I've been holding back on that a little bit, but like the idea where I was talking about insurance, some sort of insurance. Yeah, I know. Finally figured it out. Here's the thing, like Virgil Abloh, I was talking to my girl about this. Like, remember, if you guys don't know, I was selling like a clear wallet because I thought it was cool. I don't know. And I like the way I made this because it's fused edges, right? So that's how I get there's no sewing required, which there's a reason why I did it like this, because I know I can mass manufacture something like this if it's fused edges and make them myself, which I think makes it more affordable for you guys. But then also means I get a larger profit margin, which then I can dump back into like bigger projects for table moments and stuff. And then it also has broad appeal too, because it's ripstop fabric, and then I could put a cool logo. That's the logo I've been experimenting with table moments. And I just figured out packaging too, which is a big part of selling to people. The packaging experience, which for those of you who've already, for people who've ordered, they know the packaging was shitty, but it was just sort of a proof of concept. And so the original idea was a clear wallet because I could fuse the edges, and that's what I had. I don't know if I have one here, but yeah, it was basically a clear wallet, but it was too radical of an idea for people. because they're like, oh my God, people are going to steal your money or whatever. I'm just like, you can show whatever you want. It's a clear wallet. You don't have to show money. But it racked up a ton of views. And I got a few orders from it. So I appreciate everyone who ordered one. But Virgil Abloh says you can't change anything more than 3%. Otherwise, people aren't going to get it. It needs to be familiar, but also novel. And so this, I think, is that 3%. A clear wallet is probably closer to 10, 20%. And so this is 3%. And it's a thin and light wallet. Boom, like that. Bifold, which is what I liked. I wanted a bifold, which you don't find in a lot of these like Ridge wallets, thin wallets that you can put front pocket carry. So, did you talk about what will happen to employment when companies start replacing people with AI, UBI? Yeah, we did talk about it. In summary, like it will replace people who are replaceable. So like HR departments, fucking any job that doesn't require much thinking will probably, or creativity will probably be replaced. I know people talk about like artwork and stuff like that. It's just like, that's not, yeah, it can generate copy. It can generate graphics for like websites and stuff like that. But taste matters, guys. Taste matters. And you need judgment for that kind of stuff. And that's what creative people with experience have. So although a lot of the actual detail work will be gone, but it's going to take someone with design experience and taste to be able to say, no, that's wrong. This needs to change. And here's how you change it. So I think it'll empower people who can think for themselves and have an open mind and have taste, because it'll let them be able to produce way more work. But unfortunately for the people whose jobs don't require much thinking or decision making, those will likely be replaced with AI. Now, as far as how do you solve this whole employment issue and UBI, this is where I talk about like it'd be dope if the future where if everything was 10 times cheaper. And I think you were here when I mentioned that. And that's the idea behind it, where you won't have to worry about UBI if someone with a part-time minimum wage job can afford all the things they need, because everything has become radically less expensive, like 10 times less expensive. And so I think that could be the solution, because it's like you can't just print your way out of this solution. You can't, because people think money is the limitation. Money is just paper. Money is a figure that the government can just print more of. What is limited is the resources. What's limited is what we actually use. And the money is supposed to be a representation of what that costs based on how much money people have and how much they're willing to give to get those things. Now, if those things are radically less expensive, then the actual dollar figure doesn't matter at all. And that's the world I want to live in. That's the world I want to live in. And so I think we can get that to happen. So like UBI, printing more money is not going to be the solution, because it doesn't change the limitation on the resources that already exist. It just means everything becomes more expensive. Imagine you have you have 5 friends and 10 apples in front of you guys. And it's like, all right, you can set the price of these apples however you want. Like you can say, it's like, all right, we all don't, or you go to a store and there's 10 apples, whatever, and you have like 5 friends and you guys all want apples, but you don't have money, whatever. This is probably a terrible analogy, but go with me here. And then you're like, oh, we need you to be able to afford those apples. So what if we give everyone money? If you give everyone money, and no, this is a terrible analogy. It's awful. But basically, the number of apples hasn't changed, but the demand for it hasn't changed either. It's just you increase the dollar amount everyone has to buy those things, but the fucking apples are still limited. What you need is someone who can make more apples. What you need is someone to start an orchard so that the price of the apples don't matter, because there's so many. Like if there was an overabundance of apples coming out of the orchard and they just needed to get rid of it to make room for the next harvest, they would literally give that shit away for free. Or at least at it really cheap. So it's not about the money figure. It's about the resources that are already limited. That's what I think, but whatever. I don't know. That was a terrible example, but I want to see you give more hard truth in your content, etc. Move less, travel more, ease up on sugar. Okay. Yeah. Dak Prescott. Trump is sus, Trump is sus, Trump is sus. All right, you're spamming, bro. I really don't want to have to kick you, but Hello, Alicia Alvarado. Alvarado. If an apple causes harm, the farmer will get sued. We can also fix the litigious nature of our society. Do you like Patrick Bet David, Valuetainment? Oh man, I'm ruining all your heroes, Dev. He's a novice in this political world. That's why he gives like basic ass takes on all this stuff. I don't know. How would you compare my takes with his takes? I'm gonna let you give your opinion on this. Like, would you say, how would you compare? Who's more nuanced? Who maybe I don't know. I've listened to some of his stuff. Here's the thing: Valuetainment is actually an interesting platform, but not because of Patrick Bet David. Yeah, he gets all these figures. He's done interviews with blah blah blah. But there's a guy on Valuetainment who I really like. Not Sosnick. Sosnick is fucking no. Utainment. Man, I'm ruining them all for you, huh? That sucks. Cast. There's a guy, the older guy. Who is he? What's his name? I want to get his name right. Nope. Let's see. Wow, he just centers it around himself. No, not Sosnick. Damn. It's the older guy. The older guy, I think he has a goatee. He does these business breakdowns that are so good. They used to make really good content. Now you see the problem with this fucking podcasting shit? It's all just people talking on couches. This is what sucks, because their older stuff was actually better. The interviews with notable figures was cool. Now it's all just politics, because it's the grift. And this is the problem. Like, all these people in politics, they get into, which, I mean, whatever. It gets people riled up, and anger and frustration and dissatisfaction with the political system is a great way to get views. So Patrick Bet David and his cast of crew, they would do these business breakdowns of like how Spotify grew into whatever, and it was by one of the people who shows up on the Valuetainment podcast, one of the older gentlemen. So good. The content was so good, but I think they understand you want to get views, you got to talk about what's on the top of people's minds, and usually it's like this politics shit. So it's whatever. He gives the typical answers that you would expect from someone of that side of the political aisle. I'm not trying to brag here, but I think I give a more nuanced take on a lot of this stuff. But it is what it is. Whatever. He has the views though, so maybe he's doing something right here. PDP podcast is one of my faves. LOL. What's your brother up to? My brother, I have two brothers. Older one, I'm not sure what he's doing. Younger brother is working on his business. LeBron is the greatest basketball player in the world. I mean, Jordan still is alive, so maybe, I don't know. I've noticed him being biased when it comes to capitalism, but besides that, generally like his takes, yeah. Definitely when it comes to capitalism. But you realize like maybe his business dealings have been kind of iffy, but whatever. I'm not going to judge. But like, I find his takes to be very conventional and boring. Like, I like people who have interesting ways of thinking where you can't predict where they are in the political aisle because they're nuanced with everything. With Patrick, you kind of know where he is. And so he's still, I think, new in this game. It might not seem like it, but he's new into this whole politics thing. And hopefully he grows out of it. But whatever. He's getting views, so I guess it doesn't matter. You have a Snapchat? I actually do have a Snapchat. I actually applied to do a Snapchat show. Did you guys know that? You have to apply. And I think it'd be cool. Snapchat. I never checked if I got approved or not. I didn't get anything, but it would be cool to do a Snapchat show. People seem to do stuff like that. I don't know. That's true. Oh my God, you're so much better than everyone. I don't know if that's true, but I don't know. The laziness of this stuff, it just offends me a little bit. Just like, I don't know, because it's so easy. I know if I got into the politics grift, It's a grift. If I got into the politics grift, I could have a successful YouTube channel. I know I could. I mean, you guys are here watching for 4 hours. Clearly, something here works. In the politics stuff, no, that's the thing, because like politics ruins people's minds, and that's the thing. I don't want to be a contribute to people. And I know I could. That's the funny thing. It's like if I ever get down bad and you start seeing me on a YouTube channel talking about politics, man, I must have been down real bad. Because like I have these conversations with my brother, my younger brother, because he's more of a pragmatic person. He's just like, do what works, you know? And just like, hey, yo, people like your reactions and stuff. I'm like, yeah, I know, but I want to do this the right way. So I always take this harder path for whatever reason. And so like I like the most performing video on this TikTok channel was a video I made about a DoorDasher situation, and other videos like that have done well too, where I react to something, but I give an actual take. It's not just like looking at other people's videos and be like, oh, what's going on? And just like making faces, whatever. No, I just take a few seconds of that video and then and then give a take that's usually contrary to the original video. So in that DoorDash video, it was this guy eating this woman's food, this dasher who eating this woman's customer's food, and I explained the other side. There was more details to it, and he was justified in eating your food because there's a time limit. There's a window that you have to be able to deliver by and pick up by. And if you don't pick up your food in that window and you don't make it easy for the driver to find you, the fucking company, DoorDash or Grubhub or whatever, will tell you, go eat the food. It's yours, and go to your next order. And so that's essentially what happened. But then everyone wanted to assume that he's just a motherfucker who eats other people's food. That was not what was happening. Because I have experience I did Grubhub for a bit. I got bored. I was working as an engineer and I was bored. So I was just like, you know what, let me like experiment with some stuff. And I did that for a bit. And I had that happen to me. So I explained that video, 24 million views or 26 million views at this point. And my brother was like, yo, that's crazy. I remember when it started going viral back in January. Dude, it was fucking wild. It was the first time any of this stuff, the social media shit, started working for me. Up to that point, for like a year and a half, nothing was working. And then finally that worked and it popped off. And that grew the account from like 3,000 followers on TikTok to like over 20,000 overnight. It was wild. It was a wild time. And he and I were like getting super excited. And then I realized like, I don't want to make content that depends on other people and it's just like reactions. Maybe there's a place for it one day in the future, but I actually want to get good at this stuff and be interesting and be able to make original content that doesn't rely on stuff other people have created or captured. Because I think that's better for sustainability. Because you find a lot of people are just stuck in this trap of like reacting to other people's shit because they can't come up with anything. It's lazy. And so for me, when you mention like Destiny or Valuetainment, it's just like, oh, I see the laziness in the way they make they have the nice studios, they have the microphones, they have the guests and all that, but I see that they're just doing reactions. I see that they're just feeding off of what's in the news today because they can't come up with anything original. I see the laziness because they can't be bothered. And here's the thing, the fucked up thing about Valuetainment is they used to make original content. They used to, and they realize it's way more effort and way harder to do, and you get less views. But I think for the culture, it's worth it. I think it's worth it, but that's my personal feelings about it. So I decided I did that a few times and I realized like, I don't want to depend on other people. So I started, and now I've gotten some success just with my face with ideas that I've written on a script by myself. And that's what I'm trying to do out here, the harder way. But you know, people aren't going to take you seriously on any of this stuff unless you have the following to show for it. So to everyone else, I'm just talking shit. I love that. LOL, down bad. Probably meet cool people that way. No, I'd meet people in politics that way. And these people, you realize, because here's the thing, when it comes to actually making sacrifices, most of these people are not willing to make it. So they're willing to talk big shit, but they're only willing to talk if it's acceptable to say. And so you see like even, who's that comedian? Theo Vaughn, where he talks about, he had an interview with, who's the UFC guy? Damn, what's his name? Do you guys know who I'm talking about? The owner of the UFC or the president of the UFC? Is his name Dan? No. What's his name? Do you guys remember? But basically, he's interviewing this guy. He's taking, oh yeah, we interviewed that presidential candidate on the Democratic side. What's his name? Kennedy Jr. And Peloton, one of our sponsors, told us to take down that episode, so we took it down. And just like, oh, okay, so you guys just do whatever your sponsors say. You guys do whatever they tell you to do. And then you realize, like, oh, if it's unsafe to say, they all shut the fuck up. But then as soon as it becomes cool to say, then they all still come out. And it's just like, okay, so they're not willing to speak up when there's a price to pay. But they are willing to speak up after other people have put themselves on the line, lost their platform, lost their audience. And then it becomes okay. And then everyone becomes a Trump supporter. And so I'm seeing all this fakeness out here. I see it. And so it's just like, man, these people ain't real. They ain't real. There are people who've gone to jail for their politics. Owen Schroyer is dealing with this shit right now. InfoWars guy. He protested at some sort of hearing or whatever. He got caught up in the whole J6 stuff, and he is in jail right now for his politics. These are people who are willing to pay the price for what they believe. None of these people, these content creators, these fucking podcasters sitting on couches doing nothing. I think that's the motto of this fucking stream. People who sit on couches doing nothing. I don't want to be that. And so that's why I want to take this outside of the podcasting realm. Just keep doing what you're doing. Just tell the truth. Yeah, I'm trying, man. I'm trying, bro. And that's why, like, I know because I talk so much shit, like, I have to be able to sell my own things, because what kind of advertiser has the spine to be a sponsorship, to have a sponsorship with something like this? So that's why I got to figure out how to sell my own shit. That's why I'm working on designs like this, working on the packaging, working on software stuff, because I think we can do something special here. And I know this is all just talk to people who don't get it, but I think you guys get it. So that's what I'm about. With table moments, I think you should add some espresso to the table or some type of drink. A conversation precipitated by a beverage. Yeah, interesting. I had a cup of tea, just finished it, but yeah, I mean, that's a great way. I'd be copying Scott Adams, Coffee with Scott Adams, which he does. And he does have a simultaneous sip. So it's like where everyone who's listening to the episode of the podcast, watching it live, all sip their coffee at the same time. Great persuasion hack, by the way. So maybe that's a good idea. Maybe I should get some sort of beverage. Obviously kosher, non-alcoholic, but maybe we can come up with something. Maybe water. Dang, how long have you been live for, Chrome Dome? 4 hours, 46 minutes. I don't know. Hey, hope it's all well. How are you? I'm good, Ryan. There's some upgrades. I'm coming up with the upgrade. And I got different colors too. So this is coming. It's coming. I haven't listed it on TikTok Shop yet, but it's coming. I remember, I think it was you or someone else who requested a trifold version. This is ripstop fabric, by the way. Ripstop. And yeah, it works. Cool. And I got the logo on there too, which is nice. It's a little too big, but I have gold iron-on, and then I also have black. I think I'm going to save the gold ones for the people who fuck with me early. And it's special. And if I ever see this in the public and you show me that you got one of these and it has the gold one, we're sharing a meal on me, man. Like, yo, I have a deep loyalty for people who fuck with this shit before it was a real thing. Dana White. Yes, you're right. It was Dana White that I was trying to come up with the name. It's like lobbying to media influencers. Yeah, it is. What's your opinion on bodybuilding? I don't mind it. I really like Sam Sulek. I don't watch his stuff, but I like that he's kind of bringing honesty back to the fitness world, which is hard. He doesn't talk about the gear he's on. At least as far as I've seen, the clips and stuff don't talk about his gear, but maybe he's honest about that on his streams and his YouTube videos. But I like that he's bringing honesty back to fitness influencing. So, I mean, do it if you want. I'm not a fan of like the steroid use or whatever, but hey, people do what they do. What's your favorite Trader Joe's item, though? They make a really good green chicken burrito. Yeah, it's really good. Truffle ketchup? Interesting. I haven't heard of that. But I thought goat horn would be your loyalty, though. Wallet's been enhanced now. Yeah, basically. So one will. There's some minor details like there's some issue here. I like being transparent about this stuff too. I know you're not supposed to when you're like into marketing or whatever, but so I figured out the sealing and manufacturing of this stuff, and I got the feeling of the cards in and out. Feels good. It's bifold with slots here for a stash fold, so you can actually put emergency cash. So I have like a whole script written out for like, hey, every man should have cash and whatever, which is a rule I live by. But then I still got to figure out this part here. This corner is a little it's not quite finished. And so that's what I got to work on, like how I can make this look good. But I've been using this wallet this was the original one for weeks. This one here for weeks. And then I also have this other logo that I was going to experiment with for people outside of Table Moments. But you know what? I think I'm just going to stick with Table Moments and the logo. And I've been working on packaging. So I got to nail down the packaging a little bit. And what do you think I should charge for this, by the way? What do you think I should charge? I've been asking people. I think it's cool. It's ripstop fabric made specific for US currency. And if you one of the first, I also have this cool idea for marketing. You guys let me know. $12.99. Okay. That's not bad. It's lower than I expected, but it's not bad. Oh, $20. That's the target. That's the fucking target. Awesome. Nice to hear. Who did you vote for in the most recent election in Ethiopia? I'm not in Ethiopia, so I didn't even know they had an election. $40? See, you're a real one, Dev, but I think that's my personality. Because, yeah, the brand. But here's a funny thing. There is a similar wallet on Amazon right now, Slim Fold, that they sell for $57. Something similar to this, $57. And that's the value, I think. And I think it looks clean. And the cool part is I have colors. This is black. I also have green, like a green, a red, a gray, and a blue. And so, like, it's a legit thing, guys. And if you like a front pocket wallet, this is for 6 cards. You can stuff 8 if you really want to, but I just think it's cool. That's coming. TikTok shop. I'm gonna make a whole commercial for it. I wish I had figured it all out before the holiday season, but I think it's better if you don't get it as a gift, but you actually choose to buy it for yourself. Would you have a flash? I don't know what a flash deal is or how to set one of those up, but maybe I'll try. If TikTok is giving you guys free money, I'll try to. Here's the thing. Selling this minimalist pay a premium for the slim and simple clean look. Yeah, I know. And I remember when that's what this inspired. This was inspired by that original wallet that came out 6 years ago on Kickstarter. And that's why I started with the clear wallet, because I like the idea, but that's a little too radical. A clear wallet's a little too radical for people on TikTok. So I went with this, and then I've been thinking about like how to make this more premium, because I understand people's perceptions of this stuff. But this is, I think, working. This works. And then packaging, and then marketing too. So here's a cool idea. Let me know if this is a good idea. And this is what I like about Table Moments. Maybe this could be a way to like come up with ideas of things, projects to work on. So this is living beyond the couch, guys. Ideas like this, execution in the real world, is living beyond the podcast couch. Did you know you can get $2 bills from the US Mint? You can get $2 bills. And so, although they charge you basically $4 for a $2 bill, so you're essentially losing money on it. But I think it'd be cool for like 1 out of every 10 orders, I include a $2 bill. I factor that into the price of the product, and I think it's cool marketing, because you're like, holy shit, a fucking $2 bill. It's like, yeah. I think that'd be cool. What do you guys think though? Is that because I imagine like when people open this up and they're like, what the fuck? A $2 bill? It's got to be fake. And then obviously I'd have a sticker in there that says, yep, it's real. It's real money. And it's a cool like novelty item that's actually real currency. Yeah. So I think, and then I do it 1 out of 10 would be like, okay, that's cool since it's factored in. Yeah. If you wanted to order the $2 bill, then I would have to add like $4 to the price of it just so it could be at cost. But it'd be cool, like randomly, 1 out of 10 orders gets it for free. And that's incorporated in the price. And ordering it from the U.S. Mint, it comes as a solid sheet of 16 bills. Like, it's uncut money, but it's still legal tender. And it's coming from the U.S. Mint in Fort Worth, Texas, close to me. And I ordered at least one. I ordered one sheet, and so it'd be cool to include it in some of these orders as a marketing campaign. Just like I haven't quite figured out how to like, but your grandma saves them. Yeah, it's a cool item, collector item. And then when people are going to show it off, they're going to show it on social media. Yo, check this out. And then maybe they're sharing the wallet too. And so that's what I'm thinking, free advertising. And I'm just thinking like, how could we like viral elements, whatever. Please make sure mine has a free one. I got you, bro. Here's a funny thing. Like the problem with TikTok is you have to use tracked shipping, which I know everyone's used to, but an item like this, the cool thing about this is that it's thin, which means you can use a standard envelope to share it, to send it to people using a regular forever stamp, which costs 66 cents. Otherwise, if you get a tracking number, the minimum you're going to be paying, especially when you buy the label through TikTok Shop, is $3.97. So the cool thing is, like, if you order it from the website, which I actually have a website, that's part of what I've been working on, Ryan. But you can order it through a Shopify website, and I can pass the savings off to you. And so if you pay $20 on the website, I can actually incorporate the $2 bill as part of the price. But if it's through TikTok Shop, I have to pay $4 for shipping instead of the 66 cents that I can do through the website, through Shopify. And I'm learning all this e-commerce shit. Man, it's just like, could this work? Could I get enough orders? Will enough people would be interested? And then create a brand, and then people who fuck with this stuff, and you support the channel, and all the money from this would just go back into like making bigger and cooler projects. I'll put it in the chat. You don't order anything yet. I haven't updated anything on there yet, but because I'm still working on the design here. But I'll put I don't know if it'll actually let you s:/tamo.tv. Yeah, I did a .tv. This definitely needs some work, but I also wrote a poetry book, if you guys didn't know. A funny one. Next car you buy? I don't know. I like my car, so I don't know if I would want a different car. Pronouns, Ryan, him and hiso. Yeah. Don't order anything on there yet. You just, when you see my face on or show up on the live one week when I have everything nailed down and I got all the pictures up and everything, that's when you can make a purchase, and I'd appreciate the support. Yeah, I think $20 is the price point. $19.97 is the target. And I think that's enough deep value for you guys. But then also more than enough profit margin for this to make sense to continue. Yeah. And then I like the $2 bill game. I don't know. It's just, I got to think about this stuff. It's interesting. Yeah, I know. That's the other Ryan. Yeah, I know. So I don't know if I want another car, but it would be cool to build. That's the thing. I'm not a car guy. I'm a car builder. I like building things. And so I would be really interested in like, all right, so, they have salvage vehicles. Sign. Ooh, that's a good idea, Dev. Oh my God, that's such a great idea. I'll sign it. Oh man, that's such a great idea. Man, thank you for that. And then, yeah. Thank you. That's such a good idea. And then you keep the $2 bill and here's the thing. Ayman isn't my legal name. It's the nickname that everyone knows me by. I think I talked about this one time, but so I have to like come up with a signature that's related to Ayman. I do have an Ayman signature. I remember because I used, whatever. It's a whole thing. But, yeah. All right, man, I've been on here. We're coming up on 5 hours, 3 more minutes, and it'll have been 5 hours of streaming. And I think I'm I don't think I got any more. I don't know how you guys are still, man. I really appreciate the support, guys. I don't know. I think I think we're doing something special here. I really do. Like hours we're hanging out, having conversations about anything and everything. That was the whole idea behind Table Moments, and everyone thought it was a crazy ass idea. And I know how crazy it sounds, but we're proving it out. We're finding people who are like-minded, but also get to explore ideas without being so dogmatic and caustic and combative with each other, even if we disagree about a lot of things. And yeah, I don't know. I think we're doing something really special here. And we'll be able to tell this story one day and just like, yo, wait, so what is Table Moments? I don't know, man. It's just anything and everything. And the kind of person who's attracted to this kind of stuff is a special person. And we've done all these cool things beyond couches. I'm going to come up with a catchphrase related to that. Just like the podcast beyond the couch. Yes, we do real shit in the world. We talk about things. We come up with interesting ideas. We try to find truth and understand the world as it is. And we try to test our hypotheses and try to figure out what's useful for people. And we all try to win at the same time together. So that would be cool. So that's, oh man, this is so cool. But I appreciate all of you here. You're a good host. I appreciate it so much. Thank you. Ghost Horn. A goat horn. I definitely got to order some goat horn. Broxton Education Consulting. Thank you, Chef. Thank you, Ryan. Thank you, J3. Thank you, King Covey. Always nice seeing you every week. I'm not sure. This is just a bunch of periods and slashes. I think that's Morse code, but I don't know what that is in Morse code. I wonder if I could just type that real quick, just so I can recognize you, because you put effort here. Dash dash Morse code charts. Let's see. What if there's a calculator? Morse code translator. Let's see if we can. I can't believe I just spotted that. That's really cool. #G. I don't know what that is. Oh no, there's spaces there. My bad. Wait, let's go dot, 2 dots, dash. Let's see. Oh, there's another space there. I think spaces matter for Morse code. Yeah, I don't know what this is. Yeah, I don't know. You're going to have to explain that one, Morse code, but I'm just going to call you Morse code. And then Tunane in the house and Lulu. Appreciate it. Yeah, all right. Everyone, have a good night. I appreciate it. This was a long one. 5 hours. Literally 5 hours and 1 minute. And I started the YouTube and Twitch stream with music I've been working on. So I think maybe I'll share it with you guys too, because I always do the YouTube and Twitch stream first, and I'll work on the quality there, because it looks great through StreamYard, but for whatever reason it gets downscaled because I think it's a better experience on there, and I think I could catch, but I don't know, up to you guys. But yeah, all right, everyone, have a good night. Good night, everyone. Good night. Bye. Let's end on TikTok first, and then YouTube and Twitch. Thank you for watching. I know this is a long stream. I don't expect a lot of you guys to watch the whole thing, but if you do, let me know what you like, what you don't like. And yeah, appreciate you guys being a part of this. We're doing something special, I think. And if you're watching the replay, you're a real one. Leave a comment or not. That's up to you. Bye. More content coming to YouTube, by the way. I keep making promises, but I'm committed now. At least I like to think I am. Bye.